Triple M Sport.
G'day, it's Chris McKenzie with the latest. Triple M footy is off to the MCG next for the Pies and Blues in the Peter Mac Cup, then heading to the SCG for the twilight clash between the Swans and Bombers before the Bulldogs host the Crows tonight, while the V8 Supercars are about to hit Barbagallo Raceway for their third practice session ahead of this afternoon's race 8 in the series. Drivers expecting strategy to be key in winning the 50-lap super sprint. James Courtney was fastest through yesterday's 2 sessions before declaring he wants to stay with the Holden Racing team at the end of the season. To tennis, Nick Kyrgios has gone down fighting at the Madrid Masters, losing a tough 3-set quarter-final clash with Kei Nishikori, despite turning on the style early with his outrageous between-the-legs lob.
Oh! It has to be, without doubt, the shot of the tournament so far. Are you kidding me? It's a moment of genius from the Aussie.
Well, Sam Stosur missed out on a second straight final after a ruthless Simona Halep took a 6-2, 6-0 semi-final win in less than an hour. Warriors superstar Steph Curry has been ruled out of tomorrow's Game 3 of their NBA playoff series with Portland due to his sprained knee. And John Senden remains the best of the Aussies at the PGA event in North Carolina, sitting 4 shots off the pace, 3 ahead of Adam Scott.
Don't miss the Chadstone Winter Shopping Event, Tuesday, May 17, with hundreds of offers, in-store events and a $2,000 shopping voucher to win. See chadstone.com.au for details.
Mostly sunny this afternoon. Right now, 24 degrees as Triple M rocks footy.
The 2016 AFL season is proudly brought to you by Toyota. Toyota Footy. Oh, what a feeling. Triple M Footy is the #1 football call on radio. And your front row for the Fiat Ducato with 400 Newton metres of torque. Move with more grunt. Welcome to the Saturday Run.
For McDonald's fan feed boxes.
Triple M rocks footy.
Oh, nice to have your company. We're at the Triple MCG and looking forward enormously to 2 of the big clubs in this magnificent city going head-to-head on a Saturday afternoon. Collingwood, Carlton. And a beautiful day it is too here at the MCG. Couldn't be a better setup for what's going to be a ripping afternoon of football. Josh Gibson's going to join us. Brendan Bolton, the coach of the Carlton Footy Club. Taylor Adams from Collingwood. So a big lineup as we get ready for this one. I look around the room. Spud Frawley ready to go. Just, again, lots of notes. And he brings his own notepad and he's ready. Not a lot in it, I've noticed, Spud. So might be quieter from you today. No. Bristol's got plenty there. I know he's got a nice head of steam up about Ty Vickery coming off the ground. So I look forward to that. And Purple, of course, the news antenna might well have a bit of Richmond attached to it. I'm not sure we found out any more about either of the teams last night, Purple. It was a strange night.
I reckon it's a fair assessment, Jim. The outs for Hawthorn, in my reckoning, were probably bigger than the outs for the Richmond team. And while you can say that to get to three-quarter time and the game still's on, an improvement on Richmond's efforts, when it's all said and done, they lost a game of footy, yet another game, their 6th consecutive game of footy, this time by 8 goals against a team that is well and truly down on its absolute best.
Didn't it confirm that they aren't going to play finals this year?
I think now you can probably say that.
Did we need that?
And with Sydney next week,
did we need
I think we needed 1 or 2 more. I think we've got that, and Sydney next week's not going to help.
They've got to play. You got to win 13 generally, don't you? I mean, it
13
depends
gets
on
you
the
win.
year.
13 gets you win.
12 gets you win.
So 12 you can sometimes miss.
So now they've got to win basically 12 of their next 15 games.
Well, they've got Sydney next week.
Pretty much. So it's a very, very tough ask for the Tigers.
They've got Sydney up there next week, and look, they're done and dusted. They won't play in the finals. And look, I'm just happy to be here, JB, after what happened on Monday. A little bit of an accident, but anyway.
It's funny about this, Bristol, because we had Nick Riewoldt in the box last night. And Nick Riewoldt, by the way, unbelievable debut of special comments last night. It was just extraordinary. Anyway, we'll get to that a bit later on because Twitter lit up at how succinct and current and modern and unbelievable he was, as against Chief, who was going back to the 80s and some of the crap he was rolling with. But anyway, so we had that last night, Bristol, but off air, which is the bit I laughed at, he told us that they've got a tally. They've got a board at St Kilda, a whiteboard.
This is Spud.
No, the St Kilda players during this week, they've got a board and an art line, one of those removable art lines, where they just kept putting a 1 up there every time Spud retold the story about a horse kicking him in the head. He said in the end we had no room on the whiteboard left. He told everyone at the club, and some blokes twice.
Jim, I think Nick Riewoldt told us that off the record, though.
I don't care. So Spud,
and not only that, Spud's actually sent his own photos out. Not 1, not 2, but 3 photos of him bleeding.
So take us through it again, Spud.
Triple M 20. You can have a look at those photos.
Just for those who haven't caught up with it, everyone else has. Just what happened?
Oh, look, very inexperienced.
Don't now be You're reluctant to tell us.
No, well,
You've
my beautiful
fashioned this
wife,
into
Anita, we've got a 2-year-old colt, well-bred, and we're taking it down to a trainer, Kieran Mart. And 3 months ago, had a bit of a mishap putting it into the float. So Anita said, let's get the vet to give it a little tranquiliser to keep it calm, because it's still a colt, Brian, pretty colty. And I thought, no, that's going to cost $220. I'll be able to get it into the float. So I'm leading it around, and it's sort of rearing a little bit. As soon as it saw the float, wouldn't go near it. So I said to Anita, just give it a little tap on the backside with the whip. So she just sort
gentle.
Yeah, it was a bit more than that. But anyway, within half a second, I've looked up and it's on its back feet and trying to paw me, and my great reflexes just moved. And it was actually the knee of the horse, not the hoof, because if it had got me on the head with the hoof, I probably wouldn't be here. And
so you've included a possible death scenario.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't at all. And anyway, we end up having to get the vet.
So hang on. You could have died.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that,
That's what you said, Spud.
I didn't say. Actually, I won't. You actually gave me a text. But anyway, inexperienced, so we went to the vet, and he put a little bit of tranquiliser in it. Then I had to get 4 mates, because a 600-kilo horse wouldn't stand up. He put too much tranquiliser in it, so we had to wobble it on the float. Then I gave Anita a glass of wine that night, and we were quite happy with our achievement, but it did take me back to where I stand in the pecking order at the Frawley household, because when the horse obviously got away after it did nearly kill me, Brian.
Oh, dear.
Anita chased after the horse.
Huge story.
Didn't even worry about me. But anyway, we move on. But that's about it. So I did.
You did circulate very quickly photos of yourself.
Yeah, I did. No, a couple of mates said what happened, because there are a couple of owners in the horse, so I was pretty worried that the horse was injured.
This was on the Monday, wasn't it?
It was on the Monday.
Yeah, filthy. It missed the bounce on the Sunday, apparently.
Well, I've got a couple of things I want to run by, but I'll use them later on.
All
But
right.
anyway.
One of the big stories, Bristol, out of the game last night was Ty Vickery kicking 2 goals on end and then coming from the ground. And I know your antenna picked up, and I know lots of others did too.
Yeah, and I think we're going to play a little bit of audio, are we, Luke, just leading into this of the game?
Yeah,
Damo?
Hardwick first, and then Trent Cotchin, the captain.
Yeah, it is in a way. It's end of the day. They're due for rotations. That's how it works. We've got to keep, the guy, there's a lot of scientific effort that goes into realising when a player's above their threshold, they're going to be counterproductive, so we get them off. It's part and parcel of what we do. So.
Yeah, I suppose it's just part of the rotations. I mean, I don't disagree with you. If you've kicked 2 in a matter of a couple of minutes, you'd be silly not to stick there and try and slot a third. But as AFL is now, you need the break and get it when you can.
Look, this is not a Richmond thing for me. I love the Tigers. I had a bit of a crack at their recruiting last week. No one else, just their recruiting. And it had no effect on Richmond winning or losing the game to me. But last night's actions proved my point, Spud, that sports science, head of conditioning, are stuffing up our game. So here are the facts. Listen in. Ty Vickery, out of form, needs confidence, right? He kicks 2 goals in 2 minutes, just what the doctor ordered. He's up and oozing juices from the nostrils. They're flaring. He's ready to go. The runner comes out into him and says, "You're off, mate." His confidence immediately plummets. The confidence of Gibbs and his opponent immediately rises, even though he's had 2 kicked on him in 2 minutes. There's a big chance for him to ram the point home, as Jim knows. Why did he come off? Because the computer said it was his turn to come off. Sports science computers, red alert, get him off, he's tired. Give me a break. How much of the game did Gibson play, Spud?
100% of the game.
100% of the game.
Off.
Who was his opponent, Spud?
Ty Vickery.
Why couldn't he have played 90% of the game or 100? They got no feel for footy, no feel for the ebb and flow of the game, no feel for any game situation at all, these guys. They have no understanding, and listen carefully to this, of how a top forward thinks, like myself. He spent the next 11 minutes on the bench. It was a dumb decision. This happens every week. Deledio thought it was a bad decision from his actions. Cotchin said after it was the wrong decision. Everyone watching thought how stupid. And Vickery would have been thinking to himself, why? Get a footy person on the bench to overrule the sports science guys, because there was a guy standing right next to Deledio last night when it happened with a pad, and he was the sports science guy saying it's time to get off. This is just a small sample of something that happens in every game. I've watched these overpaid, over-educated, test tube-looking laboratory geniuses that are undereducated in common sense and football, steal our game, convert it to something unrecognisable for no apparent reason other than a self-polish. I did not accept that an extra 5 minutes will kill him. Talls are different to smalls, so backman can play nearly every minute of the game. Why the hell can't a forward play nearly every minute of the game that's tall? It is an absolute outright disgrace.
Well said, Brian. Well said. Couldn't agree more wholeheartedly than Brian. And Gibson's the other one. I'll look at it from a defender's point of view. He's relieved. He's just had 2 goals kicked on him. So I would have loved, but any backman that gets 2 or 3 goals kicked on them, all of a sudden they get twitchy. They get very nervous. And Ty Vickery is a player that goes in and out of the game. We know that.
They could have delayed the decision to take him off for 5 minutes.
BT,
he got 20 minutes.
And still got the same rest.
BT, you've still got 90 rotations throughout the course of a game. That is a lot of rotations. Where is Damien Hardwick, though? Why is he not coming in and saying, put him back on? Let's just put him back on.
So he's backed his support crew.
But that's my point, BT. That man is fighting for his job like everyone else. I know he's got a 2-year extension, but here we are, a coach of a footy club, watching his key forward sit on the bench while the game is being played.
But in fairness to Hardwick, he's probably watching the bigger picture and everything happening. He probably may not have even seen him come off at the time.
The bigger picture was the ball was coming straight out of the Richmond forward line because Vickery wasn't there.
If I was the forward line coach in the box, I would be saying to Damien, do not take him off. Because he's a player that needs confidence. He flows in and out of the game. He only played 65% of the game time, so if he's not fit enough, don't play him.
But my point is, Damien Hardwick, when it's all said and done, is the top of the tree by line of command at that footy club. And he let this happen, BT. You're saying 11 minutes. Was that actually 11 minutes?
I think it was, yeah.
And then he played for 2.
Well, he's got to take responsibility for that.
I went to a game. I won't say which team I watched, right? And I stood behind the bench for the whole game. And I watched the way they do the bench. So don't any of these guys get up and bullshit to me about it comes from the coach and all that crap. Because I've watched you. Yep. I've watched you out there, and they down there with their little pads and bloody computers.
GPS.
Go and get it. They send the runner out. Go and get him off. It's time. Red alert, red alert, red alert. It is just nonsense. These guys there should be a football person, which there is on the bench, saying, hey, no. Let him go for another 2 or 3 minutes. We see if we can get another goal out of him.
It's spot on. And to back it up,
I was a confidence player.
There's no doubt. Everyone is, Brian.
And most tall forwards are. Because marking is a confidence thing.
And most tall defenders want to keep a forward down, and their psychological stimulus, the adrenaline, they want to keep it down. So Vickery's adrenaline was just sucked out of his body. And I watched North play this year. One of the reasons why North Melbourne are playing well, Waite, Brown and Petrie very rarely come off the ground. Yep. They rotate in a triangle formation in the forward line. Yep. They'll still come off. Probably Drew being the elder statesman there, he'll spend a little bit more time off, maybe 5 minutes just before half-time to give him a 25-minute break. Yep. That's one of the reasons why North are playing well, because the midfield, they're rotating the ends of the ground. Scotty Thompson and these blokes, they stay at home.
Coaches have got to start coaching again and regaining the authority and the ability to be able to say no to these people.
The Vickery one, Bristol, is different because he is a key forward. So I get what he's saying. I don't have the answer because obviously no attachment to Richmond. But the thing that people are headless about when they watch footy is why a player like a Dustin Martin, for instance, kicks a goal and then comes straight off the ground. The reason all the rotations happen when a goal's kicked is because you're guaranteed of a 30-second break because of the host broadcaster. Yeah. And coaches are headless if players take themselves off in broken play and then the replacement can't get to where he needs to be in the grid before they get scored against. So that's why...
But the question about
we all know this, Brian, but people watching don't. So they need to understand that when there's a goal kicked, you've got 30 seconds. That's why everyone piles off the ground.
But that doesn't answer the question why the guy that kicked the goal comes off.
Well, that's Vickery, and he's a forward, so I don't understand that.
And even the smalls and the mids. Why is it the guy that kicks the goal that comes off all the time, or is it that just a coincidence? I mean, it's remarkable, the whole thing.
But hearing Damien Hardwick, BT, talking about thresholds, and it just doesn't make sense. When you're a coach, you've got to have a feel for the game, feel for the moment. And
you're right. That is 100% right.
And maybe when you talk about Damien Hardwick, I mean, someone described him as a genius last week. Maybe when we're describing and assessing Damien Hardwick...
Who called him that?
Robbo. Well, maybe BT, maybe he doesn't have the feel that's required at that point. I don't know, but to me it's as bad a look for him as it is anyone else at that footy club last night.
It's either that or he has absolute trust in the people he's designated the job to rotate.
Well, it's not working. It's not working because at the very best it gets him to finals and they fall short. Or at this year's instance, it's 1 and 6.
Honestly, people need to have a understanding, and I don't think they do, of what a big marking forward thrives on. And when he when I can tell you, look, I played that position myself, and I know. And when you kick multiple goals, you feel absolutely bulletproof, especially in quick succession. You feel you can't be beaten. And it's the same as a basketball when he gets on a run of hitting a three. All of a sudden, you hit 4 threes in a row, and then 5 threes, and then he dries up. You've got to let him go until he dries up. And that's what should have happened last night.
And Gunston, to back it up, he played 96% of the time. How did Gunston play? He was probably the best player.
Yeah, and he's a running player.
He's a running player, and he'll have times where we're down. And I can remember playing on BT, and I went into the game thinking if I can keep BT half a contest at quarter time, regardless of whether I get the ball, I want to keep his adrenaline factor down at the G or at Vic Park, because I'm thinking, gee, if he kicks a couple in front of the crowd early, it's going to be a long day for me.
And don't anyone out there say this has got something to do with, old style footy and new.
Not at all.
It's not. The mental capacity hasn't changed.
All right, for the Fair Ducato, this is a Saturday rub. Josh Gibson's going to join us next from the Hawks. We can put that to him. How he felt when Ty Vickery went from the ground. For the Fair Ducato, by the way, get mates rates on Fiat professional vans in May and June. $3,000 discount for ABN holders. Visit fiat.com.au for details. I understand that someone in the media that we all know might have given Spud a clip during the week. Might have even called him a bogan, so we might play that a little later on as well, because we love that, Spud.
And I've got a little bit, a couple of AFL guys in the media have got ahead of themselves, and last week we had a good day, but this one, I've got to delve a little bit deeper today.
Well, this bloke said it on a station where no one was listening, so he thought he might just be able to get it through.
Right?
He thought he might be able to get it through without us hearing.
Bogan.
Four or fifth hand, we heard you branded a bogan.
I've been called plenty of things,
Spud,
but I ain't a bogan.
It's coming up, so you better get ready for
Don't
McDonald's.
you start worrying. Who
Triple
was
M
that?
Rocks football.
On Friday, Mick Malloy was up and about.
It's got a good feeling tonight.
Yeah, you're
Tigers.
Yeah, you're back on board?
Mate, we're going to go berserk.
But then this happened.
And they pile on the pain here, the Hawks.
This is what Monday could sound like.
Thanks for a great time. Great game plan. Everyone was on song. You know what we need? A rebuild.
Triple M's Hot Breakfast, Everything Melbourne. Subscribe to the podcast now on iTunes.
Watch Canada play the USA in the 2016 Ice Hockey Classic, presented by Scotiabank. Book a Ticketek.
Spoil Mum this Mother's Day at Rebel with the new Fitbit Alta, a stylish customisable fitness tracker featuring automatic exercise recognition, sleep and activity tracking, now just $179. That's the new Fitbit Alta for $179, only while stocks last and only at Rebel. Offer ends Sunday.
G'day. Us Victorian pear farmers have been hit hard by hailstorms. But that doesn't mean our pears don't taste good. It just means that they look a bit unique or exclusive. Crafted by nature, individually embossed with frozen water. Yeah, we call them our hailstorm heroes. So look for delicious but slightly hail-damaged Australian pears in your supermarket today. They may have taken a beating, but they're still great for eating. And remember, they're limited edition.
I'm a builder. I started out as a tradie for hire, putting up plasterboard, replacing broken windows, small stuff. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I wanted bigger things. Then I joined the Master Builders Association of Victoria. They helped me get my Cert 4 in building and construction. Now I'm managing my own construction projects. And that's just the beginning, because I'm a master builder, and I'm unbeatable.
Get qualified and boost your career today at mbav.com.au. Master Builders. Unbeatable.
RTO 3935.
Find the perfect gift this Mother's Day, this week at IGA Liquor. Purchase a bottle of Bailey's 700ml and receive a bonus 200-gram Cadbury milk tray. Or celebrate her special day with a bottle of Kim Crawford Marlborough Sauv Blanc for $15 each. Or Grant Burge Pinot Noir Chardonnay NV for just $20 each. Specials available until Tuesday, May 10 or while stocks last at your local IGA Liquor. Please drink responsibly.
Mountain Design's massive 30% off store-wide sale ends Mother's Day. Don't miss the store-wide bargains on their quality outdoor and travel gear or getting that something special for Mum. Details in store for Mountain Design's massive 30% off store-wide sale ends Sunday.
iiNet's 1,000 gig naked deal isn't just big, it's gigantic. So I'm going to tell you about it using this voice giganticizer.
You get 1,000 gigs of iiNet naked broadband with no extra charge for line rental for only $69.99 a month.
Now, make me sound small for the disclaimer.
Minimum 24-month cost $1,759.71, including setup. Quota includes upload and download, not available in all areas.
You're a real beer nerd. You think the gold stuff isn't just a drink, it's an art. If you could marry beer, you'd have already put a ring on it. At the Windsor Ale House, we understand this kind of love, because we love beer too. That's why we've put 18 of the world's best craft beers on tap, paired them with top pub grub, and hooked up great entertainment all week long. The Windsor Ale House. We really love beer. 42 Punt Road, St Kilda Junction. Go to thewindsoralehouse.com.au.
For McDonald's fan feed boxes, Triple M rocks footy. This is the Saturday Rub with a Fiat Ducato with 400 Newton metres of torque. Move with more grunt.
Collingwood Carlton MCG Saturday afternoon. We're looking forward to this one, of course. We watched last night an 8-goal victory, or as good as, for the Hawks over the Tigers. I don't think there's been an operator in the modern era who doesn't love Friday night football more than this man. He loves getting out on the big stage. He likes the prime time, get the job done, and then he gets home, and then he's got the whole weekend
Mirrored house.
to coffee, to get the dog out,
Brighton
to do
bath.
all of the stuff that he loves on the weekend. I speak of the Gib, Josh Gibson, who's been good enough to jump on the phone and join us. Gib, welcome.
Thanks, JB. You forgot, mate, that I like to get my top off, don't I?
The top off, especially today because the sun's out. You'll be drifting down North Road in Brighton and just
Brighton
giving everyone a look. Gibbo, last night for 3 quarters, it was a tight go. How were you able to blow it open in the end?
Look, you're right. It was a tight go, and I think the pleasing thing was that the guys just hung in there and stuck to our structure. You know, like they were up in the third quarter, and we just believed in our system. And our contested footy really lifted in the last quarter. We got some really good centre clearances, which gave our forward the first look, and we finished off our work, which is pleasing.
Well done, Gibbo. Great performance. It was a great team effort, but your forwards were terrific, weren't they? Rioli, Bruce, up the ground. They were absolutely magnificent. Paul Puopolo. But Liam Shields is one player I'd like to ask you about. Very underrated on the outskirts of Hawthorn. 16 tackles for the match and 9 in that last quarter.
Yeah, you're right, mate. Inside the walls of the footy club, he's really highly respected. He's an emerging leader. He gets down and dirty each week, and as you said, in that last quarter, he lifted and had massive impact at the coalface, and he's a big contributor into our small forwards getting on the end of them and kicking goals.
Gibbo, we were just talking about Ty Vickery when he came off the ground there before. You were playing on him at the time. He kicked 2 in 2 minutes. As a defender, what are you thinking, and how good was it to have him go off the ground and not stay there and keep on the roll?
To be honest, mate, I didn't even notice he went off. I'm not that smart. But look, we always ask just for our midfield to put some pressure on, try and get that ball to come in high, so it gives us a chance to come across and spoil. Because obviously he's a pretty big fella. He's a lot heavier than me, so he can manhandle some of us a bit, and he did that at stages last night.
Now, Gibbo, that's bullshit. You were playing. You would have known that he'd kick 2. He was on fire. What we're trying to do is the debate here over a big forward. Should he be taken off when his confidence is rising? How happy were you as a defender that he'd gone?
Mate, to be honest, I was just worried about Jack. I was worried about Jack sitting on my head. So, look, they chose to make a rotation at that time, and we just dealt with it, mate.
Josh, surnames Sicily, O'Brien, Brand, Howe, Lovell. They're not traditional, at least in the last most recent years, Hawthorn names, are they? They're all having their own little impact in a way. Are you liking what's happening this year? You're going for 4 in a row, yet at the same time you're introducing some fresh young talent to the list.
Yeah, I think I heard a stat that we had 5 guys under 10 games last night, which was really pleasing. And there's always such a big emphasis put on our senior guys and how we're going to perform without them. And I thought all of those blokes stood up and carried a fair bit of a load last night. And as you said, it's pleasing to get games into young guys, but it's also they're coming in and playing their role and contributing, and that's the most important thing. And as a group, we have total faith in them, and we saw that last night that when they come in, they can do the job that's required.
Josh, you went into the game last night with a 4-win, 2-loss record. There was commentary outside the club that you may have been just off the boil a little bit. What happened, if you now can, take us through the GWS game that was so stark by way of contrast when Hawthorn had lost?
Yeah, look, we're not going to shy away from the fact that we had a disappointing loss against GWS, and so much is spoken about contested footy, and we don't always win that stat, but we don't normally lose by a margin. We did in that area on the night. So, look, we had an off night, and teams can have disappointing performances, and we definitely had one last week. But, you know, when you bring it back, we were 4-2. Every side we played was in the top 8 past St Kilda, and we knew that if we could turn some things around, we could come away with another win, and we sit 5-2. Yeah, maybe we haven't played our best football at times, but 5-2 is a good start to the year.
Sure. And Alistair Clarkson, he's got many ways to motivate you players. Heard that he did go pretty specific on some players during the week. Jordan Lewis got some, I suppose, some urgings. Were there other players as well that were asked to just lift to their normal standards?
Yeah, look, there was multiple players. There's a lot of us that we feel have just been playing average to above average footy, and we want to get better than that. You know, we're a pretty proud group. We know that if we can get up and going and get some guys into the game, then we play well. And there was a lot of guys that were down the other week, and it was a great challenge. And I thought a lot of guys stepped up in that area, whether it was some guys like the Isaac Smith with their outside run, or key defenders stepping up. Louis played a really good game last night, and some of our small forwards that maybe haven't kicked as many like Punky this year were able to get on the end of some. So, yeah, we're a proud group, and, you know, we weren't happy with our performance against GWS, and it was pleasing that the guys responded in the way they did last night.
The contested ball situation, especially in the first 3 quarters, was all Richmond's way, Gibbo. In the last quarter, you're outstanding. Is that a little bit of a concern? I think it's the last 13 times you've been beaten in the contested ball, and you've only won it twice. Is that a little bit of a concern going forward?
As I said earlier, like, it's a stat we haven't won a lot. Someone told me it's, you know, we've won under 10 times in the last 20 or 25 games or something like that. So in that time we've been able to win a premiership. So it's not the be-all and end-all for us contested footy, but we just need to get closer to the mark. And I thought we did that last night. We don't think that we need to win it each week, but we can't have as big a discrepancy as we had some games this season.
You mentioned Jordan Lewis maybe getting a rev, and Isaac Smith's obviously someone that is really important to your team, especially when you get up and running. I thought his run, Hartung and Hill in that last quarter, when the game opened up, they really did set up a big win.
Yeah, they did, and you know, their outside run's really important for us, and our bigger body guys are hunting on the inside, and you know, we've got to play a brand of footy that allows those guys to run and get in the open space and use the ball, and I felt we did that last night, and it was pleasing to see young Billy step in, have a big impact, getting the ball, and also finishing off with a goal. So, look, a good step forward, but, you know, we've just got to move on from that win now.
I see Brian Lake at training on some vision during the week on the back of the GWS loss. Surely he didn't front up and think that he could possibly work his way back in, did he?
It came down to give KB or Yolo his first game jumper.
Right.
Just 10-minute speech. 9 minutes was about Lakey. He managed to actually congratulate Yolo on playing his first game, but look, he actually sat back in his normal seat in the theatre and thought he was going to be playing this week. So it was a little bit of a shock to him when he didn't see his magnet up there, but I heard he did some good work out at his local club this weekend.
He was good, Caden Brand.
He was really good first quarter. It's always nice when it's your first game to get your hands on the footy early, and he's worked super hard. 2 shoulder recos last year, but his pre-season this year's been spot on, and I was glad to see him get his first game.
So what's going on for the rest of the weekend then, Gib? Just one of the A-list restaurants tonight, or what are we doing, please?
We're actually just on a bus, mate, heading down to Red Hills for a Jordan Lewis's 30th lunch, mate, down at the winery. So
10 minutes by tractor or Montalto? Which one are we drifting into, please?
Just can't reveal the name of it, mate, but you just need to know we'll be at a winery, JB. That's all you need to know.
Jeez, you've changed, Gibbo. Back in the North Melbourne days, you just would have drifted into a pub somewhere in Pascoe Vale and had a pot. Now it's a winery at Red Hill. It's just a whole different world for you.
Just following your footsteps, mate. I don't know if you've been in many pubs around North Melbourne of late, mate.
Exactly right.
Like used to have a farm in Flinders. That's a bit rich.
I don't think JB's been to a pub, full stop.
Yeah. Hey, bugger off, Gibbo. Very nice talking to you, though, and very nicely played last night. The Hawks, an important win for you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Josh Gibson, that's how he rolls. Just on a bus going down to Red Hill.
Just to sip on some
Pinot
Noir, Jim.
for a 30th birthday, Spud.
No, it's a wanker setup, I reckon. That's what it is.
Didn't one of the
Real wanker
famous
stuff.
Hawthorns players, Jim, of recent times get caught holding the hand of a girl down at a Mornington Peninsula winery some years ago? It wasn't meant to be with the person.
You're asking me?
Speaking of girls and boys, I saw something extraordinary when we arrived here at the MCG today.
All right.
I saw Spud.
Oh, no.
And I saw Caro coming together with a kiss. Spud. In the media room out the back here.
What's happening?
Little peck on the cheek. From Caro or to you or you to Caro? That
She walked over.
that
What
true?
was I to do? She's only human, Brian.
We've got things we need to discuss with you, Spud.
Oh, I sense a yes.
I think the deeper we go into this season, the more unhinged you'll become.
Well, I don't deny that.
For McDonald's.
Everyone knows
and
that.
the Fiat Ducato Triple M Rocks football.
You gotta keep them separated. Triple M is building an even bigger playlist. We're playing whatever, whenever.
This harder time.
Songs we've forgotten. Songs we'd almost forgotten. Songs maybe worth forgetting. You'll never know what's next. 105.1 Triple M Rocks. Playing whatever, whenever.
So, Friday night, we should...
Jenny, you're on the phone. I need that overnight courier job out urgently.
Already sorted with Pack and Send, Mr. Jones.
And has the new merchandise gone out?
Yes, sir. And the exhibition stand for the Singapore conference is on its way. Maybe Pack and Send can help you today. They do more than you think.
Streamline your workday. Call 1300 668 000. Visit a store or hit packsend.com.au. Pack and Send. Anything, anywhere.
Looks like Pack and Send just delivered me a long lunch. Thanks to Instant Scratch-Its Crosswords ticket range, we're celebrating Mother's Day every day this week with messages for Mum.
Hey, Mum. You know you used to give me lunch money in year 7? Well, I used to buy a whole heap of lollies for everyone with it. Sorry about that.
Mum, hi, confession time. I borrowed your car and I reversed it into a parked car. That's what that mystery scratch was from. Yeah, it was me.
Hey Mum, it's me, your son. I'm alive. I know I haven't called you in a few months, so I just wanted to apologise for that. I love you.
Still looking for a great gift idea for Mum? Well, how about an Instant Scratch-Its Crosswords ticket? It's the instant I love you, Mum. Grab one for Mum at your local Tats outlet today.
Mountain Design's massive 30% off store-wide sale ends Mother's Day. Don't miss the store-wide bargains on their quality outdoor and travel gear or getting that something special for Mum. Details in store for Mountain Design's massive 30% off store-wide sale ends Sunday.
Find the perfect gift this Mother's Day, this week at IGA Liquor. Purchase a bottle of Bailey's 700ml and receive a bonus 200-gram Cadbury milk tray. Or celebrate her special day with a bottle of Kim Crawford Marlborough Sauv Blanc for $15 each. Or Grant Burge Pinot Noir Chardonnay NV for just $20 each. Specials available until Tuesday, May 10 or while stocks last at your local IGA Liquor. Please drink responsibly.
All right, bring in the owl, and we're recording.
Want to cut as much as $550 from your energy bills?
Stop. You said $550. Go again and stick to the script, please.
No, that's right. Cut as much as $550 when you bundle your electricity and gas with Energy Australia.
Really?
Simply switch to our Flexi Saver plan, pay on time over 12 months, and choose to receive your bills and welcome pack by email.
And I'll cut up to $550 from my bills.
Yes. So make a wise call on 1300 Energy. Find out more at energyaustralia.com.au.
Marvel's Captain America Civil War is the #1 movie in the world.
You don't deserve that shield.
You keep telling yourself that. And everyone's talking about it.
I really don't want to hurt you. I wouldn't stress about it.
It's an outstanding film and the most fun you'll have at the movies this year.
This is awesome.
It's an explosive blockbuster that will leave you on the edge of your seat.
Sit down. I don't want it.
Marvel's Captain America Civil War.
I could do this all day.
See it in cinemas now.
For McDonald's fan feed boxes, Triple M rocks footy. This is the Saturday rub for the Fiat Ducato with 400 Newton metres of torque. Move with more grunt.
Welcome back, Collingwood, Carlton, Triple MCG, Saturday afternoon, 7th of May, round 7. You know all the details. Beautiful day in Melbourne, the best city in the world, and we are ready for two arch rivals to go head-to-head. Now, Spud,
yep.
During the week on the Hot Breakfast, of course, unbelievable Triple M breakfast show, dominating FM breakfast, of course, Ed and Darcy.
Outstanding.
And Mick Malloy. They were celebrating with Tony Jones the fact that he's had 30 years in the media.
It's a bit Rex-like.
It was a bit manufactured the week, I will admit, but anyway.
Right. Who cares?
Anyway, my ears pricked up, Spud, when this was said about you.
Oh.
Talk about news. This is how we work over here, assembling news. This is you on 3AW this morning.
Why do they call you chompers?
Well, they, as in the bogans at Triple M, they, little awkward. No, but when I meant the bogans, as in, I meant the bogans, as in Brian Taylor and Danny Frawley.
Brayshaw right behind this too.
Brayshaw, is that his thing?
James Brayshaw, the one who reinvented Triple M football.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Exactly.
Spud, he's calling you a bogan.
He did, Spud.
Well, he said all of Triple
Spud,
M, and then he tried.
He's called you. I heard him call the Chompers. Called you. He thought he'd slide over onto the AM band, and we wouldn't pick up on it because no one listens. Spud, someone found that audio. They ran it on Hot Breakfast. He's branded you a bogan.
I'm shocked. It's the first I've heard of it. Now, I'll chomper. The reason why he got the chomps and the reason he lost all the weight, Brian, was 10 years ago, JB.
Yes.
He thought he was going to supersede Peter Hitchner. He's not going anywhere, Chompers! Peter Hitchner's there for the next 20 years! You can lose all your weight, you skinny bag of pus now. Get all that loose skin taken off. You were 30 or 40 kilos overweight. You do say no at the dinner table now, Chomp. You look like a skull with teeth. A skull with teeth, and not only that, Chopper. Peter Hitchner, he's not going anywhere, so suck lemons, Chopperhead. Suck it big time, Chomp. And not only that, we go back when he worked with us, Brian, at Triple M.
Yes.
He is still
I've got
inviting...
nothing to do with this, TJ.
He is still inviting friends... That is a loosely described word with you, Chomp. To your functions when you have a... show on Foxtel with Green Machine and Tony Mundine.
Come on,
and then you charge the guests $11.50. That's right, $11.50 plus GST because me son, he's being the waiter. We need to give him 50 cents each as well. Oh, Chomper, you are kidding yourself. And what are we celebrating? 30 years of knifing, people! Who's sacked today? We'll sack this bloke. Come on, Chomper. Do something instead of talking about guys losing their careers. I've taken it well.
I reckon, yeah.
Well, that's the first I've heard of it.
All he did's brand you bogan.
And while I'm...
Which you're half from
No,
Ballarat.
I'm not. You know that, Brian.
Okay.
Hey, don't you laugh, Warrior. I've heard BT. I've heard... He's demanded red carpet time at the Logies.
Now you wheeled on a purple.
No, on behalf of the footy show, Brian, he's demanded with Michelle Stamper that he's the man because JB's got the game at North tomorrow.
Yep.
He's demanded that he
represent.
So I want to ask the Triple M team, the pack. What question would you ask Warrior walking down the red carpet with his Tom Ford little glasses on and just half a head wobble? What story would you do this week, Warrior? And what would Warrior say on the red carpet? What would he say? Have a look at me, a skinny little bag of bones with a suit on. JB, don't you laugh, mate. Don't you laugh, mate. Now this article, I know Brian went with it last week.
What's
this
that?
article about the Triple M thing. This winning only beginning Rouge Chief now.
Spud.
I'm not going to go, what?
Never has there been an article where I is mentioned less.
No.
Spud, I've read that article and he's done it very well.
Never, there's not an I in there, Spud, and that is deliberate because I knew this crap would come from you today.
Yeah.
Bormy's written it really well.
And
great writer, Greg Baum.
And I must admit.
About the club and its people, nothing to do with me.
I woke up early and heard there was an article
Sucked
on you.
in.
No, I know sucked in. But I read it 3 times, Brian, I've got to admit. Yeah. It's a very good article.
Oh, yeah.
But the photo!
Oh, I can't
What's going on?
bloody photo! Piss off, Spud.
No one's getting carried away.
I've had enough of you, Spud.
He's doing
What's he doing, Spud?
He's not handshaking like a man, Brian, like this.
Oh, yeah, I've had enough of you, too.
It's
Well, I can't be held responsible for the bloody photo, Spud.
It's LeBron James. It's Usain Bolt.
It's Dwayne Wade.
It's that wanker Anthony
I've had enough of
Mundine. Not only that, it's real flogfest. You've got Jeff Walsh in the background with his arms folded, Brian. And he's been there 40 years. He's seen it all. The more they win, the more they see the board directors and the president. Jeff Walsh in the background.
What's he thinking?
I reckon we need to ask the pack, but this is what I think he's thinking, Brian, with his arms folded. Jim, you flog, get out. Have a look at this.
I wish that horse had kicked some bloody brains into you, fair dinkum.
The article's good. The photo.
I can't be held responsible for the bloody photo. It's got nothing to do with it.
Mate, get here. Shake me hand like a man.
I'm not shaking your hand.
Shake
You're
my
a tool.
hand.
I'm giving you nothing.
Stand up and say,
you can have that.
Good to see you again, Spud.
That's the finger out
Don't
the
be
middle.
going like that.
Spud,
Shake.
I'm hip and young and fresh. That's how you shake people's hands these days. Don't
Shake
do that,
my-
bloody old.
Shake me.
Oh, no, he's clipped him.
Come on, shake me hand. No, come on, shake me hand.
Oh, no.
Shake me.
Oh, he's dirtied up.
He's dirtied up.
Oh, no,
He's dirtied up.
He's had his
He's
headphones.
dirtied up. Shake me hand. Well, I'm not moving to you. Shake me hand like a man, because I don't want to see this crap anymore.
I'm giving you. I'll tell you the shake I'm giving you.
Mate, don't be bending over.
filming
I'm in a drought at home at the moment, so don't be doing that.
JB's just giving him a brown eye, and he's eating a sandwich at the same time.
Don't be unloosing your belt. It's a bit frosty at home at the moment.
on,
All right,
Spud.
Shake me
I'm
hand.
not shaking your hand.
Shake my hand, or I'll break your skinny neck. Shake it.
Sit down.
Shake it.
Sit down, Spud.
Oh,
I'm
terrible.
not shaking your
That's
hand.
where you've become. That's what
Spud,
you've become.
I'm hip and fresh and new.
Well, I want to get the Triple M family at
the
Triple M
photo.
Footy.
What's
Jeff
happening?
Walsh. I want a caption from Jeff Walsh
I
looking
can't
at Brent
be
Harvey.
held responsible for the photo they run, Spud.
You know
The
they're going to be all
content
over
in
you.
there is
The
liquid
more
gold.
they win,
Mate.
the more JB's involved. all right?
BT, you know as well as I do, but the cameraman is a metre away.
Yeah.
You would have known. Oh, let's police some skin bro. Oh, look at me. I'm a real wanker type president now.
If I just drag attention, Spud, I can't help it. It's part of the
No
whole
one's
thing.
getting carried away.
Spud, just before we leave the whole situation, is
Yes.
it true?
Come
Is
on.
it true now, Spud?
Come on, Spud.
Now, Spud, as we just draw a breath, that
Yes.
you went to a leading. Have you approached a leading PR firm in Melbourne about enhancing and bettering your brand on a global scale? Have you?
Have you? No.
You haven't.
No, at all.
Categorically say you have not.
No, I haven't.
Spoken to anyone along
No.
those lines
So-
and
no.
said, can you take my brand and
Well,
really enhance it?
Look, they couldn't improve it anymore. Let's be brutally
Now, a
honest.
very
I'm on
good
fire.
friend of ours here at Triple M Football, JB.
I'm on fire.
We're representing all the big brands.
Big ones.
Biggest brands in the world, and a Chemist Warehouse in Australia
Yeah,
here.
Chemist
is the
Warehouse.
Biggest
Yes. Peter
advertiser in
Quattro.
Australia.
Yes.
Peter Quattro, is it true that you approached Quattro Moving Brands to grow your brand bigger?
Spud.
And hang on, and you were politely advised by Quattro Moving Brands that they would not take you on as a client.
They don't take on
Saying
individuals.
they are full on their books and
That
could not
is-
take any more
No,
when
that's
they're
a lie.
empty.
That is a lie.
Spud.
I know Peter Quattro really well.
We all do.
We do, and
You said to Peter, I need to grow my already
I
successful
did not know. He's
Whoa,
making this
Andy,
up.
you are, Spud.
That is a lie. No, I'm happy to fall under the bus,
Speak
but
about
I asked.
Gibbo losing his way. You've lost your way.
direct from the horse's mouth.
No, I don't.
Peter Quattro.
I don't need Chemist Warehouse, mate.
No, this is not about
that's
Spud
not
Chemist
for
Warehouse.
all he.
This is about
That's
you
what it is.
growing your brand. You've
I can't
approached
grow
someone
anymore,
to
mate.
grow your brand. So
you
went-
saw me walking out here before. I can't walk out the door.
So you went
I
there.
need to put a boy on. I'm that busy at the moment to sign my own autograph.
Is it true you've met another possible?
Oh,
No,
Spud.
Brian.
Okay, all right, we'll stay away from that. But
The
moving
Peter
brands,
Quattro one is. I've had some dealings with Peter Quattro through the AFLCA.
so you have spoken to him.
This is how it went. Peter, I'm Danny the Spud Frawley, and I'm on the bounce in Triple M, and I'm probably the star there.
Spud.
But I think I've outgrown those forums. Could you possibly grow my brand bigger?
No, that's crap, Brian.
It's the sort of thing you would do, though, Spud.
Look, I don't have to do it. They come to me.
Oh, no.
Pete, the big brands like that come to me, and I said to Pete, and I play golf with him, if he is ad-lib something that I'll break his skinny neck. It's as simple as that.
What interests me in Warrior with a little news antenna, Warrior is better than anyone's, is halfway through that discussion, your pupils just widened and Bristol backed off.
I've had dealings with Chemist Warehouse, but it was through the association. Mind you, I got him a $500,000 contract before I left, before I lost me marbles. But I tell you what, hey, Warrior, you just get ready for the Logies, mate. I'm looking forward to that.
Don't put this back on me.
I didn't
BT's
do
delivered this,
JB, I'm happy
this
to
message.
That is Brian's made it up.
No, it is. He hasn't made it up.
He has,
I spoke to Pete Quattro myself, and he also confirmed.
No,
it
well,
to
let's
me.
get him. I'll speak to him. I'll get him on the phone now.
And he is the master brand builder. What I understand he said is, I don't want anything to do with individuals, especially Spud.
No, you shake a hand like a man in future. You've got 4 boys. Do you want your boys? Do you want your sons shaking hands?
Days, Spud. That's
Somewhere,
how the young hip ones
You're nearly 50, JB.
Somewhere along the lines, I think he mentioned the word smelly brand. He thought it was a bit on the nose.
That's it.
We've got Brendan Bolton to join us next. We straighten back up.
Late team change, Jim. Simon White out and Michael Jamieson in, and Collingwood no changes.
Is that what you're going to say on the red carpet tomorrow night? That'd be great.
For the Fiat Ducato, get mates rates on Fiat professional vans in May and June with a $3,000 discount for ABN holders. Visit fiat.com.au for details. Spud's brand. He reckons he can't walk out the door.
What about your photo, JB?
What a tool you
Jeff
are,
Walsh. Go and have a
McDonald's,
cup of tea with Jeff Walsh.
Triple M rocks football.
The Triple M Footy Buffet continues to serve all day long. The Bombers have jetted up to Sydney to take on a white-hot Swans.
Big Teddy Richards, he's got the distance.
Can the Dons achieve the impossible?
To give Essendon a 6-point lead. He loves it. What a double cobra!
Or will the Swans continue to peck away at a top 2 spot? Join the Bendix Breaks call team straight after the Pies and Blues for McDonald's fan feed boxes. Triple M rocks footy.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Australian-made family-sized water heater with a 10-year cylinder warranty?
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Find the perfect gift this Mother's Day, this week at IGA Liquor. Purchase a bottle of Bailey's 700ml and receive a bonus 200-gram Cadbury milk tray. Or celebrate her special day with a bottle of Kim Crawford Marlborough Sauv Blanc for $15 each. Or Grant Burge Pinot Noir Chardonnay NV for just $20 each. Specials available until Tuesday, May 10 or while stocks last at your local IGA Liquor. Please drink responsibly.
Gourmet Crispy Chicken is now on the Create Your Taste menu. Golden and crispy on the outside, hot and tender on the inside. New grown-up ingredients. How very un-McDonald's.
Available 10:30am to 10pm at participating restaurants.
Bob, golf on a Tuesday, hey?
Well, I was going to plan our new logistics projects, but I met with Pack and Send this morning, and now it's all sorted.
Oh, what about your imports from China?
All sorted. Pack and Send has even got our urgent courier jobs and regular orders covered, so my afternoon is suddenly freed up.
Take your business to the world. Call 1300 668 000, visit a store or hit packsend.com.au. Pack and Send. Anything, anywhere. Shame they can't deliver your ball to the hole.
How do you create the perfect Husqvarna chainsaw with unbeatable performance and durability? Well, actually, it's quite simple. First, start a rifle factory over 325 years ago. Then make everything from sewing machines, lawnmowers and motocross bikes for a couple of hundred years. And voila, there it is. The perfect high-performance chainsaw. Now with up to $300 cash back on selected models. Only available at authorised Husqvarna servicing dealers. Husqvarna, ready when you are. Cashback available until July 31 or while stocks last. See husqvarna.com.au for details.
Mountain Design's massive 30% off store-wide sale ends Mother's Day. Don't miss the store-wide bargains on their quality outdoor and travel gear or getting that something special for mum. Details in store for Mountain Design's massive 30% off store-wide sale ends Sunday.
G'day. Us Victorian pear farmers have been hit hard by hailstorms. But that doesn't mean our pears don't taste good. It just means that they look a bit unique or exclusive, crafted by nature, individually embossed with frozen water. Yeah, we call them our hailstorm heroes. So look for delicious but slightly hail-damaged Australian pears in your supermarket today. They may have taken a beating, but they're still great for eating. And remember, they're limited edition.
For McDonald's fan feed boxes, Triple M rocks footy. This is the Saturday Rub for the Fiat Ducato with 400 Newton metres of torque. Move with more grunt.
MCG, Collingwood, Carlton, of course, for McDonald's, Triple M rocks football, and for the Fiat Ducato, get mates rates on Fiat professional vans in May and June. $3,000 discount for ABN holders. Just jump on to fiat.com.au for all of your details now. The Carlton coach, Brendan Bolton, has been good enough to get down onto the boundary for Triple M footy and jump on a microphone. Brendan, welcome.
Good morning, guys. How are we?
3 in a row for you today. If you're good enough to get over the Pies, that's a really nice place to be.
Oh, it's great. 2 traditional rivals, and Saturday afternoon doesn't get any better, I don't think.
Good luck today, Bolts. Have you noticed a bit of the tradition between these arch enemies at Carlton this week?
Well, I'm beginning to understand it. We had an open training session the other day, and more so the supporters really eager for us to try and get a win, so it'll be a really good contest.
What worries you about the Magpies, Brendan?
Oh, they've got some really fast transition out of their defence, so defensively we need to be on again. And we know they've got some targets up forward. They've got the ability to catch it in the air, so we're going to have to defend well down there as well.
You must be wrapped that Paddy Cripps is back into the team.
Yeah, really good in and around stoppages, as we know. He's really important for us in the contested side of the game, so we're up to have him back.
Another addition today, Brendan. Andrew Walker comes back. He does add something different, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think, he just adds that different mix like you're talking about up forward. He can lead up and he can also catch it in the air, and he's worked really hard on his rehab over the last month, so we hope he can hit the scoreboard for us, Dave.
Daisy Thomas seems to be having a bit of a purple patch of form. Brendan, is his body standing up? And that was obviously the big question mark the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I think Spuddy's got some continuity through the pre-season and now with games finally. So step one was get continuity through pre-season and training, and then secondly was games. So he now has that, so we'd hope he could perform again this week.
I know, Brendan, the Casbolt kicking issue is just going on, and for other players as well, but players have gone through their entire careers not being able to correct it. Just generally speaking and moving away from Casbolt, what's the next stage for a footballer that is having trouble, and it's great to see you said that he's done so much work on the track and kicked his leg off. What's the next stage if that doesn't work?
Yeah, it's that statistic that you're talking about for so long in footy that hasn't greatly improved, but I think it's that conduit between the mind and the body and technique. So I think that's the area that a lot of clubs need to look closely at. I know we're starting to really explore that now. Pre-season,
6 games in, Brendan. What's the big thing that you found interesting in your coaching, or nothing surprised you?
Everything surprised you day by day, but what I would say is what I've been really pleased about at Carlton is the goodwill and unity of everyone wanting to just roll their sleeves up and try and get this club back to where it belongs. It's going to take some time. We've all admitted that. We know it's a journey, and but the goodwill and unity of the club to try and fix it's been really real positive.
Brendan, Matty Cruiser got a pre-season in for the first time in a very long time. How have you found his first 6 weeks?
I think he's doing all right in and around the stoppages. We'd like him to catch a few more footies. He's working incredibly hard on it, but people wouldn't know this. But last week he could only see out of one eye. He got scratched pretty early in the game in his eye and only sort of recovered mid to late week. So that's an area we do want him to improve on, though. But it was pretty difficult for him last week.
Hey, Brendan, we've chewed up enough of your time, mate. Good luck. Big day for you.
Thanks, gents. Appreciate you having me on.
Brendan Bolton, the coach of the Carlton Football Club. It is a big day. It's a big rivalry. We forget that. The Carlton-Collingwood one's been going on for 100 years plus, and they don't like each other at all, which is what I think is magnificent about it. Now, social media, Purple, we've always had the Wolfpack, and they've been great to us over the journey. And I know last night they were up and about. I suspect they're up and about again today.
They are, Jim. They've loved Spud's rants on TJ. They've loved your comeback about being hip and young and fresh.
That's it, Spud.
They actually think it's one of your all-time best, Spud, which I don't like relaying to you, but that is the theme coming through, Jim, and there's screens and screens of it.
You called TJ Chopperhead. Well, I don't even think you got the M in there, just Chopperhead.
Well, the thing with Chomp is He'll take it the right way a little bit.
You reckon he will?
No, he probably won't. It'll come back.
It'll definitely come back.
It'll come back my way, but like some other people we have a go at outside this box,
Yes.
they don't talk to you after a while, and that senses that we have hit the spot.
Right.
So you've actually got to fight back, fight for a while. And that's one thing we know about Chomp. He'll come back pretty hard. I would have thought.
Teddy Wheeler loved your line about before I lost me marbles, and Jim, your line, you can't lose what you ain't got. Jim is hip, young, and fresh.
That's it, Spud. You know it.
I'm getting a fair bit of feedback.
You're nearly
about,
50, Jobo.
I'm getting a fair bit of feedback, Spud, about the red carpet situation.
Yeah. What are some of the questions? You want me to have
I probably should introduce myself to who I actually am to the
Yeah.
crowd. And
Maybe
there's
have a name
some
tag,
nice
yeah.
feedback. There's some nice feedback, Jim. It's really encouraging.
I would have thought of name tag.
Also, too, just the input of Nick Riewoldt last night, both pre-match and in the game. That is still dominating the at Triple M Footy feedback too. Nat Edwards from AFL website have enjoyed Nick Riewoldt's special comments last night. Very insightful. Jordan Gerrans, Nick Riewoldt outstanding. Lachlan Harrison, Nick Riewoldt providing some great input, and Will Anderson. Rui proving he'll have a great media career when he stops playing 7 seasons
For those that
from
don't
now.
know, he was the special comments last night on Triple M Footy.
And with all BS aside, Purple, he was unbelievably good, I thought, Nick
really
Riewoldt.
good.
He just got it immediately, and the insight he gave as a current player to what's going on.
All
was
it means,
just
JB, is that Spud and Dunstall are under pressure.
I think you're under enormous pressure now, Spud.
Mate, my brand's
from
flying.
Duck and Riewoldt.
I'm quite happy to hand the baton over.
I think these, and certainly we noticed last night with the Chief that he got a little sort of knocked off his axis by a younger and more dominant lion wandering into the Pride.
So the Chief, did he actually raise a heartbeat last night?
Well, this is what we said. The Chief's like that old buggered scar out of Mufasa, where he's got the sort of scabs on his mush, and everything, but he still reckons he can surface the lionesses. And then in comes Rui, looking absolutely magnificent, and Chief just couldn't cope. So what he did, he started clipping me and Duke and everyone else just to try and sort of piss on enough trees to keep Rui away. But he wasn't able to achieve it. And in the end, he just wore him down.
That's good to hear.
And
that
got the
Chief,
better of him.
No, that's good, because we love Chief getting unravelled. It's very rarely you see the Chief sort of, as you said, knocked off his axis. But look, Rui, as I said, he's got a great footy brain. He's one thing he's doing, he's playing good footy.
No doubt.
And the Saints have tried him on the wing. He's a forward, let's face it, a half-forward winger.
Probably means he might be safe for another year.
That's right. I'm about to say, you and Chief should both be pleased that he's going around again.
I did say to him during the week, geez, you're playing well. You probably should sign a 2-year deal. No self-preservation involved at all, either, JB.
For the fair Ducato, keep coming at Triple M Footy and send us all of that stuff, because we love it. The Wolfpack up and about. In fact, at James Brayshaw too, which is global and trending. I saw this one came in before. I'll find it because I enjoyed it. For you, Bristle, Squid Finger. Ding, 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 round 4 of the Bristle versus the Sports Scientists. Just wind him up and let him go, Jim. It's
like a broken record, Brian.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, no, I can't wait to speak to one of them head-to-head.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. So, all right, for the Fair Ducato, this is the Saturday Rub. Here's Chris McKenzie with an M-Sport update for the Master Builders Association of Victoria.
Thank you, JB. There has been one late change for today's Peter Mac Cup between the Blues and the Pies at the MCG. Carlton losing Simon White due to a shin injury. He's been replaced in the side by Michael Jamieson. Now, forwards Mark Winterbottom has topped the timesheets in a wet third practice session for the V8 Supercars round at Barbagallo Raceway. Drivers now preparing for qualifying ahead of this afternoon's 120-kilometre super sprint. Meantime, Yamaha's Jorge Lorenzo has celebrated his birthday in style, dominating the opening session for this weekend's French MotoGP at Le Mans. Jared Hayne has survived round 1 of the 49ers cuts ahead of the next NFL season, but they have waived one of his running back rivals, Kendall Gaskins. The number of Aussies in the league could double this season, with several players signed in the off-season, including defensive lineman Adam Gotsis, who was drafted in the second round by Super Bowl champions, the Denver Broncos.
With you every day, we're out there, every single meeting, every single person we're interacting with. You know, you kind of on the edge at all times, and, you know, it can get stressful, but you just got to, you know, trust in what you've done, and you just got to work hard, and things pay off for you.
Still in the US, Cleveland is now just a win away from the NBA's Eastern Conference Finals after another 3-point barrage in their 121-108 Game 3 win over the Hawks today. And Nick Kyrgios is turning his attention to the Rome Masters after losing a tough 3-set clash with Kei Nishikori in the quarterfinals of the Madrid I bet.
If you love old cars, then you got to do the Variety Bash 2016 road trip to Darwin. You'll help kids in need. Details at variety.org.au/Vic.
The Triple M footy gamecast, it's mostly sunny, 25 degrees at the MCG. Thanks to Master Builders. Choose a builder you know you can trust. Choose a Master Builder as we count down to the Magpies and Blues for McDonald's. Triple M rocks football.
Yesterday, the temper trap rocked Eddie's desk.
Here I am, give me something I can follow.
Check out the Temper Trap's performance of Fall Together at triplem.com.au.
What's next, guys? Sing like an angel.
World domination. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
World domination. That's what we like to hear. Good. That's the title of their next album.
Triple M's Hot Breakfast, Everything Melbourne. Subscribe to the podcast now on iTunes.
Watch Canada play the USA in the 2016 Ice Hockey Classic, presented by Scotiabank. Book a ticket there.
Hi, Commander Steve here. If you're passionate about fitness, you can feel confident that the Sage Institute of Fitness Coaching Diploma will prepare you for a successful career. You'll be taught by experienced fitness professionals who've worked in the industry for years, offering real-world experiences as well as all the do's and don'ts. It's the reason why Sage graduates are in such high demand. Trust Sage to help change your life. Vet fee help places are limited 2016, so hit sage.edu.au or call 1300 664 664 now.
Sage. Thanks to Instant Scratch-Its Crosswords ticket range, we're celebrating Mother's Day every day this week with messages for Mum.
Hey, Mum. You know you used to give me lunch money in year 7? Well, I used to buy a whole heap of lollies for everyone with it. Sorry about that.
Mum, hi, confession time. I borrowed your car and I reversed it into a parked car. That's what that mystery scratch was from. Yeah, it was me.
Hey Mum, it's me, your son. I'm alive. I know I haven't called you in a few months, so I just wanted to apologise for that. I love you.
Still looking for a great gift idea for Mum? Well, how about an Instant Scratch-Its Crosswords ticket? It's the instant I love you, Mum. Grab one for Mum at your local Tats outlet today.
Spoil yourself at the Pickles Luxury Vehicle Auction, Monday, May 9, 6 p.m. at Pickles Sunshine. Over 70 late model prestige, exotic and classic vehicles. The majority sold on behalf of financial institutions and fleet lease companies. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Lexus and more. View the cars this Saturday from 10 a.m. and day of sale from midday. Pickles Luxury Vehicle Auction, Sunshine. Details at pickles.com.au/luxury.
Pickles Luxury Auctions. You're a real beer nerd. You think the gold stuff isn't just a drink, it's an art. If you could marry beer, you'd have already put a ring on it. At the Windsor Ale House, we understand this kind of love because we love beer too. That's why we've put 18 of the world's best craft beers on tap, paired them with top pub grub and hooked up great entertainment all week long. The Windsor Ale House. We really love beer. 42 Punt Road, St Kilda Junction. Go to thewindsoralehouse.com.au.
Mountain Design's massive 30% off store-wide sale ends Mother's Day. Don't miss the store-wide bargains on their quality outdoor and travel gear or getting that something special for Mum. Details in store for Mountain Design's massive 30% off store-wide sale ends Sunday.
So, Sarah, you're a secret agent.
It's Sally, and no, I'm an estate agent.
25 years of banking, and I've never met a secret agent before, Soph.
Sally.
You're undercover.
No, it's my name.
Of course it is.
Is your bank listening to you? At RedZ, it doesn't matter if you're an estate, secret or newsagent. We judge each small business loan on a case-by-case basis. Visit redzed.com.au or call your broker today. We're ready to listen and lend.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
For McDonald's fan feed boxes,
Triple M rocks footy.
Need gear in a hurry? Call Coates Hire 13 15 52 or coateshire.com.au.
For Coates Hire, Triple M preview of this big game between Collingwood and Carlton Saturday afternoon. Damien Barrett's here, as is Brian Taylor, and Danny Frawley, Dennis Committee not far away. Ash the Chew Man, Doc and Howie down on the boundary. Big Saturday afternoon team. Nick Revold, as we just discussed, Purple, a part of our broadcast last night, and very, very good with special comments. But also, pre-match, talked to us about the fact that he wanted to go on.
He did, Jim. Articulated his situation really, really clearly. Said he'd had the conversation with the club as a starting point, and he got his head around wanting to go on 100%, and that he loved where the club was going, felt that he was going to be a part of it, and that will be a done deal. Obviously, they'll need to dot I's and cross T's, and And look, if you're Nick Riewoldt, you're going to try and get as much as you possibly can. He's earned that right, but it won't be as much as he's been on either.
Yeah, so what would he have been on, and what will he end up on, Damo, if you had to guess?
It's a difficult one, BT. He's still on good money now. Like, I'm talking competition good money, but he deserves every cent of it. But I think if you're St Kilda, and he's a realist, Nick, he can't be on that same level next year, just with where they're at. And obviously the Carlisle experiment hasn't worked to this point. But
so if he's on 800, would he go back to halves or a bit more than halves?
I think it'd be more than half, because
Right.
with Nick Riewoldt, BT, you were still getting a statesman, aren't you? And someone who you're very happy to put up as the full face. Now, I don't think he's going to be captain next year, and he's talked about it last night, didn't he?
But is there an obvious captain there, Spud? It doesn't appear to be to me.
Look, there's
Jack Stephen and Billings, surely.
Yeah, Billings.
They're both young.
There's another kid that flies under the radar, Jack Nunes. He's got a lot of respect down there. He's probably one player in the future. And there's another youngsters as well, but that's probably been the issue. Nick has done such an outstanding job. I think his job now is to nurture the next guys coming through, Armitage and Jack Stephen and Nunes and Billings. But look, if I had to have a stab in the dark, it'd be Jack Nunes, and that's no disrespect to...
As of next year?
Well, Mav Weller's obviously there, and you've got Geary, who is brave, and...
come on, Spud.
Jack Nunes would be the one that
Nunes or Jack Stevens.
And Jack Stephen,
Jack
again,
Stephen, the mail on him is unbelievably good player, but
Quiet.
a very, very quiet kid.
He is, but
very
he's
quiet, but
getting
Luke
bad.
Hodge was quiet early, and I look at the way Luke Hodge, when I say quiet, Luke was a bit,
Cochin's quiet.
Yeah, that's right.
And Nick himself, didn't he, Jim, address the Jack Stephen issue last night in
What did he say?
those terms? Just that, look, they've had to try and make him, I suppose, come out of his shell
Yeah.
now. I'm
He
paraphrasing,
is.
and I hope I haven't inaccurately done that, but he was very open about that, Nick. But good signing to happen.
So, Purple, the thing about that is, it's all very well to say that he should hand the captaincy on because it might be his last year, might well be his last year next year, but you've got to have someone there.
Exactly.
You can't hand it on and then the wrong person get it.
Yep.
You might as well leave the bloke in there, is my view of it. And you know St Kilda much better than me, Spud, but I look at those blokes and I think they're really emerging young list with some exciting young players, but I don't see a leader just sitting there waiting, unless it is old fart on command Armour, who we all love, by the way. He's one of the ripping blokes at the comp, but I don't know if he's a captain.
If that leader's not there now, he ain't going to be there the year after.
Oh, no, he can be, Brian. He might be just a bit young.
Yeah,
and I think JB's point is right. And if you're weighing up of 2 or 3 players to be captain, just give it to Nick and say, mate, the year after, we just need to give it to A, B, C, T, because it's got to be a 5 or 6 year deal. And
the Duck was young, and
I know that.
Yeah, but he was screaming out.
Yeah, he was,
wasn't he?
It gets
We'll
to
get
the
to
topic
Duck in a sec,
too, Jim, of the older players in the competition. We've seen Brent Harvey. Look, are you able to shed any light on his future next year? I know it's not a conversation that Brad Scott has with him until about round 16 or 17 or whatever it is he does, but there's no reason to think that he won't be there next year, I wouldn't have thought. You've got, obviously, as we said, Brent Harvey. Luke Hodges look, I'm not saying he's going to retire next year, but he's at the end of toward the end, and Cawthorn needs to manage what he does. He's injured now. Bob Murphy clearly yet to commit, despite the footy club wanting him to, and that was born out last week out of Peter Gordon's comments that we want to make it compelling for him to say yes to us, and that I think just to let people think, BT, that he hadn't yet said yes to them. The other one, and it's a strange one, isn't it, with Matty Pavlich, who went on for team reasons as much as personal ones at the end of last year, but it hasn't unfolded to this point of 2016 at all well for him or his footy club, and I question the need for him now to stay on that list all the way through to round 23.
Yeah, I think if they were in a better position, if they were challenging for a premiership this year, they might have been able to nurse him through. He wouldn't have played as many games, and they might have just been able to get him to play these little roles along the way, and I reckon that's what they were looking at. In the end, because they've been going so poorly, he's been expected to play a much larger role, which he hasn't been able to.
Shut up shop, haven't won a game. They've got Fife, Johnson, and also Sandilands out on long-term injuries.
And they travel to Launceston next week. Will they take their best team?
Yeah, well, he hasn't missed a game, as you said, and that wasn't the initial planning. Jim, you asked me sometimes to tell you where the news radar is at times. The news radar is going to be up pretty pointed high at about 4:30 this afternoon if Carlton get over the line against Collingwood. Now, I'm not death riding anything here, but we know what's happened to Richmond and Hardwick over the course of this year. We know that there has been pressure on Nathan Buckley, and a loss to Carlton today would certainly increase that particular storyline and storytelling, because while Eddie was very vocal during the week, and it was unwitting and something he didn't really control during the week with his GWS Academy commentary. It was a distraction at the same time going into this game, so we'll soon, in a couple of hours' time, get a feel for that. BT, Beams plays his first game for the Lions on the weekend. First time Justin Lepage has got his best midfielder on the park alongside his other good midfielders since he joined the club. Beams this is last year, so that's a good advent for them. Jim, we want to ask you about Lindsay Thomas's suspension by the match review panel. I know we discussed it on Wednesday on the rush hour, but it's been put to me that the Bulldogs really drove this situation during the week. I haven't been able to ascertain that myself, but Marcus Bontempelli made comments the day after it happened, putting the heat on, putting the pressure on the match review panel to deal with it. I certainly felt that what he got by way of 1 week was the right outcome, by the way. I feel he should have missed. But there's just a little bit of, I can say, behind-the-scenes feeling between the two clubs over the Bulldogs' potential involvement in this becoming a match review panel issue.
See, to me, this was just bizarre. This was nothing more than a tackle and a free kick on the night. I just saw it as a tackle, free kick against Lindsay Thomas on the night, move on. I can't believe for a high tackle that didn't have any forearm attached to it. It was all fingers and wrist.
No, it was forearm.
I don't think
there was a forearm to the head.
Well, I'm giving my opinion. I don't think it was.
Well, I'm just dealing with the fact of it. It was a forearm to the head.
I've looked at that and I don't see that. So I think he should have been given a free kick there and then, and it should have been done. Shouldn't have been a week. I reckon it's wrong.
I must admit, I'm a bit with you, Bristol. I thought it was a very clumsy tackle that ended up going high. If it had to be a fine, then fair play. But I said to people on Wednesday, I'm so sick of trying to work out the tribunal and the MRP and what the hell they're going to do, because there's no consistency at all, and I've got absolutely no idea. But as for the Western Bulldogs, Damo, the only thing I'll say is there have been times in the last sort of 8 or 9 years at our club where I have made contact with our people in the footy department and said to them, listen, we just worry about what we do and let other clubs worry about what they do. I think it's very unseemly when you start wandering into other people's business in our game, is my view.
And do you think Marcus Bontempelli
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
I've heard about it. I didn't see it. I know on the TV the next day that there was an inference around it. But I have a very strong view in these instances that you leave that to the officials and you just keep your powder dry. Because for more than any other reason, and Spud and Bristle, you know this, having been involved as players, it can so quickly come back to bite you. And the next time you play, suddenly you're copping it because the opposition go, well, mate, we're not helping you. You gave us nothing the last time we had an issue. So if you want a doctor's report to go your way or you want something to help you, you're coming to the wrong place. Well, so that's why you don't do it, I reckon. You just say, listen, you just shut up and let them work that out, and we'll just quietly move on.
Well, the way I read this, Jim, round 20, North Melbourne v Western Bulldogs, there will be a little overlay of what's happened since the Lindsay Thomas hit on Lockie Hunter going into that game.
I should underscore all this by saying I didn't see it, so I don't know. Wayne Carey's just joined us, the King. Hello, mate.
G'day, boys. G'day, listeners.
What have you been doing this morning, by the way?
I've just on my 2 bobs worth on Lindsay Thomas. If that's Pendlebury, he gets a fine. That's it. That's the difference. It's Lindsay Thomas, and that's why he got a week.
I think Brad Scott thinks the same way.
Yep, I agree. No, I've had I went and did an obstacle course this morning.
You've got no skin on your
shin.
Shin.
It's called the Wild One. It was Engineers Without Borders supplying support in poverty-stricken areas. Southside Fitness PT. I am bruised and beaten to a pulp. I've got burns all up the calves.
So what do you do?
So it's 50 obstacles. So Southside Fitness put a group together and we run 8 Ks and you do 50 obstacles in between. And I thought at the start, I'm doing this quite easy, and the obstacles just kept getting harder and harder and harder. Mornington, down there, they've set up this course on sort of a winery type setup.
Is it a Tough Mudder sort of thing?
A Tough Mudder, but a couple of people there had done the Tough Mudder, and they believe this was more difficult because more obstacles, and you didn't have to wait as long because not as many people doing it. So if you've got to line up to do it, you get time to recover. Yep. So a lot of good fun for a good cause, and all the Irish boys that did it this morning, absolutely mad, rolled up there with a couple under their belt. and they were fit boys. We're on the bus now coming back, and they're all having a couple of quiet ones. I'm assuming listening to us, hopefully. Absolutely mad, these blokes, and then took off like a bullet. They were the first group. Took off, they just took the course apart.
So you can do it as a group or as singles?
Do it as a group. If you want to do it as a single, you could have, but it would have been bloody boring, to be honest. You're there to have a bit of fun and also get a bit of fitness out of it and for a good cause. So Had an absolute ball. I'm up and about.
Beautiful. Ben Dixon joins us from our sponsor, Duck, for the rest of the day, of course, from our sponsor, Crown Bet. Dicko?
Great, JB. How are we?
How did last night go for you?
Not a good one, JB. After I think the line was 35.5 before we got the news on Mitchell, and the punters were tipping in to the minus for the Hawks, thinking they'd cover it, and then the Mitchell withdrawal brought it in about 21, and the punters tipped in again, so it was a double fill-up for them after the Hawks finished pretty convincingly last night.
Dicko, where's the market at today?
We've got Collingwood pretty firm here, $1.58 in from $1.65. Carlton on the drift now from $2.40 out to $2.45. The line's 10.5 BT and been smashed as well. So the minus 10.5 on Collingwood's pretty popular with the multi-bet punters as well.
Has there been weight of money throughout the course of the week on this game, Dicko?
Oh, not a lot, Damo, to be honest. I think we still haven't got a grip on where Collingwood's at and Carlton, are they improved or not. So it's a bit of a nothing game, really. But the punters, obviously, as I said, just tipping into the multi-bets at the 10.5, just trying to build it up with a bit of value.
Now, I've been critical of you this year, Dicko, but I needed to put my hand up last week when you found that very nice winner at about $9.50. Can you do that again today?
I can do that again for you today. Gold Coast, race 6, number 7, Jumbo Prince. It's so it's not a sit and steer job. I think we could have Weekend at Bernie's riding this and it'd still win. So just strap him on the back, and it's a nice little collect there, Dame. I think you'll get about $9 as well today.
Well done, Dicko. Who's been back to kick the first goal today, champ?
Alex Fasolo has been absolutely smashed in the market here, and funny enough, Darcy Moore's also been well supported too. So Alex Fasolo's $10, Darcy Moore $11, and then we head down to Levi Casbolt somehow at $12. I would have had him at $44. But Mason Cox as well is also $14. A big yank, kicked his first goal in his first game. So punters are tipping into the big 211 Ruckman.
And what about Crown Bet's goal scoring special?
So in this match, Spud, if you back a first goal scorer and he doesn't kick the first, but he kicks one in the first quarter, you'll receive a stake bet up to $50. So get your money back up to $50 in bonus bets. So if you're gambling across the weekend too, boys, gamble responsibly and get on that tip, I tell you now, boys. And Spud, I know you like a winner. It's $9. It's real value. All
right, Dicko, I understand that you mightn't have got quite as much sleep last night as you desired, so see if you can force your way through today, eh?
I'm blowing a few bubbles, boys.
All right, well done, Dicko, from our great friends at Crown Bet. Taylor Adams in the box next. For Coates Hire, you're listening to the Footy Preview. Need gear in a hurry? Call Coates Hire 13 15 52 or coateshire.com.au. And for McDonald's, Triple M rocks football.
Yeah, we know we can get a bit stuck in our old ways. So all the more reason for you to help us reload the randomizer.
Can someone get in the back?
We'll still play the rock you love. But now, more of the good stuff we haven't played for ages.
No, I'm not
You'll never know what's next. 105.1 Triple M rocks. Playing whatever, whenever.
Spoil Mum this Mother's Day at Rebel with the new Fitbit Alta, a stylish customisable fitness tracker featuring automatic exercise recognition, sleep and activity tracking, now just $179. That's the new Fitbit Alta for $179, only while stocks last and only at Rebel. Offer ends Sunday.
Hawthorn, Dandenong, Cranbourne and Geelong.
Fitzroy, Werribee,
Footscray CBD.
There might be new ways to get around Melbourne, but is it really worth leaving your journey to chance? Choose a Silver Top taxi and you're guaranteed a licensed, registered and authorised vehicle, an accredited and police check driver, in-car camera for your safety and regulated fares. Know where you're going, know what you're paying, know what you're getting. Silver Top Taxis. Download the free booking app today.
So many taxis.
Find the perfect gift this Mother's Day, this week at IGA Liquor. Purchase a bottle of Bailey's 700ml and receive a bonus 200-gram Cadbury milk tray. Or celebrate her special day with a bottle of Kim Crawford Marlborough Sauv Blanc for $15 each. Or Grant Burge Pinot Noir Chardonnay NV for just $20 each. Specials available until Tuesday, May 10 or while stocks last at your local IGA Liquor. Please drink responsibly.
Marvel's Captain America Civil War is the #1 movie in the world.
You don't deserve that shield. You keep telling yourself that.
And everyone's talking about it.
I really don't want to hurt you. I wouldn't stress about it.
It's an outstanding film and the most fun you'll have at the movies this year.
Ah, this is awesome.
It's an explosive blockbuster that will leave you on the edge of your seat.
Sit down. I don't worry.
Marvel's Captain America Civil War.
I could do this all day.
See it in cinemas now.
It's like skydiving through a cloud of French perfume into a field of handbags. Imagine how you'd feel winning a share in Tats Lotto's $21 million Super Draw this Saturday. Grab your ticket today.
Hey, it's Richo here. If work is stressing you out, why put yourself through it? You can get out of the rat race and into the relaxing world of massage therapy with Sage Institute of Massage. Get qualified for a career that's rewarding both financially and emotionally. You can make a real difference in people's lives. Sage is the leader in massage therapy courses in Australia and the diploma is Vet Fee Help approved. So what are you waiting for? Change your life for the better. Call Sage today on 1300 889 889.
Winter's almost here and it's getting darker already. So now's the time to stop ignoring that windscreen crack and get it sorted, because perfect vision is critical to your safe driving. Call O'Brien and fix that windscreen fast. No matter what model your car is, O'Brien expert technicians are ready to come to you and deliver the perfect fit. Call now to book with your local O'Brien expert on 13 16 16 or visit o'brien.com.au.
O'Brien. Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
For McDonald's fan feed boxes.
Triple M rocks footy.
Need gear in a hurry? Call Coates Hire 13 15 52 or coateshire.com.au.
Wherever you're joining us around Australia and indeed the world, it's great to have your company at the MCG for Collingwood and Carlton. As I said, one of the great rivalries in football at the MCG. Beautiful day for footy too, Saturday afternoon in the world's best city. And for Coates Hire, by the way, you're listening to the footy preview. If you need gear in a hurry, Coates Hire 13 15 52 or coateshire.com.au. We've got Brian Taylor for not much longer. What are you up to tonight? Bristol off for 7, where are you calling?
Adelaide Western Bulldogs tonight, Etihad Stadium.
Now that's a good game of footy.
Haven't seen Adelaide live for the year. Seen a lot of the Dogs.
Oh, they're very good team.
Adelaide.
Dogs
very
are running
good
out of
team.
soldiers. Do you think they are genuinely good? Are they here for the year?
They are. I saw them against Hawthorn a couple of weeks ago live. They are genuinely
In a
good.
sentence, why are they good?
Why are they good? I think they're all the talks about their forwards, but they're I guess shared load now through the midfield and their run off half-back. I know Laird's out of that side, but their run has been magnificent off half-back.
And just watch tonight, JB, because there could be a little coming together of two great goal kickers, Eddie Betts and, myself.
Nice!
On the boundary line, just running through a few of Eddie's bits and pieces, and I'll have the boots on, Damo. It'll be live.
Well, you'll have the boots on?
You're going to have boots on. What, you're going to teach Eddie a few tricks?
Yeah.
I like the thought of that, Bristle.
So just keep an eye out
I'll
for
tell you the thing about Adelaide that I like most, Duck, is they look, and I've seen them 2 or 3 times live, they look like they are all 100% on the same sheet. They are all doing exactly what they should be doing as a unit.
Well drilled.
They're selfless.
Yep.
There's none of the, I'll look after myself first and then worry about appearing to be team later. They are. I love seeing that in a footy team, and they've got that written all over them.
All of that. And if you think about the games they've lost, they had Kangaroos on toast at one point. That was round 1, and then should have beaten Hawthorn.
Yep.
They are in scintillating form.
And
Beat Sydney a couple of weeks ago, obviously at home, which is marrying up as very good form as well.
And an indication of how good they are. And as I said, I haven't seen them live, but I'm looking at the teams today, and I see Van Berlo an emergency. I see Malera, who was ripping them to bits early in the year, as an emergency, and not so much Lions, but 3 players that would otherwise be walk-up starts can't get a game.
No, they're very good. They're very good. You'll be impressed. I think.
Game of the round, that
I think. Yeah, and I think for that reason, I'm leaning towards the Crows. I think they'll be hard to topple.
The work that the Bulldogs are doing in the midfield, BT, is it costing them at the main part of the ground, being the scoring end?
Well, just struggled without. I think Dennis walked in here before and he said Cramery's really hurting the Bulldogs, and I agree with Dennis on that. He is, and the reason he is because they're doing the good work through Liberatore and all these guys in the midfield, and then all of a sudden it's Stringer that becomes the main target. Normally he's the second or third target. Normally it's Cramery, Boyd, and then maybe Stringer can turn his man inside out and get front and centre or somewhere. At the moment, they're kicking the ball to him one-on-one, and, he's copping all of the heavy work.
They've brought in Redpath, obviously, to straighten that up. But just on Stringer, now I'm not going to be critical, but I'll be constructive. What Stringer has to do, and we know he's trying to do the spectacular rather than the basics,
yes.
But he's leading to positions as if Bob Murphy or Joe Hannison or any of those, and they can't kick the ball hard and low 60 metres. But he expects, and he's expecting to get the ball over the back into space. He's got to just say, you know what? Yes, he's a young kid, but it's, you know what, I'm going to do the basics, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to get to contests, and then all that spectacular stuff will take care of itself.
And that's exactly what we've said on this show over the last couple of weeks, that as you go down in foot soldiers, they don't get any better in skill, otherwise they would have been playing in the first place.
Yep.
Very interesting game, that one. I'm looking forward to watching it. You talked about Dane Beams coming back in purple before. There are some blokes in footy that I don't think we quite understand how good they are, firstly, and how important they are to the team they play for. He's one of them. And little Jamie Elliott today, not playing for Collingwood. He's a massive out for this club, I reckon.
Yeah.
And not enough people acknowledge that.
No.
When he gets it right as a small forward, he can be as damaging as Puopolo or any of those blokes.
Well, he exactly. Sorry, Dane. He's exactly that. He's that small forward that can take it in the air and on the ground.
He played taller, didn't he, last year when he was on song?
He does, and all the
goals.
all the good little ones, call them little big men.
Yep.
That's what they do. They're no longer a crumbing player. You have to, and if you play someone tall because of their marking ability, they get them on the deck. If you play someone small, they get them in the air, and that's their great strength.
Well, second half against North Melbourne out here last year, kicked 5 in about 25 minutes and just stole the game away. He was electric. Hey, Bristol earlier on made the statement that Ty Vickery shouldn't have come from the ground after his second goal in a minute last night.
It was ludicrous.
So tell us, in your view, how that happens. I understand, we had the discussion, I understand if it's Dustin Martin and it's a necessary midfield rotation, but a big forward, how does that happen?
Well, Hardwick said in his press conference after the game that it was obviously to do with the sports scientist down the ground. Now, I was there last night, watched the game, and I watched how much work each player does. Now, Vickery certainly, to get those 2 goals, hadn't done a stack of work. You know when a guy has to lead 50 metres or he's worked up and then back. It wasn't a case of that. Kicks 2 goals. He's a confidence player. Why would you take him off at that point in time? Not only then is Gibson off the bit, then Gibson doesn't play third man up. He's not going across to Griffiths or anyone else because he's worried about Vickery because he's kicked 2 goals. The snowball effect that had, I thought, was enormous at a crucial stage of the game. And they didn't get him back on.
Yeah.
They did not get him back on for the whole second quarter. It was really poor. And if you watch the vision, look at Delidio.
Yeah.
Delidio is going off. He's saying, what's he doing off the ground?
And then who was standing between Delidio and him was a guy with a computer or pad saying, no, you tick off. Right, you're right, mate.
It is the world gone mad. And I'm not saying that they would have won the game, but certainly it would have put a different twist on it.
The sooner we
got the ball down there just after that.
The sooner we put these guys into the background of footy, doing their good work in the background and doing most of their good work Monday to Friday rather than on game day, the better.
Well, like I said, Vickery had a good 5 minutes. He never captured that again.
No.
Leave him on.
Well, what interests me with this is, and I know you're a different era, Duck, but certainly yourself, but in a modern era, John O'Brien and these sort of massive impact forwards.
Eras,
no, but what I'm saying is, never came off the ground after you kicked. If John O'Brien kicked 2 in a minute, he wasn't coming from the ground.
Exactly, eras, Baleras. It's a load of rhubarb.
Yeah, it's an excuse.
Keep them out there. It's an excuse. They're on fire. Leave them on. Let them. You know what? To exhaustion. You know when a guy is exhausted. You can tell when he's out on his feet. There was when Vickery did come back on after half time in the third quarter, you could see there was a period where he actually ran off. He could hardly lift his legs. He's tired then. You know why he was tired? Because he wasn't kicking goals. While he's kicking goals, leave him on.
By the way, while we're speaking about sports science stories, just in today's Herald Sun, a little one that the Herald Sun have published today, Damo, it's a strange one. Which AFL club misused team-issued heart rate monitors during a group sex romp to see which player could elevate his heart rate the quickest? It's good to see footballers embracing the sciences of sport. That's a strange thing to write without any names attached or clubs attached.
Strange thing for you to raise, BT, unless you're going to take it somewhere as well.
Well, no, I'm not going to take it anywhere. It's just a question. I'm saying, why would someone write that in the paper if they're not prepared to put a name or a club to it?
No, I find that strange too, BT. Those items posing as stories without naming anyone. And who knows? But do you know anything about it?
I don't.
No. Hey, Jim, the pack's been really engaged today. The Vickery issues lit it up early on before Spud went nuts on TJ. But well to beast, Vickery should never go to the interchange. He simply doesn't work hard enough to ever get out of breath. And Jacob Smith, this is the theme. Players need a break, but if Vickery is that stuffed after 30 seconds of exertion, then his training obviously isn't good enough.
Can I tell you about Ty Vickery? I watched a game yesterday afternoon. It was Richmond, who were they playing? Hawthorn. They happened to be playing Hawthorn. It was Richmond Hawthorn from when Richo was playing. And Richo, his running ability from one end of the ground to the other, and he got to the goal square and he got on the end of a chain of handballs, but he started it in the full back line and he got there. That's what Vickery needs to lift himself to.
And this is the thing about playing a key forward, and if you work hard as a key forward, often you can be the first 20 minutes, Damo, and not have touched the ball.
Yeah.
And then you've got your backman off the bit. You've worked that hard, he's knackered.
Yeah.
The next 10 minutes, bang, 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 you've kicked 3 before quarter time.
Yep.
It's all she's wrote. Your confidence is up, he's spent. You go on and have a good game. That's what it's all about, running your opponents into the ground and then taking that advantage of your fitness.
As Taylor Adams going to join us after this break, so we look forward to that for Coates Hire. You're listening to the Footy Preview. Need gear in a hurry? Call Coates Hire 13 15 52 or coateshire.com.au. And for McDonald's on a Saturday afternoon at the Triple MCG, Triple M Rocks Footy.
On Friday, Mick Malloy was up and about.
Just got a good feeling tonight.
Yeah, you're
Tigers.
you're back on board?
Mate, we're going to go berserk.
But then this happened.
And they pile on the pain here, the Hawks.
This is what Monday could sound like.
Thanks for a great time. Great game plan. Everyone was on song. You know what we need? A rebuild.
Triple M's Heart Breakfast, Everything Melbourne. Subscribe to the podcast now on iTunes.
Watch Canada play the USA in the 2016 Ice Hockey Classic, presented by Scotiabank. Book a Ticketek.
Oh, it's the drive home. How am I going to explain myself? How am I going to explain why? That feeling in the pit of your stomach, you know, that sick feeling where you've lost, but you may have lost a bit too much, and just asking yourself, why did I do that?
Bet regret. Don't let it lead to something bigger. To find out more, visit betregret.com.au. Authorised by the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation, Melbourne. Spoken by A. Rind and R. Reid.
You've been on the tools for years, but now it's time to step up and become a legend. With Builders Academy, you can get a nationally recognised certificate for or diploma in building and construction, so you can start your own trade business, prepare for your builder's registration, or open the door to managing medium-rise residential and commercial projects. You might even qualify for government subsidies. Go on, become a building legend. Visit buildersacademy.com.au or call 1300 LEGEND. RTO code 21583.
In 2016, Triple M rocks footy. CrownBet. The game just changed. Join CrownBet today at crownbet.com.au. Gamble responsibly. Petters, the experts in undercar. Check, upgrade and transform your vehicle safety and performance at Petters. No bull. CrownBet. Cash out with CrownBet today and control the outcome of your bet before the game is over. Gamble responsibly. In 2016, Triple M rocks footy.
You'll be on the edge of your seat from the first bounce with CrownBet's first goal scorer special. Back a player to score the first goal in any AFL match this round. And if your player doesn't score the first goal, but scores a goal at any time in the opening quarter, you'll get a match bonus bet up to $50. Make the start of every footy match a nail-biter with CrownBet's first goal scorer special. Join today at crownbet.com.au. CrownBet. The game just changed.
Conditions and exclusions apply. 18 plus. Gamble responsibly.
I'm Peter the Possum Man.
He's Peter the Possum Man.
I'll catch all the pests I can.
It makes him a bigger man.
I'm Peter the Possum Man.
Maybe the noise in your roof is not a possum. It could be
you dirty rotten rat.
Call Peter the Possum Man today and that rat could be gone tomorrow. 9646 4222. For all pests, all suburbs. With over 70 years experience, call Peter the Possum Man. 9646 4222. A division of Adams Pest Control.
After the game, head into Macca's for the AFL Team Feast Box. For only $29.95, you can pick 4 burgers, choosing from some of Macca's biggest fan faves. That's a combination of 4 burgers, choosing from a Big Mac, Quarter Pounder, McChicken, or a fillet of fish. Plus, you'll also score 4 medium fries, 4 medium cups of Coke, and 10 Chicken McNuggets to share. Grab a Team Feast Box at McDonald's today for just $29.95. Available after 10:30am at participating restaurants for a limited time only.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
McDonald's fan feed boxes.
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter is brought to you by Beaumont Tiles. For best tradie rewards, join Beaumont's Trade Club today.
Great to have you join the best footy coverage on radio. Triple M football, of course, number one by that far. It doesn't matter. There's a good reason for that. Wayne Carey's here. Danny Frawley's here. So's Damien Barrett. We've had the big bristler. He's gone off to do what he does best tonight at Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. And Dennis Cometti's here. The great Comet, hello to you.
Hello, Jim. What weather Melbourne is putting on.
Isn't it? How good.
Amazing. Just walking down to the ground today. Terrific stuff.
I ran into Carl Langdon last night. He said this is exactly what you're getting in Perth. You don't say that very often.
No. In fact, it's colder in Perth. Last week was very cold. And coming here, I think Carl would be putting on the sunscreen, wouldn't he?
He would need to. If he was out in the outer, he would certainly need to. Hey, the Collingwood Footy Club playing Carlton today. They do so without one of their leaders, who's been very good. I speak of Taylor Adams, who's been good enough to jump on a microphone. Taylor, welcome.
Thanks, Jim.
Now, we saw you in at the rush hour a couple of weeks ago, and you didn't have that great big contraption hanging off your leg. So where are we at with your health?
Yeah, no, I'm wearing a pretty extensive brace here. Basically, I've got a little medial strain in my right knee, and at this stage, hoping to be back playing next week. If I'm lucky, but no more than 2 weeks.
So when you say medial strain, has that got anything to do with the meniscus or the old cartilage, or is it just a ligament thing?
Yeah, ligament thing. Okay. So a little. I sort of landed awkwardly in my first contest on Anzac Day, and Brendan Goddard actually landed on top of it, made it a little bit worse, and ended up playing the game out, which might have done a little bit more damage, but didn't really feel any pain. And on Monday after the game, thought I'd be right for the week coming, but unfortunately had a scan and no good.
So you must be pretty annoyed with that, I reckon, because the last sort of month was almost your personal best footy, I would have thought.
Yeah, no, I think I was probably playing almost career best footy. I'd love to be out there today. I would have loved to be out there last week, so it's always tough missing games, Jim, but I'm very confident the boys can get the job done today.
So, Taylor, what you're saying there is that you did it in the opening minutes of that Anzac Day game, and then I think, from memory, 17 possessions in the last quarter, wasn't it? You finished big on a bad leg.
Yeah, no.
Very subtle, too, getting that in.
Yeah, no, it actually didn't hurt much during the game, and just strapped it up and made sure it was stable enough so that I didn't cause any more damage. But, as I said, no pain, and, a bit of a bizarre one.
GWS to this. How have you found the move?
It's been very different.
I bet.
Yeah, obviously the crowds and the big games we're playing down here are awesome, and that was part of my reason for moving back down here. But yeah, they're flying at the moment up north, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Just before we move off them, do you feel they are, as some people do, a real premiership chance this year, GWS?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they cover pretty much all bases out in the field. They've got some good forwards now. Roy Lobb's taking contested marks. Jeremy Cameron's obviously a star. Got Johnny Patton down there, and then their midfield's working really well together. And down back, I think Phil Davis is doing a really good job.
You got a counter opinion to Ed's opinion that along with others, that the academy should be either wound back or removed.
Unfair.
I think the Riverina area is producing pretty good players, and to have first pick at that.
Here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I haven't really read too much into what Ed said, but. The more good players they get, the harder it's going to be to beat them. So
they weren't talking about the Riverina when they lost to Melbourne. It wasn't, was he?
No, exactly.
In round one.
Yeah.
What about your form? How do you see the Pies? What do you see have been your biggest issues this year?
It's just been consistency. We saw last week over in Perth. First quarter and our last quarter were really poor. Our second and third quarter, we took it up to a really good opposition, which is frustrating coming out on Monday because you see so many good efforts and so many good things and gives you a lot of confidence, but then you see a lot of poor stuff that we're doing our best to address and take out of our game.
Oh, hang on, just get you turned on.
Spud.
Spud. We're in the middle of a ripping interview.
Come on, Spud. You've got to take...
Ben Crocker playing his first game from Oakley Chargers. What do we expect from him today?
Yeah, Croc's he's been really impressive since he first walked in the door. Local boy from down this way, so I expect he'll have a pretty big following here. Sort of medium-sized forward that loves to tackle and pressure and loves to kick a goal.
Spud's arms are getting that big. He just leant back and the back of his tricep was leaning on the button.
Sorry, Taylor, after 13 years here, you'd think I'd know not to put my elbow on the cock button. But what about Pendlebury? He's an outstanding player, and we've seen him play a lot on the halfback flank. Do you think Bucks has sort of looked at that and say, no, we need to play him in the midfield?
He was injured.
He was a little bit injured, but also we lost Jackson Ramsey and Marley Williams early on in the season, and obviously, you'd love to have two of Scott Pendlebury to put one down back and one in the midfield, but I think he's best suited in the midfield, as we've seen in the last two games.
I did happen, and Scott won't mind me saying this, so I was at a function with him on Thursday evening for an hour or so, and he said he was injured. That's why he was playing half back, and now that he's right, back in the middle.
And very nearly missed last week's game against West Coast. Felt he was not going to be playing as recently as 2 hours before the game.
There you go.
So he got through.
Hey, Taylor, just getting back onto GWS for a second. Interesting conversation I found myself in the middle of Thursday night with Stevie J, who's obviously gone up there now, and Drew Petrie, who's about to play game number 300 tomorrow. And these games you would have been involved in, I reckon, T. Drew, he said in his 299 games he has never heard trash spoken the way that he and the North Melbourne blokes were dealt with by GWS.
Yeah.
He said in both games he won by 100 points. He said the abuse, I've never heard anything like it before.
Really?
From these young blokes.
Wow.
And Stevie, interestingly, though, said he reckons that as a group they've matured with that too and realised that was when they were young and a bit inexperienced and naive about things. But he said there's now a respect for the game and the opponent that there maybe wasn't before. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Jim. I know myself when I was up there was certainly a lot of banter. Guys, high draft picks, pretty big egos. I think that got squashed pretty quickly. But there are certainly games where we're getting pumped and guys are shooting their mouths off. So I think they're certainly starting to match it on the field now with their footy. So. Good luck to them if they want to chirp off. If they keep playing the way they are, then
I don't think they are anymore. That might be a part of the whole deal.
Solution. Yeah.
Adam Treloar, he's flying under the radar. I know that Collingwood only won the 2 games, but he's the number 1 ranked player at Collingwood. And look, we know he's a very good player, but I think he doesn't get the plaudits he's deserved for his start of his career at Collingwood so far.
Yeah, you underestimate how tough it is coming to a new club and having a huge impact. I've always said that Adji's probably the most professional bloke I've ever met. Does absolutely everything to make sure he maximises his output on the weekend. And he had hip surgery over the off season and got himself right to play round 1. So we absolutely love having him around the club. He's going to be a future leader of our footy club and hopefully play another 150, 200 games for us.
What's Bucks like? We often talk about senior coaches and what sort of role they play, and you've almost got to be a psychologist with all the players. Is he a guy that comes up to you, you're injured at the moment, and has a chat to you during the week? Does he ask you how you're going off the ground, all of that sort of stuff? Is he a caring type coach, or is it all footy?
Yeah, absolutely. He's very, very, very caring. I know he's put a huge emphasis on that the last probably 3 or 4 years, and it's something that I've noticed as soon as I walked in the club about Bucks. And yeah, I have regular chats with him regardless of whether I'm playing or not, and obviously we talk team and structure, and I feel like he shows a great care for his players, and he's obviously got a real drive to win, but he always speaks about walking out of the footy club as better people. So I think that's a real positive for him.
For a 3rd consecutive week, you'll be playing without Travis Cloak today as a footy club. Have you had much to do with him while he tries to get his career back on track via the VFL?
Yeah, fair. Well, just like normal, really. He's gone back to the VFL. We've asked him to play a certain role, and he's doing that quite well. Last week he was really good, and he was very close to playing this week. So, Trav, hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks we see him back out there, because when he's up and going, he's such a very good player for us.
Is there a role called just get the bloody footy?
Unfortunately not. It'd be nice if you put him in the goal square, but then teams would pick us apart on defence. So,
well, Mason Cox is not a bad stand-in, though, is he? I mean, if he's filling in for him, he's doing a good job and blocking him from getting back.
Yeah, Dennis, he's been unreal, hasn't he? For a guy that's played, maybe 20 games of Aussie rules footy, to do what he's doing out there, it's amazing. And obviously 211 centimetres and big reach. He could be absolutely anything.
So the brother's taken up football as well. Is that the story?
I've heard that. Yeah, his brother's taken up footy. So I think he's a little bit thicker than Mace, so we might have a centre half back in a couple of years.
Hey Taylor, tell us about this rivalry and what your footy club does to alert new players like yourself to the great rivalry between Carlton and Collingwood. I love rivalries in footy. I know at our club, Duck, whenever we come up to play Essendon, a lot of the old players get back to the club and make sure that the young crop know how much we can't stand them and they can't stand us. It's just a brilliant thing in footy, I reckon. And Carlton, Collingwood, this goes back over 100 years.
Yeah, you're right. I read something during the week about the rivalry being a little bit dead, which it certainly isn't from our point of view. And I don't think it is for any of the supporters here today. It's always a huge game. Carlton Collingwood, you you ask Eddie Maguire, and it's the one game he just doesn't want to lose every year. So, there's always a bit of extra feeling, and hopefully we get a really good contest today.
It's amazing to look at the record, actually. I've got it here from the Chairman. Collingwood Carlton, 251 games, 125 to the Blues, 122 to the Magpies.
It's unbelievable, isn't
That
it?
is a rivalry, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I heard an former NFL commissioner, Purple, speak once to a big sort of AFL footy group of people in Melbourne about 4 years ago, and he spoke so much about what they do to make sure that the rivalries are front and centre in that competition constantly, like Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and all the great rivalries that go back in that. And they say we really pin our rounds and our whole marketing on these. We just let these things go in this game, and I don't understand it, because this today is one of the great rivalries in footy. So is Richmond Carlton, so is Collingwood Essendon on Anzac Day, and I think it's incumbent on us, even though it's not as tribal as it maybe was, to keep them going.
Yeah, look, I think the issue, Jim, is the expansion clubs, and even the Brisbane Lions and the Gold Coast are trying to tell us it means something, but until Stephen May did what he did, it didn't have any meaning. And I don't know whether it's just been watered down maybe over the journey with the new clubs and the...
It's a shame if it is.
And the fixture, the way it is, I don't know, but you're right, there has not been the emphasis and focus that was on it when you were running around, Duck.
Yeah, but given, I'm just looking around the ground now, and you can see, as BT likes to call it, the watermark in the top tier there. Carlton have won 2 in a row, so they'll all turn up today. They'll think they're half a chance, and Collingwood's form's been better. So I think we'll get, 60, 70?
Yeah, 26 degrees, beautiful weather.
Well, as Taylor said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, mate, but this is what you don't get when you play for an expansion club, is what this is about. There's 150 years behind this game.
Yeah, it's history. It's, and you don't get 70,000 at the G. We're very lucky to play in the games we do, and you spoke about Anzac Day before, and I guess everyone would have thought that, with Essendon's list the way it is, Anzac Day would have been a bit of a bluff, but, the crowd come out and it was strong. It was 85,000, and, the feeling for most of the game was really, really good, so I'm hoping today's the same.
What's the rest of the day for you? Sitting anywhere special? Or
I'm going to go up the box and sit next to Scott Burns and do a bit of midfield stuff with him, so a bit of eye-opener out there. Be good.
Get something out of halves too, can you? How's he going down there, Rob?
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, he trains harder than all the boys, so he's probably still looking for a comeback. Rob.
Hey, Taylor, we can't wait to see you back playing in a couple of weeks. Good luck with everything.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good boy, Taylor Adams, and a very, very good young player. So he'll be missed today by the Maggies as we get ready for this game not far away.
BT's just sent through his prediction. 54,000, he reckons.
What a mark.
Yeah, but it's interesting today, Duck, as we saw the players lining out. The two stats that were really worrying for Collingwood. They're ranked 16th in defence, conceding 106 points a game. But they're also ranked 17th for marks inside their forward 50 at only 10. So I know that a lot of people saying Collingwood should win and win well, but those two stats in particular, they're getting leaked upon, and when they go forward, they're butchering it. So Carlton just need to put a lot of pressure on the ball carriers for Collingwood.
There's no doubt they'll do that, Spud. They've been very good in that area. This is going to be a tight contest.
Yep, I reckon too. The Blues' inclusions today, Cripps, Walker and Everett, make them look a lot better on paper at least, don't they? I mean, Cripps back in the side, that's a real bonus for them.
The start of this game crept up on us, didn't we? We were just happily talking to Taylor Adams, and we're nearly ready to go.
Let's go down to the boundary for Bob Jane T-Marts. Howie in the dock.
Thanks, Dan. Carlton haven't won 3 in a row since 2013. One late change for the Carlton Footy Club. Simon White goes out of the side with a shin, and Dale. Michael Jamison comes in, and I'm just looking around. There's an American camera crew here, Dennis. 5 cameras, 3 producers that travel around the world doing stories on big sporting rivalries. They're here today at Carlton Collingwood.
Okay, the Magpies have won the last 6 against Carlton. Says something about the rivalry, but still trail overall. Those figures we gave you moments ago. Bright sunny day in Melbourne. The opening bounce. Rucks go at it. Cruiser grabs it. Spills across to Cripps. Slips a hand pass back to Simpson. Simpson comes to Gibbs. Their best names involved there. A couple of number 1 draft picks. In fact, 3 of them as the ball comes down towards half forward. Inadvertently off the foot of Tooby. And deliberate as he called. Did they get out of bounds on the fall? I don't think it did.
No, it wasn't, Dennis. It was deliberate.
Oh, wow.
And what Tooby should have done there, Dennis, just let the ball take its course. It would have went over anyway. So he put your hand on it about a metre out. Gee, that was tough.
You can't penalise incompetence. There goes the kick from Casbolt. Down towards full forward. Jones, a big leap, but a good mark is taken in defence by Frost, and Frost is away.
Dumps it wide to the pig. Levi Casbolt just reels it in with one hand. A fresh clip on the scone. The pig. Wide he goes. No one able to control it to the back. It's picked up by Tui. Now they can swing it across half back the Blues. They've got numbers back here. And this is Lockie Plowman. who comes to Doherty, broadcast side. So they've transferred play from the Great Southern Stand wing across to the members wing. Doherty holds the footy a long time and then dumps it long. Tuvi's parked under it to the back. Cruiser able to get a nice handball. It's a beautiful forward handball. Got to Wright. Wright goes long inside 50, but back there is Reid for the Maggies.
Yeah, the two long kicks, Duck, have really suited the Collingwood defence. They need to lower their eyes there, Carlton.
Reid goes to the outer side in front, Greenwood. Knocked away by Simpson. Simpson finds it on the deck, hooks it down towards the pocket, bounces obligingly for Gibbs, beats a couple, steps around them, kicks towards the middle, poor kick, and De Goey gets on the end of it for Collingwood with the orange boots. Short to side bottom. They've got runners everywhere. Side bottom. Grundy. Back to Grundy. Grundy has a bounce through midfield. Feeds Treloar. And now getting in behind the defence. A real chance for Fasolo. Open goal beckons. He bounces a throw. Opening goal of the game. Collingwood. On the Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard. That's the margin.
Well called, Dennis. Beautifully called. 3 inside 50s for Carlton. And 3 intercept marks for Collingwood. So Carlton did all the entries, Duck. They went in, 3 intercept marks, so they need to use the ball better. And Fasolo, you just knew when the ball spread forward. You don't even have to look left to see where Fasolo will be. He reads the forward running chain of uncontested possessions better than most in the competition.
Ben Dixon actually mentioned Fasolo about 10 minutes ago. I tell you what, you're right though, it was Reid and Frost that took those really strong marks in defence. You can't just bomb it in. If you're going to kick it in, you've got to kick it in hard and low.
Horrible turnover, Bryce Gibbs.
Yep.
Shocker.
Really good play. You don't expect that. Cruiser out of the middle, goes and gets his own ball, and then just pounds it inside 50 again. The forward's caught behind. Jones goes back to access the pill to Casbolt. Now to Cruiser, all the way back to Gibbs. He walks into trouble again. The voice of Murphy picks it off inside the square. He just hoists it high. Jones, the marking player, to the front was Cripps. Cripps went and got it. Gave the handball to Greenwood, who just walked through and then coughed it up. Handball to Frost, who was standing still. Jones has now got the footy about 15 out. The umpire waits and says, you're holding the pill.
Yeah, they were lucky there, JB. There's no doubt Frost wasn't waiting for that handball there from Greenwood. Gee, that's a lucky break there for the Pies. They're under extreme pressure.
Collingwood by 6 points. The only goal in the game to Alex Fasolo just moments ago. Frost out of defence then. High ball to half back. In best position to mark is Doherty. In front was Cruiser. Doherty's taken the mark. Thought it may have touched Cruiser's hands. Clever kick into the corridor. Simpson's got it. Slips a hand pass to Gibbs. Gibbs sends a high ball down towards full forward. Casbolt! Casbolt is marked about 5 metres out directly in front.
Should have kept going, I reckon, Den.
Come on.
Well, he was through. He was out the other side, don't you reckon?
He was.
It was a good mark. He could have just run in, burst through into the open goal. Now, this is where he's got to just worry about his normal routine. He's only 10 metres out, but kicked through the footy. All about hand to foot for Casbolt.
Surely he can't miss this.
So in effect, you've made a prophecy. He's going to miss. That's what you're saying. In a
straight
roundabout
through,
way.
Dennis. Straight through.
Straight through.
Poor old Kaz. In he comes then. Kick is on the way. Splits the middle.
Oh,
how about that? Scores a level. A goal apiece on the Triple M McDonald's or rather Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Well, that's what he's in the side for. He's in the side to take big marks, contested marks in front of that goal square, and he had his name written all over that, ran back with a flight. We know that he's got good hands. He's a terrific mark. He hasn't had a great start to the season, but that's a great start to today, and that'll be a big confidence booster for him because he split the middle with that one.
They needed it, Duck, because they've been in the hard yakka 5 times to Collingwood 1, and they're winning a contested ball, more importantly, Carlton 9-5. So they've really come to play the Blues.
Did not take his eyes off the footy for 1 millisecond.
I say exactly that. That's good focus on the ball. Yeah. There's Grundy down, nicely done to Treloar, and here's Pendlebury. High inside 50 they go. Plowman, I thought might have infringed. No free. Front and centre to go. He gets wrapped up. Good tackle. Real good tackle. Jamison, you ain't getting out of it. Or was it Plowman? No, Jamison. The big Ballarat boy Spud back in today.
Yeah, the Spud farm from Newland. Look forward to seeing. He's been down on form a little bit, an injury as well. He's getting long in the tooth.
Yeah. Came in for White.
There's a very nice tackle there. He goes searching for Cruiser. Good mark. Big Cruz.
He's on fire.
Yep.
Nicely done. And Dennis Armfield gets it to Jones. So some nice ball movement here for the Blues. Casbolt on. He goes in search of him. Not going to get there. Cripps just outside 50. Take a very good kick from here. Yes. Early in the game might give him the juice he needs to the city end. Eyes darting around. He goes short now. That's okay. He might have found Sumner with a short ball.
No, that's class in the end. If he had just had the Hail Mary kick, dump it 30 out, it would have been all Collingwood with Reid and Frost playing off their men. So really smart composure there from Cripps.
He's got Josh Smith on him at the moment, Cripps. He's 6'4". I know they need his grunt in the middle, but I'd be parking him at centre half forward.
Got no idea about Liam Sumner's goal kicking ability. Tiny little Nipsey with a big pair of shorts. He's going to kick from about 45 out. It's working back nicely. Liam Sumner. Good work. 2 straight blues now. Collingwood 1 straight. Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Dominating possession, the Blues, 30-15, so doubled them. Just controlling the footy at this point in time.
Yeah, and the Blues, their ball use as well, Duck, with all those disposals going at 84% by foot, which is 18 above the league average.
Oh, and that's why you've got to make hay while the sun shines. When you get those opportunities, you've got to kick the goals while you're controlling the footy.
Exactly, and Cruiser, he's absolutely starting it for the Blues. He's started this game on grunt. He's been outstanding.
Solo, Sumner and Casbolt have got the goals and all have stayed on the ground. 6 points the margin. We're back in the middle. The umpires this afternoon. Farmer, the best bouncer in the comp. Hosking and Ryan. After that bounce from umpire Farmer, there's a push in the back and it's going to be a free kick. It's going Carlton's way. Cripps has been very active. Sweeps a hand past to Doherty. Doherty a searching kick down towards the half-forward line. But getting across, the mark is taken by Howe of Collingwood. Collingwood in the black shorts today. Goes to the opposite
Look
pocket.
Out, Dennis.
Oxley with Dennis bearing down.
Dennis!
I'm ducking to cover myself, Jim. Cut that out. Ball is at half back and they run it up. Tuvi's got it now.
Tuvey. Forward handball that only just sort of worked to Broomhead, but they get out somehow, the Maggies. No, holding the ball. Really good tackle.
Great tackle. Who was it? I can't see from here.
Out of sight, it was Kieran Byrne.
Yeah, the Irishman, he's a really good player. And more importantly, Duck, he's a very good kick, like all the Irishmen.
He'll be brought into range here, I think, Spud.
I think he'll kick it, JB.
Someone, a Collingwood player, I'm not sure who it was, didn't throw the ball back to him properly.
Oh, he's well within range. Good size, 50.
I think it was Posinised.
That is sloppy.
Yeah, it was Tuvey.
So from County Louth in Ireland, Kieran Byrne, or Kyron, I think they might go with. He's going to take a ping at him, city end, 35-40 out. Drop punt. He's going to miss to the left. 2-1-13, 1 straight 6. Blues up. Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Yeah, I was talking to Steve Silvani. He really likes the way he plays, Duck. He's quick, he's hard, and he used the ball well. Unfortunately, it was a good kick. It was just a bit inaccurate on that occasion.
Not name dropping again, are you, Smart?
No, not at all.
Exactly
Big
what he was
sausage.
doing.
No, I wasn't.
Oxley to himself, runs to the pocket, drives it towards the outer side. In front, the mark is taken out there by the newcomer.
Every time Duck hears that name, he expects a whistle to follow it.
This is Crocker. Crocker up towards the wing, close to the boundary line. The ball goes out of bounds.
Did he
We'll
get
have a
looked
throw
after,
in.
Duck? Crikey, Moses.
Yeah, what?
Out of side, thrown in ball. 1 straight 6, Collingwood, 2-1-13, Carlton. Great Southern Stand wing. No ruckman able to touch the ball. Picked up nicely by the tiny little man Blair, but the ball goes over in the end in front of both side bottom and Murphy, still wearing the helmet.
Interesting duel down the other end. You've got Jamison and Moore, so you've got the veteran Carlton player on young Darcy Moore, so the old and the new.
This time it's Cruiser working it down to Cripps, the voice of Curnow, and then inboard to Simpson, back to Curnow. And that kick only just works to Daisy Thomas against his old club. And now Doherty.
Doherty carries the ball up towards the wing, demanding something of Sumner, loops the hand pass over the top, comes back to Thomas now from the wing, kicks it down towards half forward, poor kick, marked by Smith, plays on immediately, gives it to DeGoey. DeGoey comes out wide to a left footer, favoured by that, it's Maynard, goes to half forward, beautiful kick, side bottom on the chest, sends it down towards the pocket and White doesn't get to it. And the ball runs away from him and bounces out of bounds.
Yeah, the kick just hurt White on that occasion. Side bottom, Sensu is running goal side of Rowe. He just had to aim for the goals there, side bottom. He kicked it too far left.
2-1-13 Carlton. Collingwood 1 straight 6. Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Tyler's get a free footy at Beaumont's by spending $100 on DTA's catalogue specials. Cruiser to the front. Kerridge. Burn. Little kick smothered. And it goes over. Aish was the smotherer. Interesting choice of jumpers for this game from the AFL, I reckon. Don't know why Collingwood haven't gone with their white and black stripes option if the Blues are going to wear the traditional. Two alike for my liking, as this ball going to be thrown in 53 out from Collingwood's punt road end goal. Pendlebury a little play on the footy. Doherty dispossessed. Howe came through to Pendlebury and got it back. Walked through Jeremy Howe, straightened up and kicked. No. It took a bit of the post, I reckon, on the way through or behind. 1-1-7 or 2-1-13, Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
That was a let off Daisy Thomas. Not sure what he was doing there. He was the wicket keeper and actually got out of the road of Howe. So, real let off there for the Blues.
Tui to himself, runs out of the goal square, drives it up towards the wing. Big pack. Jones from behind. Terrific mark. Liam Jones, former Bulldog, just forward at right half back. Not much to kick to. Not much of a kick either. Just floats, hangs a long time in the air. Frost from behind, able to punch it away. Blair, tackled by Walker too high. Easy to do with Blair.
Yeah, first one, slip tight. Cripps is having a good start to this game. 5 disposals, 2 clearances.
He's a good player, isn't he? Blair's got it. He's a serviceable player too, Blair. Courageous as the day is long. There goes the kick beyond the wing. Coming up to it is Cox. Side foots it to Treloar. Well played. Jones. Hand passes to Casbolt. Under pressure. Casbolt kicks it wide and Simpson takes the mark.
Good player Simpson has been for a long time. Got it off half back. Nowhere to go with the footy. You're going to have to handball it now. He does. And
shocking handball.
Kerridge
Shocking decision.
Wasn't overly keen on possessing it. That's not actually a bad result, I don't reckon, for the Blues after completely buggering it up. They get it out of play and can reset.
No, you're right there, JB. Simpson just had to have more composure there. He handballed the Kerridge with the Collingwood player right on him. So a bit of a brain fade there from Simpson. He's already had the 6 hard yakkers.
Casbolt and Wood in the ruck. That's Cox, I should say. And Cox worked it down. And then went and had a piece of his own ball at ground level. And we'll have another ball up. 60 out from the punt road end goal. Maggie's heading in that direction. First term, 1-1-7 they are. Carlton 2-1-13.
It's just got the makings this game. You can sense it. Off hands, Kerridge a half chance. De Goey digs it out of there. Lamb trying to spin through the pack. Did well. Got a quick hand pass to Kerridge. High ball down towards half forward. Reed's been good over the top. Jones slaps it down. Murphy had it momentarily. Then ball taken to the ground. Should have got a free kick. Nothing doing off the ground by Everett. Comes wide. Taken there and cleverly hand passed by Lamb. He gave it to Wright to Gibbs. Short one is on. That's a wonderful kick. And he finds Everett about 35 metres out directly in front. They're going to the city end of the ground, Carlton. And a chance to kick their third goal here. It's 2-1 to 1-1. Clever by Lamb. Knew where the help was, got it to Wright. And Wright is very good with the football in hand.
No, he's very clever, Dennis, right? And obviously give it to Gibbs. And Gibbs knew straight away there was a free player and hit Everett on his own.
Anyway, Murphy was stiff coming through the middle. Should have got a free. Everett's kick is out to the right and he's missing. Not by much, but missing. So Carlton moved to 2-2. Collingwood 1-1, and that's on the Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Well, they're dominating the play, the Blues, and they've missed 2 relatively easy shots. So there should be at least 3 goals on the board. So when you've got momentum, you need scoreboard pressure.
Oxley short to Reed. Still very deep in his defensive area. Just got a hoisted high and long. Casbolt in from the side with a fist. De Goey at the front, his hands were good. Plowman. In fact, it was Broomhead. Now the Maggies slice their way through, and they're out the back. For Solo, as he does so often, running back towards goal. The kick was just too fierce for him. He's got to duck and weave a bit, the Faz. And then he slipped it over the top to Moore. Moore back to Fasolo. Fasolo, handball. Crisp. He's got a handball back again, so the Blues have actually held up pretty well.
Well done,
and now
Dennis.
Graham comes in. Dennis
did
nicely. Dennis, they're going to win it back. Crisp. Dennis, a tackling machine. Give him a bloody free kick and fire. Oh no, he stripped of the footy. Dennis, he did all the hard work, didn't end up with it, and it comes to right for the Blues.
Plays on immediately over the top to Lamb. Lamb forward to the wing. 2 men inside the forward 50. This will be interesting. The kick is wide. Walker and Howe. And Howe gets a good result. He was tracking Walker to the boundary. It bounced. and Walker took it a step inside the line, then carried it out. So boundary throw in, right full forward.
Two pretty good athletes there, Walker and Howe. They love a fly, those two.
Low scoring, but a bright start. It's end-to-end stuff. Not too many goals just yet. Casbolt bundled out of that pack. Ball spills wide. Chance there for Broomhead. Had it momentarily, lost it, goes back in after it. And we'll get a whistle here, just what the call will be. It's holding the footy. And it's going to be a free kick Collingwood's way. Broomhead to take it. He's a left half back, Broomhead. Just a terrific day for footy. Bit of cloud about Broomhead. A little bit cloudy there too. Didn't know what he was doing momentarily. Hand pass to Maynard. Kicks it up towards the wing. Carlton with the numbers. Like this boy Byrne. Moves beautifully. Doesn't bounce
good
so
wheels.
well. Came back a bit high. Now he kicks it inside the forward 50. From behind, a big leap down there by Walker. The timing though from Howe, who does have a prestigious leap as well. Punched it away. Side bottom got the crumb. Kicks it up to the wing. Knocked across the boundary line by Plowman.
Yeah, it's amazing, the Irishman, isn't it? Because they've got no bad habits, Duck. You get them in the development and you teach them how to kick. Most of them are very, very good kicks, the Irishmen.
Shelby Power designed to improve performance. As the ball going to be thrown in. Half forward here for the Blues. As Spud said, they actually should be further ahead in this game. Kernow's dragged that back in. He's gone. No. The ball spills out. Here comes Gibbs. Nice pickup. And then he threads it. Touch ball. So a fisted centre half forward Murray. Ends up with Tui. Tui lowers the eyes. Good ball to Walker.
Yeah. Beautifully called, JB. Another Irishman, Tui. Beautiful kick. And it's when the game's on the outside, the ground ball gets stuck. So when the ball spills from a clearance or a stoppage, Carlton are 13-5. So they've got weight of numbers around the contest.
Yeah, dominating in that area. But they have to go back and kick this goal because they're giving themselves opportunities. They have to put it on the scoreboard. Collingwood will have their time when they're dominating. You've just got to make the other side pay.
Well, they're ranked 18th for set shots, Carlton.
Andrew Walker, this is the third relatively easy one. Got to convert it, and he hasn't.
And that's why they're ranked 18th.
You just have to, when you're dominating possession and in and around the ground, you just have to make sure you kick those.
Well, that's their 11th inside 50 to 5. So it should be a 4-goal lead, and it's not.
Carlton by 8 points. Short one to side bottom from Oxley. Side bottom in the pocket. Goes short again. Reid has started pretty well. Steadies them back there. Back across the goal front this time. The mark is taken by Oxley, a Queenslander. He knows how to play footy. Not much of him. Sends it low and hard out towards the outer side. Not his best effort. And the mark has been taken on the outer side for Carlton. It's Everett.
Andreas Everett sits it high and long. Casbolt in from the side, might have infringed. Jones has taken the mark. Casbolt just sat someone hard on his ass. It might have been Aish.
It was JB.
Might have been lucky to get away with that, I reckon, Spud. But in the end, a good contested mark to Jones, and this is a must kick.
Well, that's been two strong marks he's taken in this particular game. He won the game from a couple of weeks ago against Freo in the last quarter.
Yeah, just
much maligned, not hasn't been consistent in his career at all. Got a bit of confidence, and he started this game well.
15-20 out directly in front, has to convert. Make something of this nice start for the Blues. Set shot on the way. Oh, he made the umpire work very hard, but he snuck it in. 3-3-21, 117. Triple M Beaumont tile scoreboard.
No, you're right, Duck. A good contested mark. Very lucky there on that occasion. JB was right. The Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Casbolt did take Aish out before the ball was there, but they're making the play, the Blues.
Not sure Aish was going to spoil it, but anyway,
no, he wasn't.
I tell you what, Jones though, he has not got a good endurance. He hasn't got a good tank, so he can start games well. What's important for him to maintain this through the whole quarter? Apparently, he's a 10.5 beat tester. Yeah. You can walk that.
No, you can. No, that's not. That's very substandard. Have a look at the contested ball, Chua. Just read those hard yakkers out.
Yeah, 26-11, Carlton's way. Just some low numbers, Spud, for the Pies. Pendlebury just the 2 possessions, Treloar 3.
Don't worry about the possessions. The contested ball, they're getting smashed. 26-11.
Very dismissive, Spud.
No, I was, because I wanted Chua to actually build on that stat, but he just went to something else.
Nothing, I'm with you.
Well, maybe
they're getting smashed.
Got some balls, Spud.
Let's not bicker.
Stop handing Spud all your gold too, true man. Or
sorry, Doug.
Tossed up back in the middle. Up goes Gibbs, third man up, taps it down. Greenwood's got it. Slung as he tried to kick, missed it. Blair finds a way through. Hand passes wide. The Gowie took his eyes off the football, left it behind. Kerridge grabs it, kicks it straight up in the air. Doing well, Grundy thumps it wide, but Tui was waiting. Now Cruiser releases Sumner. He goes inside the forward 50. Foot race, Frost and Casbolt. Frost should be the more nimble. Casbolt wins the day though. Slaps it out wide. Chance for Jones. He was dragged off it. Picked up by Reed. Hand passes to Maynard. Slapped away by Casbolt, who kept at it. Now deep in the pocket. The kick wanders back towards full forward from Lamb. Off hands and across the line. It's a behind.
Gee, they're relentless, Carlton. They're really tackling hard. They're winning the hard ball. This is a worrying sign for Collingwood at the moment. They haven't been able to get their game going at all, Duck the Pies.
Look much more dangerous going forward, Carlton too. The only way Collingwood Duck look like scoring is to get it out the back.
Yeah, absolutely right. They're not winning it at the coalface. The Blues smashing them in that area.
Long and wide this kick. Nesta players in the air, fist from behind, out of play. So it'll be thrown in, 70 out from the Blues City end goal. Time in forward half, Stuart.
Yeah, 67% to the Blues, only 33 to the Magpies.
3-4-22 to 1-1-7 in favour of Carlton. Lot riding on this Saturday afternoon clash. 3 in a row for the Blues if they can get up. Pendlebury's kick, fisted away from White, into the hands of Blair. Blair to Crisp. Crisp walked through a tackler in Doherty. Has a bounce, gave it off to Pendlebury, who was in all sorts of trouble. He got it to Greenwood, who always wants to go by hand, does so to Howe. He gets wrapped up. Not sure he got a handball away. Now it's Treloar. Howe. Eventually to Greenwood, outside 50. Greenwood just sits it to the hot spot and hopes someone can mark it. Grundy in good shape. Did he get infringed? No. Out the back, Broomhead's going to kick an easy goal. That's what we're talking about.
Yep.
Second on the board for Collingwood. 2-1-13 to 3-4-22. Triple M Beaumont tile scoreboard. Howie.
Yeah, Dale Thomas, who had his best game for the club last week, he came off clutching his right arm. Doesn't look in a good shape at this stage. Doc's taking a look. Stand by.
Yeah, all the other guys down on the bench there are all around Rowan White and trying to work out what's going on. I know Doc White will be all over that. Much needed goal though, Duck, wasn't it, for the Pies?
All class side bottom,
yeah,
isn't he?
It's like an artist enters the scene,
He
isn't it?
really is.
Yeah.
He floats across the ground, knew exactly what he was doing. The handball, didn't have to break stride.
Yeah.
He's just a very, very nice player.
Perfect, Duck. I was thinking the same thing. He's just marvellous, isn't he? Everything was sort of hard work, and then suddenly one guy makes it look so easy. Back in the middle.
He's gone down the race, Daisy Thomas too.
Scramble. Treloar went after the football. Umpire circling. We'll ball this one up. So Collingwood 2-1. Carlton a 3-4. Just taking a look at this build-up again. It was pretty sloppy initially, but Sidebottom's finish on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen was pretty good out of the middle. There goes the kick from Pendlebury. Deep into attack again. Off hands, falls in front. Broomhead missed it. Charging in was Byrne. Opportunity for Blair. Knocks it across to DeGoey. Did he get kicking room? Hand passes to White. White will kick a goal. Collingwood back-to-back goals. And they trail by just 3 points now. 3-4 to 3-1. And that's on the Triple M Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. To Bob James Seamounts, Howie and the Doc.
And Doc, Daisy Thomas down in the rooms.
Yeah, just with that right shoulder and that last tackle, his arm went out and he looked to have a dead arm. Now, that's a sign of a subluxation, not a dislocation like he had last year, so that's good news. Now, the doctor and the physio have gone down, they'll assess him. I suspect we may see him in the next 5 or 10 with strapping, and we'll see how he goes.
Thanks, Doc. Sidebottom, the number 1 ranked player on the ground, had a hand in the previous 2 goals. He was the one in the middle that got the quick clearance, so they need to put some heat onto Sidebottom.
From McDonald's, get a fan feed box today. Triple M rocks Saturday afternoon football.
What a day.
Those misses, this is where it hurts. 2 in a row to Collingwood now. They're only 3 points in the game. Scramble out of the middle. The Blues get it forward through Everett. Fighting hard was Curnow, but he was unable to control it. And it's going to be thrown in the air. Cruiser and Grundy to do the work. Treloar picks himself up. He's got to exit the scene, surely. Eventually it's thrown up. There's Pendlebury again, and there's Curnow. End-on-end ball forward straight to Frost.
Well, Collingwood got an extra behind the ball, JB. I know that Frost looked like he's free, but it's Jeremy Howe that's free for the Pies.
Sticks it wide. In front, Doherty. Outmarks Grundy. Shouldn't have happened.
That was pathetic from Grundy.
Goes back. Finds Simpson, centre of the G.
So you're 6'6". You got to. If you're big, it just doesn't mean you just walk around the ground. He had a chance to nail the Carlton player there, Grundy.
Long goes Simpson and high forward. Casbolt in from the side. No mark taken. I thought Oxley had a fair piece. So did the Pies fans.
Yeah.
Hit the ground.
Yeah,
interesting to watch that one again.
Yeah, have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Did Tuvey have some of it? No, that's a mark.
Yeah, good mark too.
Yeah.
Hurts you when it's a good mark.
Yeah, spot on.
Knocked away by Gibbs. Murphy didn't have the football.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Greenwood, he just smashed him into the ground. Murphy's only had the one disposal. They need to help Mark Murphy. Greenwood's too strong, and he was overzealous then, but the Carlton players need to be aware that Murphy's getting real heat from Levi Greenwood.
And that tackle could be looked at as the kick goes long into attack. They'll compete about 25 metres out. Sumner jumps at the back, had it slapped away. Coming through as Walker. Side bottom stayed on his feet. That was the key there. Got a hand pass across towards a teammate and Crisp. He sends it back. Broomhead had a while. Goes to Reed. Reed short passes and finds Crisp. Or is it? No, it's the youngster in his first. No, it's Crisp, I think.
Right, the first time down.
Yeah, Crisp, a little chip out wide. I was going to say Crocker, but it was Crisp.
Don't doubt yourself then.
Geelong West Coast, Simmons around the grounds, please, Stuart.
Yeah, early stages, first quarter, no score to either side.
Doherty read that in the air, coming through nicely. Handball to Plowman. Now, here's Murphy. Back to Doherty. Doherty just got around Mason Cox a little easy and then just dumped a long one. Nice hands from big Levi Casbolt.
Gee, that was a good grab. Just vertical leap, JB.
Yeah, he's got beautiful mitts too.
You need runners behind the ball there. Just get the ball off Casbolt.
He goes into the pocket. Ball got behind everyone. In the end, Tuvey had to fist it away from Matthew Wright and out of play in the pocket.
Levi just has to play on there. He has to mark that ball, wheel around, make the decision while he's in motion and get the ball in quickly.
Yeah, or a halfback flanker for Carlton, get past his eyes, Duck, and get him to handball it.
Carlton lead by 3 points. Boundary throw in. Almost quarter time. Up goes Grundy. Slaps it down in front. Taken by Tuvey. Tackled as the ball arrived. Gibbs stopped it nicely. Gets out of trouble too brilliantly. Bryce Gibbs a centering kick. The Goey takes the mark though. The Goey about 15 metres out from his defensive goal.
Yeah, 16 inside 50s to 7 Carlton's favour. But as you said, they're only 3 points up on the scoreboard.
Short to Reed. Reed. Well short of centre half back, goes to the outer side. Right half back flank, and the mark is taken by side bottom, who goes sideways, close to the boundary. Then brought a dummy towards the fence. Hard to sell, but he did it side bottom. Comes back to Frost, a short one to Tuvey, and he's at centre half back. And just a reminder, Chemist Warehouse, the home of real brands and real savings, as the ball comes to White, the defensive side of left centre wing.
Mario and Pete Quattro in from Chemist Warehouse on Friday too. Spud with goodie bags, and I helped myself too.
Did you bring mine in?
I picked the eyes out of him before anyone else even got a look. There's a 50-metre penalty here.
Well, those bags don't travel.
Get hold of some desire by Dunhill, JB.
Now Duck just bringing something to the table. 45 out, not much angle. This will bring the kicker to
Cologne that has a very good strike rate.
Righto, Jesse White. The former Sydney boy is going to take the set shot.
It's an oldie, but a good.
Well, I was going to say, mate, it's been around a while.
It's been around a long time, exactly.
This is Jesse White with the footy. It helps when you get the first looks, but as White, this for his second in the term, if he's good enough to convert, he might have pulled it left, I think. There's the siren behind. So just 2 points after all of that. Blues, you sense, disappointed going into the quarter-time huddle, 3-4-22. Collingwood 3-2-20. Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard. By the way, Tyler's get a free footy. Beaumont's spend $100 on DTA's catalogue specials, and that footy will come your way. And from McDonald's, get a fan feed box today. Carlton by 2 points as Triple M rocks Saturday afternoon football.
This quarter was brought to you by Beaumont Tiles. For best tradie rewards, join Beaumont's Trade Club today. For McDonald's fan feed boxes.
Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M footy buffet continues to serve all day long.
Yummy, 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 yummy.
The Bombers have jetted up to Sydney to take on a white-hot Swans.
Big Teddy Richards, he's got the distance.
Can the Dons achieve the impossible?
To give Essendon a 6-point lead. He loves it. What a double cobra!
Or will the Swans continue to peck away at a top 2 spot? Join the Bendix Breaks call team straight after the Pies and Blues for McDonald's fan feed boxes.
Triple M rocks footy.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise, Carlton United Breweries and the AFL. For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen, Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Only Ream offers a 27-litre continuous flow water heater with 6-star efficiency.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
In 2016, Triple M rocks footy. CrownBet, the game just changed. Join CrownBet today at crownbet.com.au. Gamble responsibly. Petters, the experts in undercar. Check, upgrade and transform your vehicle safety and performance at Petters. No bull. CrownBet. Cash out with CrownBet today and control the outcome of your bet before the game is over. Gamble responsibly. In 2016, Triple M rocks footy.
After the game, head into Macca's for the AFL Fan Feed Box. For only $10.95, you get to pick between a Big Mac or a McChicken. You'll also score medium fries, a medium Coke and 10 Chicken McBites. Then bring it home with your choice of an apple pie or regular hot fudge sundae. Grab a Fan Feed Box at McDonald's today for just $10.95. Available after 10:30am at participating restaurants for a limited time only. Update your cooking appliances at Harvey Norman with Smeg Classic Rewards and you'll get a bonus FPOS gift card on selected Smeg ovens, cooktops and range hoods. Spend over $4,000 and you'll get a card worth $550. Spend over $5,000 and you'll get a card worth $750. Spend over $6,000 and you'll get a card worth $1,100. Bonus FPOS gift cards can be used at over 650,000 retailers to buy almost anything. Smeg Classic Rewards at Harvey Norman. Only for a limited time in-store or online.
At the end of the day, it's not something that you really want to explain to someone. Probably wasn't really thinking. It's just an empty, useless feeling. Like you do feel silly because you could have walked away 10 minutes earlier. I felt stupid for making that decision.
Bet regret. Don't let it lead to something bigger. To find out more, visit betregret.com.au. Authorised by the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation, Melbourne. Spoken by C. Mackey and R. Reid.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
For McDonald's fan feed boxes,
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter is brought to you by Harvey Norman Home Appliances for the latest from all the big brands.
Quarter time, MCG. It is the Blues by 2 points. Wayne Carey's in the back row, and so is Danny Frawley.
No, amazing game of first quarter, Duck. It was all Carlton. You look at the inside 50, 16-8. The contested ball, 37-22 in Carlton's favour. But unfortunately, they're only 2 points down on the scoreboard. And that's without any impact from Mark Murphy. With Greenwood's doing a very good job, he needs a hand. So, gee, the Carlton coach in Bolton, he'd be saying wasted opportunities going forward have really hurt us.
Yeah, I agree, Spud. That ball, that efficiency going inside 50 is just so important in the modern game. You have to make sure you hit your targets. And more importantly, when you get those opportunities, nail the goals. Because what Collingwood have done is when they've had a chance to go forward, they've just gone to the other end and kicked that goal. And that's why we've got a close one. They just have to correct that, the Blues.
Yeah, they do. And what they have to correct, Duck, also is Howe. He normally plays a forward, but he seems to be the loose player behind the ball, and he's having an impact with Frost and Reid, able to get him reset and that extra player behind the ball. So Carlton have been blazing it in. The intercept marks, I'm not sure how many times Collingwood have taken the intercept marks inside Carlton's forward out of the but I reckon it'll be at least four intercept marks.
It's actually 5 to
Well, there you go. There's 5 intercept marks, so they need to do something with the loose man here, Duck. And I don't mind even Carlton because they're winning the ball having 7 forwards.
Duck and Howie down on the boundary with Daisy Thomas.
The day Duck comes to the boundary, I'll be surprised.
Doc,
but anyway, Doc is here with me. You said, Doc, the main concern, Daisy Thomas really banged his shoulder, as you quite rightly pointed out, came off the ground. He is starting. Looks to be an elbow issue, the main concern.
Yeah, I think the hearts were in our throat, Howie. Remember last year in round 1, he dislocated that left shoulder. He came off with a dead right arm and he's hyperextended. He's got a jarred right elbow. They've patched him up. They've given him a painkiller and he's out there, so it's great news.
Bob Jane team marks the dock and Howie down there. Here's Dennis Cometti, gets you underway in the second term.
Opening bounce then, goes wide of the pack, grabbed by Curnow, sends it down towards half forward for the Blues. Ball runs free behind the pack, here's a chance for Armfield. It's slapped away towards the boundary by Smith. Good result for Collingwood, although it stays in. Armfield run it down, he's a fast customer. Close to the boundary line is centering kick from Thomas. Coming from behind through the hands of a Collingwood player. Murphy on the spot, kicks a goal. Mark Murphy from 25 metres out. Well, they squandered some opportunities in the first term, but that's a great start to the second quarter. Carlton 4-4, Collingwood 3-2, and that's on the Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Oh, well done, Dennis. Golden rule of play in defence, Duck. If you go up, you've got to impact the body or the ball. Now, 2 Collingwood players went up and the ball spilt over the back, so that's inexcusable. Murphy stayed down. He read the numbers because 2 Collingwood players went up on their own, so they should have marked the ball or at least got a fist on it. What it did, it got over the back to Murphy, who just sat there and kicked an easy goal.
Yeah, it was clever, wasn't it? Just knew exactly what to do. The only player to stay down. It was a good kick by Thomas too. Came back in the corridor. Collingwood supporters letting Daisy know what they think of him leaving their club.
Pretty ordinary bounce. No clearance though yet, although Gibbs gets a little one wide. Here is Daisy again and takes that out in front. Long, high, inside 50 ball. Walker gets taken out of it by Maynard.
Yeah, the kick again was to Walker's advantage, and Maynard thought, all I can do is give a free kick away, which he did there on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
I reckon that's just a show of strength. It really is.
But do you think it was too early?
Well, you have to be allowed to use your body. Walker was off balance, so it looked as if it was too early, but you're allowed to show your strength in
I
your
agree
body.
with that, but I just thought the timing of it may have been a split second too early.
Going to take a very good kick from here. He's up against the chalk of the boundary line, right forward pocket, and has missed the lot. That's out in the full.
Once again, that Dennis, that run in, straight drop punt, rather than you've got all of that room to his left to open the face of the goals.
No, they need to start dominating on the scoreboard, Carlton, because the centre clearances for Hard Yakachua.
Yeah, 5-1 Carlton's way.
It makes you scratch your head, doesn't it? Players have got that space now and they don't go round and change the angle. There goes the kick from Oxley towards the outer side. Big pack contested, falls in front, taken by Crisp. Got it to Pendlebury. Pendlebury hand passes to Broomhead. He kicks it up towards the wing. Not a particularly good kick. Plowman was in trouble, was holding the ball. Trelaw won it. Side bottom again, brilliant. In tight side bottom. Crisp hand passes on to Trelaw. Taken by Blair. Blair does well to get across in Shepherd. Trelaw carries the ball inside the 50. Almost deserving of a goal, this one. Grundy outnumbered is going to get a free kick. Loose ball in the square. Umpire, does he let them play on? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he has, Dennis.
He has.
He's given the all clear. He has. Socket off the ground. And it was Aish who got the goal.
Fasolo, I think it might have been.
I think.
Okay, Fasolo. So he's got 2 then. Both of them in the goal square. Fasolo, Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was. Took the advantage, and why not when the ball's just sitting up there like a cherry on the top of an ice cream at about a metre out of the goal. But I haven't seen the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, so I'm assuming that it was paid for holding on.
Yeah, I think so. Don't those ones count when you have a 43-goal season? No one remembers that you just walked in and socketed someone else's goal through.
It was against Mark Murphy, I think, head-eye contact, but it didn't seem like it was head-eye contact for Murphy.
Might have been from Rowe, arm around.
Fair enough.
It was a goal anyway, so it didn't matter. And Fasolo, as Dennis said, has got his second, so back in the middle. Blair, not favoured by the bounce. Curnow got it to Cripps.
Ducked into it,
so play on. A very good call from the umpire. Still they go out of side. Trelaw won a hard footy. Pendlebury got it back from Grundy and then just wobbled one inside 50. Cox, a hold with a big boy.
Yeah, against Jamison. Yeah. It didn't seem much in it, but...
No, bugger all in it.
Yeah, I didn't... Oh, gee, where's umpire? Yeah, that's just a good contest, and it was good strength from Cox, but Jamison's asking a question. Let's have a look at that Chemist Warehouse replay screen. All he's doing is grappling. Now, you can see the hand in front, but there's no grabbing of the jumper duck.
No, he had his arm around. Cox just fell. Cox fell to the ground. I think that one should have been let go. Yeah, no doubt.
Good call.
It is to give the Maggies the lead.
You said a good show of strength. He crumbled like
he did.
Like
he fell over. And the kick misses.
Yeah, it's good to
It's
see
probably
you.
fair enough. 4-3, 4-4. Carlton by a point.
It's good to see you agree with me. We changed up. We've been at loggerheads the last couple of weeks, but we're in sync at the moment.
Good Saturday afternoon. We got a game of football this afternoon, Saturday afternoon. The ball comes out towards the centre wing. Grundy reaches over the pack and he's been paid the mark, has he?
I think it was Reid in front.
Reid in front. So Reid about 60 metres out, searing kick inside the forward 50. In front of the pack, it's Crisp. He has a snap at goal. And he misses to the left-hand side. So Collingwood just step up the ante a little bit after that opening goal to Murphy.
Around the grounds, please, Stuart.
Yep, scores sees the Eagles 2-1-13, trailing Geelong 2-2-14, halfway into the first.
Ball stuck wide in search of Jamison. Didn't get to him. Thomas picked it up. His kick wasn't great. Looking for Casbolt, missed him. Good tackle on Crisp. And then Pendlebury taken in a hard tackle by Curnow, and they'll be rewarded for that tackle, Curnow.
Dude, the tackling's been great from both teams.
Daisy Thomas gets the ball going forward. They are out. This is Lamb. Flicks a handball over the top. Sumner wants to go by hand again. Welcome the tackle first. The Blues in good shape with Cruiser. In the end, he just had to fist away defensively. Not sure why. It'll come to the ground, and Dennis Armfield. Handball to a player who was already being tackled. Grundy walked in. Umpire's going to blow it dead. Centre half forward for the Blues. Punt road end.
I think Big Cruz got lost. He thought he was in defence.
Did.
He's trying to punch it 30 metres the other way. When you're like that, you've got to understand who's around you. You spoil it to your numbers.
Umpire tosses the ball up just inside the 50. Now the ruckman touched it, fell at their feet. Kerridge had it go through his legs, picked up by Sidebottom. Sidebottom gives a hand pass to Smith, who kicks it up towards the wing. Reaching over the top was Rowe, thumps it away for Carlton. Arriving quickly, Doherty. Can he keep it in play? No, he can't. He and the ball go out of bounds at the interchange gates. 4-4 apiece then on the Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard.
More off, wide on for Collingwood. Greenwood back on the ground, Murphy back on, so Greenwood straight into Murphy.
Cruiser working in front, retarded a little bit. Didn't matter, got it down to Kerridge. Hand passes to Murphy, kicks around the corner, bounces obligingly for Reid. He spots Sidebottom on the wing and goes short to him. Sidebottom sees some movement coming at him and low down. He puts it onto the chest of young Crocker.
Yeah, beautiful kick from Sidebottom. I need a man Sidebottom up.
Crocker back to Sidebottom. The Anzac Day medalist. He goes for a squaring ball into a heap of players. To the front, Sumner allowed it to get through his hands. Kerridge walked out of a tackle and then handball to nobody. This is Maynard. Arches the back. Left foot high ball. No one home for Collingwood. And Daisy Thomas right in front of the Collingwood cheer squad takes the mark.
They're forgiving Collingwood supporters, aren't they?
Gives it to Tui. And he goes for Andreas Everett. Out wide, just has to stop and wait. Harvey Norman scoreboard, by the way. Home appliances for all the latest and the big brands. Get out to Nunawading, see Johnny G. Tell him Triple M sent you. He'll look right after you.
I think he's a mad Collingwood man too.
He loves it, Big Johnny. To the back, the Blues. Lamb underneath to right. Right in the pocket.
Kerridge
walks in. Handball to Kerridge. Must goal from here and does. Blues. Oh, hello. Score review are we looking at here?
What for?
Was it touched? He bounced it through.
Just like to see which side of the post it went.
Oh, okay.
Which side of the post it went?
Oh, if this is a dribble kick and he's missed this.
He hasn't missed it.
I think it's a goal.
Review underway.
They're just looking at which side of the post it went, and it was the goal side, so that's a sausage. The Blues will be 5-4-34 to Collingwood 4-4-28. Unless it took some of the padding, which
he said
we
a
can't
goal.
see.
No, he didn't say it hit the post. He was just worried about which side it was on.
But he called a goal, didn't he? So
Review complete. Confirm goal.
Sam Kerridge gets the goal.
Goal umpires, that's what I liked about that decision last night, Dennis, when the goal umpire had the courage, don't call for the review. He knew that was a goal, the one that they thought went over the post. I think Sicily might have kicked it on his left foot. It's where the umpires have to back themselves in. Don't second guess themselves.
It's become an epidemic in cricket, hasn't it? The batsman can be beyond the stumps and they still call for a look at it. It's,
I agree with you, Duck. I think last night he had conviction and he just went with it. And that's what you got to go with your gut feel, and that was always a goal. Don't doubt yourself.
That's the danger. They just refer to it all the time, don't they? And you take their confidence away.
Well,
that one last night wouldn't be clarified anyway. That high ball that goes over the goalpost, that is very hard to do on replay.
Yeah, it's correct, lad.
Now we've got a ball up just wide of the centre circles. 5-4 Carlton, 4-4 Collingwood. Good game of footy, as I said before, enjoying this one. Cripps, clean possession, was third man up, gave it to Kerridge, hand passes off to Doherty. Doherty goes down towards left half forward, reaching up was Frost, got a hand to it. Clever by Casbolt, knocked it to his own advantage. Sockers off the ground, butters up again, crashes the pack in the opposite direction. Turvey did well, spills wide now, Armfield, hand passes to Kerridge, finds a way through Kerridge, hits a man who was moving in front of him there, and his path was Walker. It bounced off him. He's immediately tackled, and we get a ball up about 40 metres out.
No, it's a terrific game of footy. It's hot in the clinches. Look, it's not the most skillful game, Duck, but it's a lot of one-on-ones all over the field.
Cruiser, Grundy, Murphy, a little fumble, and then the handball was broken up in the air by Blair, who went back and won it. Curnow got hold of him. There is Curnow. Little kick forward. Crisp taken in a Doherty tackle. Good one too. And then Cruiser got involved.
They're winning the clearances. They're winning the clearances, the Blues. What are those numbers, Two-Man?
Yeah, 15-7. The Blues way hard, Yakka.
Yeah, I think Cruiser's having a bit of an impact on the two, Duck. Just his hit outs are a bit more advantageous to the Carlton midfield.
Cripps slapped it forward. Here comes Andreas Everett. Oh, good focus on the footy. Not
that's
paid.
a mark.
Not paid, Andreas.
Oh, come on, umpire.
Lamb gets thrown to the ground holding the ball.
He marked the ball, though, Joe Bird.
We're going to have a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay.
He held it. He ran with it for about 5 metres.
And when he hit the deck, let's have a look. No, good call. Sorry. Take it all back. Take it all back.
Great call by the umpire.
Wow.
So Reid in the back pocket, looking towards the outer side of the MCG, sets it up in front. Tui, almost the mark, dropped it at the last moment, spills to Treloar, spins in and out of trouble, cut it across to a man standing flat-footed, and that ball is slow to release, and Collingwood will be pinged here. Well, Oxley was the man who got the ball. It was a hot potato, and his arms were pinned. He could do nothing. And the free kick will be taken by Kerridge on the outer side. He's got busy in this term. Looking down towards half forward. Sends a long ball to the pocket. Casbolt in from the side. Almost the mark. Spills. Comes to Greenwood. Hurried kick outside the 50. Drifting back till he takes the mark on his chest.
That's fitting.
Well, well called, Jim.
Come on, Faz.
Fasolo just moving over the mark, and now it'll be Tui shooting his goal from about 25.
Well, it's a beautiful kick, Tui. We know it's a beautiful field kick. I'm not sure what his accuracy is. And for Solo, that's just a brain fade. It's as simple as that.
He's gone on a time machine. He went back to about the 60s.
He did.
Just track him and follow him. Now he's standing 20 metres out.
Put this one down, Dennis. Let's have Tui.
Yeah. Probably kicks the ball better than any Irishman to play the game. He and Hanley, do we think?
No doubt.
When he comes. Well, Hanley suddenly wins the debate.
There you go.
He misses wide right by quite a margin. Carlton 5-5, Collingwood 4-4 on the Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Well, he had no momentum through the ball, Duck. And we know it's a great field kick. It was just too stagnant. He just walked in. There was no real purpose in his kicking there.
Oxley to himself. And then long down the line. Jones in front. It gets through his hands. Rowe at the back. Goes back and finds it. Rowe gives it to Simpson. Simpson gets good contact on that left foot ball. To the hands of Maynard, though. He takes it for the Pies. Goes wide. It just carries some more. Quick release. Side bottom. The run of Howe. Howe forward to Treloar.
He gets forward, Treloar.
Kernow's got him, and that's incorrect disposal.
Great chase, great tackle.
It was a great chase, because Treloar, I've been watching him, Duck. Can he get forward of a contest on a 50-50?
He runs very well forward.
Pressure's been great from Carlton. Curnow sends a long ball down towards the attacking 50. Smith is in front for Collingwood. Bounces behind. Kerridge swung to the ground. And they battle after it. The umpire standing only 5 metres away decides to ball it up. Let's check around the grounds. Geelong.
Yeah, Dennis, West Coast leading the Cats by 4 points, nearing quarter time.
To Goey with a fresh air shot. Chris walked into trouble. Real strife. Holding the ball.
Great tackling again, Carlton. They've really kind of looked like they started this quarter well, but it's all been the Blues at the moment, sure.
Short to Murphy. That's not far enough. Murphy floats one forward. Oxley drops what he should have taken. Walker slung out of it. Oh, it's nice and tough in there. Andreas Everett went and got him. High contact.
Well, they're winning the ball, JB.
Well, I'll tell you what, Collingwood Bogans behind the punt road goal, the head's nearly spinning off.
Well, bad luck, it was a free kick. Everett had the courage to put his head over the ball, and they went with arms. So
Illegal disposal, mate.
It's a free kick.
I can't hear you.
You don't understand, he's got his head down over the ball.
Hear Pendlebury arguing with
This ear, I can't hear you on this ear.
It's a height.
Pendlebury saying he took a dive, but I don't agree with that.
So Andreas Everett must convert from here. Directly in front, 20 out, drop punt has gone through. A 2-goal lead here for Carlton. 4-4-28 to 6-5-41. Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Well, they've dominated the last 10 or so minutes. They've had the last 9 inside 50, so those repeat entries. And that right now, they're a little bit tougher and harder than Collingwood. They want the footy more. And you can complain all that you want about that. He put his head over the footy. He wanted the footy more. And right now, that's why the Blues are in front.
Just the contested ball is blown out to 61 to 38 Carlton's way.
Well, that's the hard yakka stat. That is absolutely a smacking. Whichever way you want to dress that up, Carlton right now are twice as hard as Collingwood, all over the ground.
Margin 13 points. Harvey Norman Appliances for the latest from all the big brands. It's bounced back in the middle. Up high was Cox. Cruiser goes after it. Hand pass to no one in particular. Treloar hand passes back to Cox. Emerging with the football is Blair. Gives it to side bottom. Side bottom hand passes to Howe. Howe the long ball down towards Moore. Rowe gets him out of the road. Takes the mark on his chest. Umpire paid the mark immediately. He kicks across the ground and the mark is taken by Thomas. Yes, it was a battle of strength and Rowe won it.
What's Thomas had this quarter, Stuart?
He's had 6 touches, hard yakka.
Goes short to Simpson.
Simpson, Doherty gets a lot of ball. Doherty to Curnow. Curnow just long and high and a good ball too. Kerridge. Oh no, what the bloody hell!
Drop the chutney.
He just absolutely lost track of the footy because his eyes were nowhere near it.
He dropped his head,
and the ball's out of the field of play, and a deliberate too. So a nice couple of moments here for the Maggies.
Well, it is. I don't want to pin Kerridge, but you've just got to keep your eyes on the ball, son. You took your eyes off it, and he owes his team. Look, he's getting enough of the ball, but that wasn't good enough.
Blair back to Reid. Reid at half back. Can sit and wait. That opposition teams can feed off that duck.
Yeah, they can. I'm just waiting on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen just to see exactly what did happen. Prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt until such time as I see that.
Cripps taken to ground by a couple. Well, it's your mob, your and Den's mob, not giving us that replay any time soon. It'd be nice.
I don't think he'll want to see it duck. Kerridge, I'm tipping.
Umpire tosses the ball up, wide of the pack, side bottom, gets the crumb, kicks inside the forward 50. Plowman missed it, so did White, comes back to Plowman. Plowman hand passes towards the boundary. Plenty of bodies around the football. Eventually Blair dashes out of the pack, steps around the man, lines up at goal, 40 metres out. He lights it off the boot, and it's a goal. What a wonderful solo effort by the little guy. Blair, it was a difficult kick too. He was 40 metres from goal, about 15 metres in from the line. Collingwood get their fifth, much needed. They're 5-4-34. Carlton lead at 6-5-41. That's on the Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard.
And that's what you're talking about there, JB. That's exactly what can happen after a ball that you're saying he should have taken. I'd like to have a look at it, but that's a goal they needed, the Pies.
Gee, I can't believe they're not putting it on the broadcasters at the moment. But
we're a compassionate network.
Dude, we just saw it on the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Lockie Plowman for Carlton. Just too easy, Blair. You had to tackle the hips.
Here's Cripps wandering through. Pickpocket by Pendlebury, the star. Look at him waltz through. Brilliant handball, just missed. Not so brilliant. The Pig's got to go back and get it. Greenwood. He gets taken to ground. Blair again. Handball to the Faz. He doesn't miss. 2 in a row, Maggies. 3 for Fasolo. They're back in at Collingwood. 6-4-40, 6-5-41. Carlton, Triple M, Harvey Norman scoreboard.
No, they're right back in it. And that's only a little thing, and I don't want to harp on the Kerridge one, but Collingwood have lifted. There's no doubting that. Carlton just had them on toast. Absolutely on toast. They were nonplussed. They started the quarter well, Carlton, but Carlton again, look, the inside 50s are 28-15 Carlton's favour, yet they're only a point in front.
What about you get the ball in class players' hands. Pendlebury out of the middle, and then for Solo. It's just a beautiful finish.
Just the Blues are allowing Collingwood to go 40% goal scoring efficiency. That's 15 above the league average.
Back in the middle, Cruiser goes high, knocks it down, hacked forward by Carlton. Still inside the centre square, a push in the back, and Fasolo with his 3 goals has got a free kick.
Oh, and a little one in the guts.
Well, it looks that way, doesn't it? He doubles up. The man closest to him was Thomas, and Fasolo goes down on his haunches now. Umpire didn't see anything underwood, obviously, as Smith comes down the line. DeGoey on a lead, ball still in play. DeGoey missed it. It came off the hands of Simpson. Stayed in, Curnow runs away. Hand passes back to Rowe. Rowe at left half back, hand passes forward, this time to Simpson. Doherty was involved earlier, grabs the ball on the wing and kicks to half forward. Big leap at the back by Jones. Didn't take the mark. A.la. Tim Watson. Fasolo straddled 2 players on the ground. Got it to Tuvey. Smith drives it down towards half forward for Collingwood. Loose ball at the back. Jamison leads back. Immediately tackled by White. Well, sort of. He missed him in the end. Rolls to White. He goes after the football. In comes Byrne. He's taken down. Someone's turned up the volume on this. Wonderful stuff again by Sidebottom. The calm of the man. Got it out. Treloar gets a hand pass. Goes short. Not 15. Pendlebury marked it. Kicks it in the wrong direction. Ball right on the 50. Grabbed by Greenwood off balance. Burns got it and goes wide.
Everett gets it. Gives it to Murphy. Murphy just sits it up high. Howe's got to go back. Focus on the footy he does. These are nice moments for Collingwood. Short Howe is good to Pendlebury. They get it into the champ's hands as often as they can. He walks to 50. Left foot ball. Pendlebury is going to miss. All tied up. 6-5 apiece. Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Yeah, Darcy Moore tried to do the team thing then. He thought it was going through for a goal. He could have marked that, but he made a mistake by trying to play team footy, Darcy Moore.
Carlton bring it in. You can tell that Thomas has got the ball. He got it from Byrne. Picked up towards the wing. Reid did well to punch it away. Jones came back in. Knocked it away in turn. Chance for Sumner. They're virtually in the dugout, he and Tuvey. And we've got a boundary throw in.
Yeah, well, that's Jones? 2 occasions. Sorry, Duck. 2 occasions Liam Jones.
What's he had in this quarter, 2 man?
He's statless for Hardyaker.
Yeah, Liam Jones has got to drive the knee into Reid when he's playing in front like that. He just allows Reid to dominate the front position.
Cruiser to the front. Pendlebury on hands and knees with Curnow. A little ear massage for Curnow.
That's his battle as a player, Jones. He had a good first quarter. I said he's a 10.5 beeper. He's blown up already.
I know he's blowing up, but when Reid's playing in front, you can impact Duck by using your body or your knee into Reid, and he'll think twice about playing in front again.
Can't lift his knees.
Think about the impact of Pendlebury. He's just an extraordinary footballer. Fasolo went and got it. Here is Jones. Now to Sumner. Sumner outside of the boot. Sidebottom goes back and gets it.
He's on fire, Sidebottom.
Gets around Kerridge. And with good composure sees a target. Sumner came in.
No, it's going back to Sidebottom against Kerridge. Now, Kerridge is tagging Sidebottom, but he's had the 18 disposal Sidebottom, so they need someone else. Kerridge can't do it.
Sidebottom retreats to Howe inside defensive 50. Wide to Maynard. Great Southern stand side of the G. Maynard long 1 to a 1-on-2, so Greenwood's got a big ball to win here. He did pretty well, the pig. He reeled it in with the one hand. Now it comes to Moore. Moore just missed. Grundy, well done, Doherty. Won a really good hard ball, and this is Tui.
Tui runs the outer side then, kicks from right half back down towards right half forward. Big pack meet at the football. Clutching it off hands was Cripps, fell in front of him, gets a hand pass across towards a teammate. Now it's with Kerridge. Kerridge goes wide. Lamb wants it back. He was that teammate moments ago. He's beckoning for the football. With Tui, though, he ignores him and goes short around the boundary line and finds Cripps. And it goes on now to the chest of a man closer to goal. That's Everett. Hard against the boundary, though. Kick deep to the pocket, not the spot for it. And it bounces out of bounds as we check around the ground.
Yeah, it's early stages into the second quarter. Eagles by 3 points over Geelong.
I don't know whether little Julius Sumner's your long target, Duck. He is your dwarf. As ball thrown in. Cox and Cruiser. Cruiser to the front. Andreas Everett. Magnificent. Set play down to the front. He read it Bartlett-like off hands and kicked a magnificent goal. He's got a couple.
Beautifully called, JB. What about the tap from Cruiser, though, on Cox? Now, Cox has got a lot to learn. Cruiser just had the two hands and just patted it down. And as you said, great blocking from the Carlton midfield to allow Everett to run in there. No sweeper for Collingwood on that occasion, the stoppage also. But Cruiser, I'm not sure what the hit-outs are, Ash, and they're probably even, but his hit-outs are far more effective than Cox and Grundy.
Yeah, Cruiser's had 9 hit-outs, 5 of those to advantage, though, Spud.
Shell V-Power special comments. Shell V-Power designed to improve performance.
When you hit the stoppage with speed, it's so hard to stop. It's that movement. You can't set up properly, and that's exactly what Everett did there.
So back in the middle, Cruiser taps it down. De Goey got in the road, comes back to Cruiser. Hurried kick down towards half forward, reaching over the top and fisting away was Oxley. Back inside the centre square, Broomhead hand passes to Pendlebury. Pendlebury out wide, side bottom lopes to the football, looks down towards half forward, looking for a man coming towards him. That was the youngster playing his first game, Crocker, close to the boundary line, taken by Murphy out there of Carlton. It's a downfield relayed free kick. It'll be taken by Everett, who's having a good game now.
Everett, long and high, inside 50. Howe best placed. Did he get hands in the back? No.
There was another dumb kick there. You've gone to Howe, and he's a very good overhead mark.
Fasolo wants White, gets to him. Good kick too. White takes it out in front of Plowman. Gives it to Aish. Interesting player, Plowman, taken very high in the draft as that ball goes out of play. But it's fair to say, in his 23 and a bit games, we haven't seen that high draft pick come out of him. Giants player prior to coming to the Blues. Thrown in ball to the front. Beautifully done by Pendlebury. Went and won it, gave it to Fasolo. Fasolo just dumps it long down the line. And that is Plowman. Comes off his knee, I think. Out of play.
Boundary throw in inside the 50 then. Carlton by 6 points, approaching half time.
Should have marked that one, JB. Easy mark.
Knocked down by Cruiser after the boundary throw in. Treloar emerges with the football, tumbling to the ground, got a hand pass to Crisp, across to Howe. He hand passes to Fasolo. He's been a live wire this afternoon. Long down towards full forward. Cox was there, slapped it to the front of the pack. Crocker gives a hand pass to Treloar, and Treloar hooks it too much and misses to the left-hand side. So behind, and the margin 5 points Carlton's way, 3.5 minutes out from half-time.
Yeah, Sidebottom's had 19 hard yakkers already. His PB is 38, so he's well on way to break his PB.
Tui punches it long and wide. Good mark, Casbolt out in front.
He's a good grab. Vertical leap. He's one of those guys, Duck, that jumps off 2 feet.
Short to Everett, who takes it half back out of side.
Marking's never been a problem.
No.
And now Gibbs. Gibbs on the wing. He goes long and high again. Jones with a fly at it. The ball into the hands of Lamb, and now it's out of play. Just getting back to Plowman, Duck. You think of the extraordinary heat that's come on Jack Watts throughout his career. Lockie Plowman taken 3 in the 2012 National Draft, and yet never spoken about with any of that pressure or heat at all.
Some guys miss it, and clearly going up there and then going maybe to a lower club. The expectation's not as high, maybe.
The anonymity
it's only 2 different spots, isn't it?
Close to the boundary line, Murphy hooks it around that boundary line. Casbolt again ghosting across in front of the pack. That was a strong mark.
Get back quickly.
Gutsy mark.
Oh, he's going to have a shot, I think. The distance won't be a concern. He can thump the ball a mile.
Having a bad chair day. He just tosses the chair away. That's foxed by an attendant. He just wanted to create a little space. So his backside's against the fence. Man on the mark is about 5 metres in from the boundary and 5 metres inside the 50. And now just sets it up towards the kickoff line. 2 Collingwood players compete. And the mark has been taken by Oxley. Beat Maynard for it.
Well, that kick's all right if everyone knows you're going to do it.
There was no connection with the fours. Liam Jones was 40 metres out.
Oh, Jonesy's not with it at the minute.
Around the outer side from Howe, a high ball. Off the hands of the pack, Broomhead on the way down. It's all Collingwood. Carrying it forward was Crocker. Now it's with De Goey. Back to Crocker. Runs forward at the wing. Probing kick inside the forward 50.
Well read.
And a good defensive mark is taken down there by Doherty.
He's been good, Doherty.
Yep.
This kick goes to Tui, who gets absolutely poleaxed.
50 metres.
And a 50.
Oh, look,
Hey,
it was a free kick. I don't know whether it was 50.
Don't lose it, okay?
No, I agree. Broomhead came in hard, but he was had eyes on the ball, I thought.
No, that's not 50. That's a free kick.
He took the mark and he got hit high. That's why he's got 50.
Oh, well, if he'd taken the mark, Duck, and you're right. On the Chemist Warehouse replay, he did take the mark, so you're right.
And got coat hanger. Simultaneously, I would have thought either free kick or marks, and maybe the umpire thought the mark was taken.
Everett. Dennis. And he goes to Sumner. Some players are that big, they only just need a first name, and Armfield's one of them, just gets Dennis. Hasn't had a heap of it, Chua.
What's he had, Dennis?
Yeah, Armfield just the 6 possessions.
Right, needs to lift for the commentary to get around him. Sumner has 1 on the afternoon, Liam.
He needs to kick it because he didn't go back off the mark quick enough like you've been talking about, Duck. He just took his time, so...
So will take a very good kick. A kick from outside 50. No. It's not a very good kick. Here comes Levi Casbolt. Oh, they are supreme mitts on this man.
The last 3 grabs from Sumner in the last 3 or 4 minutes have been outstanding. One on the halfback flank.
From Casbolt, you mean?
Casbolt, sorry, I said JB. Yeah, you're right, Casbolt. 1 on the wing and now 1 deep.
Yeah, they've actually taken 8 marks inside their forward 50. Collingwood have taken zip. And this man, they're smashing them in contested marks as well, mainly because of this man.
It's 14-3 Carlton's way.
What a good mark that is.
That's a good grab.
So Levi Casbolt, only about 20 out, but tightish angle. Drop punt, loved it.
Well done.
He loved it, Levi. Got 2. 8-5, 53 to 6-6, 42. Hardyacker stats, by the way. Hardyacker Legends 3D. The new legend has arrived, Chua.
Yeah, and recapping contested marks 14-3 Carlton's way. Casbolt's racked up 5.
It's amazing what can happen. He takes a big mark in the first quarter. Now he's only 10 metres out, but he goes back and kicks that. He's marking the ball beautifully today. That is just an absolute ripper of a contested mark. And you can see there, all of a sudden, a little bit of confidence and puts that one through. He will play a big part in this game in the second half. He's on fire, Casbolt.
On the grounds.
Yeah, sorry. Go for around the ground, Stu.
Yeah, it's Cats by 9 points over the Eagles, early stages, second quarter.
I just can't believe Collingwood haven't taken a mark inside their forward 50 and nearly a half a footy for Hardyacker. It's just inexcusable.
Well, Cruiser took the advantage of a free kick for Cripps, and they've paid the price. Pendlebury's got it, but there's the halftime siren. And a good half here at the MCG this afternoon. Finds Carlton 8-5-53 on top of Collingwood 6-6-42. The margin was 2 points at quarter time. The Blues led there as well. So it's an upset of sorts brewing here. Carlton chasing their 3rd victory of the season. So too Collingwood, but Carlton, I think, have been the better side certainly in the first half. The McDonald's Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter was brought to you by Harvey Norman Home Appliances. For the latest from all the big brands. For McDonald's fan feed boxes.
Triple M rocks footy.
Some stations say they play variety. At Triple M, we say whatever. Whenever. We're adding more songs on the playlist, and there's more coming every day. You'll never know what's next. On the M's. 105.1. Triple M rocks. Playing whatever, whenever. Marketing genius winning.
The end of financial year has arrived early at Brighton Toyota, Australia's largest Toyota dealership. Enjoy huge savings across the full Toyota range, including the Corolla Ascent Sport Auto Hatch. It comes complete with alloy wheels, 7 airbags and privacy glass. Drive away today from just $22,990. Brighton Toyota's end of financial year sale. On now with deals too big to miss. 77 Nepean Highway.
Brighton Toyota,
LNCT 9897.
Since the 1930s, Hardyacker has been making workwear that's as tough as you. Over time, the Hardyacker Legends range has become just that, legendary. Now we're taking Hardyacker Legends to another dimension. Introducing Hardyacker Legends 3D. Built with all the features from our Legends range, plus more. Added stretch and reinforcement for the ultimate in flexibility, comfort and performance. As durable as their legendary predecessor, Hardyacker Legends 3D won't let you down.
Hi folks, Neil Crompton here. Is your car trying to tell you something? Creaks?
groans, thuds, knocks, squeals, shudders and vibrations are common warning signs that something is wrong with your critical brakes, steering and suspension systems. If your car is telling you something, don't wait. Book a Petters brakes, steering and suspension check for just $28. Visit petters.com.au. No bull.
Can you turn 9 into 25,000? With the Herald Sun's Perfect 9, you can. Simply pick the top Supercoach point scorer from each of the 9 games in a round of AFL footy to win $25,000. With Perfect 9, there's no season-long commitment, just a brand new chance to win 25 grand every week. So why wait? Sign up now at heraldsun.com.au/perfect9. See heraldsun.com.au/supercoach for T's and C's.
I'm Peter the Possum Man.
He's Peter the Possum Man.
I'll catch all the pests I can.
It makes him a bigger man.
I'm Peter the Possum Man.
Maybe the noise in your roof is not a possum. It could be
you dirty rotten rat.
Call Peter the Possum Man today and that rat could be gone tomorrow. 9646 4222. For all pests, all suburbs. With over 70 years experience, call Peter the Possum Man. 9646 4222. A division of Adams Pest Control.
They're out there, gunk and corrosion. Ready and waiting to attack your car's engine, steal its power, and rob its performance. Fight back with Shell V-Power Premium Unleaded 98 fuel, formulated to clean away built-up gunk, stop new deposits from forming, and prevent corrosion. Shell V-Power, available from Shell Coles Express, designed to defend against gunk and corrosion.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
For McDonald's fan feed boxes, Triple M rocks footy.
This halftime break is brought to you by IGA Liquor. How the locals like it.
At the MCG, it's half-time under partly cloudy skies. Carlton lead it by 11 points. It's 8-5 to 6-6. Casbolt has 2. He's put on a clinic with his high marking in the first half, and Everett back in the team this afternoon also has 2, and a busy first half for him. Alex Fasolo, 3 first-half goals for Collingwood. This is the half-time break for IGA Liquor. IGA Liquor, how the locals like it. And we've liked this first half, we've got to say that, Spud, and the forward line of Carlton has been perhaps, it's been very good in terms of the marking. I was going to say a little disappointing, though, in as much as they've had a lot of opportunities and they haven't capitalised.
Yeah, well, they're ranked 18th for accuracy, which is 51%, Dennis, and we saw it today. They should be Carlton. 5 goals up, in my opinion. At the moment, they're only the 11 points, which is really disappointing, but they're 11 points up. So at the start of the game, they probably would have taken it. But you're right in saying the marks inside forward 50. Collingwood haven't taken one, which is very, very ordinary. That's ball use and the forwards' inability to get off their direct opponents. Jamison's done really well down there. Rowe's done really well. And the 2 Irishmen, Tui and Byrne, have been absolutely outstanding. But, Dennis, the game starts in the middle. The contested ball in the first half is all Collingwood's favour. It's Carlton's favour, 81 to 58. Also, the contested marks, 14 to 3 Carlton's favour. Now, Casbolt's taken 5 marks, all contested. It's been a great aerial display from him, and they deserve this lead. I think Cripps, coming back from injury, has been absolutely outstanding. Murphy's getting well tagged. He fought back a little bit in that quarter from Greenwood, but Curnow and Everett, and they've had a number of players chip in with goals. I think Everett's been a terrific player also. But for Collingwood, if they didn't have Sidebottom and Pendlebury, they'd be 7 goals down. It's as simple as that. Those 2 players in particular have really kept Collingwood in the game. They've had 20 and 15 respectively, and it's just been interesting to see that the Collingwood supporters at half-time, they're a little bit stunned, Dennis, because they know their team are not playing well at all.
It's a huge game for both these clubs, searching for their 3rd victory. Triple M Hardyaker stats, 2 man, break it down for us.
Yeah, just Carlton are ranked 17th in attack, only averaging 65 points per game, but they've posted their highest half-time score of the year at 8-5-53. With Carlton goal scoring efficiency, they're tracking at 25% today, opposed to their season average at 16. As Spud mentioned, dominating the contested ball by 23, and the clearances also, they're up by +9. Just some individual ball winners. Everett, 14 possessions, but he can throw in 7 score involvements, 2 majors. Cripps, 14 along with 5 clearances. Curnow also with 14 and 5 clearances. Casbolt, 9 possessions, 5 contested marks, 2 goals straight. And for the Magpies, 20 to Sidebottom. He's tracking at 90% disposal efficiency, 15 to Pendlebury. For Solo, 11 possessions and 3 straight. Has 17 goals, 3 for the year. But just some low numbers, Dennis. Darcy Moore, just the 5 handballs. And James Aish, just the 2 possessions.
Take us around the ground, Stu.
Around the grounds, Dennis and Spud, we've got the Cats leading the Eagles by 14 points. Halfway into the second quarter.
I just want to talk about Steele Sidebottom before we move on. I mean, it's amazing in any era, Spud. Classy players seem to have so much time, and Sidebottom is the epitome of that, isn't he?
No, he is, Dennis. He's had 3 inside 50s. He had 20 disposals, using the ball at 80%. Time and space. And you look at any player, any great player, they've always had that. It's probably only a millisecond, but it's enough to make the opposition go a different way, and then he just has that sidestep. As I said, if they didn't have him out there today, they would be 5 or 6 goals down. And I think Brendan Bolton, look at Sidebottom and Pendlebury, if they can just shut them down. And I know Kerridge was on Sidebottom, but they need to stop him. But, yeah, he's probably just been about the best player on the ground at the moment, Sidebottom.
In the team that's trailing by 11 points at the moment, the halftime break for IGA Liquor. 11 points, as I say, 8-5 to 6-6 is the break that Carlton have over Collingwood. And Shoeman, over to you.
Thanks, Dennis. The Herald Sun Supercoach points. Sidebottom, number 1 ranked player with 75. Everett, 70. Doherty, 63. And Pendlebury comes in with 62. And it's the halftime instant trivia question for the Herald Sun. And the question is, which Collingwood small forward led the club's goal kicking back in 2010, which happened to be their premiership year with 41 majors? If you answer correctly on Twitter at Triple M Footy, you could be in the running for 2 tickets to this year's grand final. And we'll give you the answer straight after the break. It's half time for McDonald's Triple
Sorry
M.
for laughing, but I need to go and get some McDonald's.
No worries, Spud.
Bad radio.
Here's Chris McKenzie with another M Sport update for the Master Builders Association of Victoria. Sorry about that, Chris.
No, thank you, Chua. Richmond is likely to get a trio of key players back next week after slumping to 1-6 for the first time since Damien Hardwick's first season in charge. The Tigers will regain defender Alex Rance from suspension and midfielder Reece Conker from injury for the Swans clash, while skipper Trent Cotchin reckons he could also return from his fractured cheekbone.
Today with a few of the boys, which was good. It'll be one of those ones that we just see with the surgeon during the week, and hopefully I'll be ready to go. Otherwise, bide our time.
Well, the Cats are down a couple of rotations early in their clash with the Eagles in Geelong, with both Nakai Kokatsu and Lincoln McCarthy suffering injuries in the first quarter, failing to return from the rooms at this stage. Forwards Cam Waters has claimed the maiden pole position of his V8 Supercars career, clocking the fastest lap in a rain-affected qualifying session for race 8 of the series at Perth's Barbagallo Raceway.
Thank you. No, it was awesome. So absolutely stoked to be on pole, but yes, funny circumstances, but take it while you can.
Just 11 drivers set a time when the circuit was dry after stewards decided to red flag the session following a crash for Nissan's Michael Caruso. In tennis, Nick Kyrgios has been bundled out of the Madrid Masters after Kei Nishikori fought back from losing an opening set tiebreak to take a 6-7, 7-6, 6-3 win in their high-quality quarter-final clash.
We both played good tennis, and first and second set was tough tiebreak, and third set I started playing better, so very, very tough one.
Meantime, Sam Stosur has lost a 4th straight match to Romania's Simona Halep, who reeled off 11 games in a row to win their semi-final encounter 6-2, 6-love. Aussie walker Jared Talent will finally be presented with his gold medal from the 2012 Olympics next month in Melbourne after the Russian winner's positive drug test. And Aaron Finch has continued his hot form in the IPL, although his unbeaten half-century wasn't enough to stop Gujarat going down to Hyderabad.
Make Mum proud this Mother's Day. Spend some quality time together at the movies. Get her a Village Cinemas gift card at villagecinemas.com.au.
The Triple M Footy Gamecast, it's mostly sunny, 24 degrees at the MCG. Thanks to Master Builders. Choose a builder you know you can trust. Choose a Master Builder. Up next, the second half from the Magpies and Blues for McDonald's. Triple M rocks football.
This halftime break was brought to you by IGA Liquor, supporting all things local.
For McDonald's fan feed boxes,
Triple M rocks footy.
The Logies are tomorrow.
You want to go to the Logies?
I am.
No. You are going?
I am.
You haven't been nominated though. That annoys me. Thank you,
man.
Snubbed again.
Do you feel as though you've been snubbed?
Nah, I've got enough of them.
And Mick only wants to see one thing.
I'd love to see you get in a fight with Grant Denyer at the Logies, though. You know, one of those Don Lane, Ernie Sigley, showbiz bastards. Come on.
Been over that far. Triple M's Hot Breakfast, Everything Melbourne. Subscribe to the podcast now on iTunes.
Watch Canada play the USA in the 2016 Ice Hockey Classic, presented by Scotiabank. Book a Ticketek.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. Bob Jane Team Arts, super deals,
super brands. Buy 3 selected Continental passenger or 4x4 tyres and the 4th is free. Or buy any 3 Bob Jane All-Rounder or Xenon tyres and the 4th is free. And our huge range of alloy wheels starts from just $89. Deals, range, brands. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
Continental All-Rounder and Xenon offers end June 30th, all while stocks last. See website for T's and C's.
At the end of the day, it's not something that you really want to explain to someone. Probably wasn't really thinking. It's just an empty, useless feeling. Like, you do feel silly because you could have walked away 10 minutes earlier. I felt stupid for making that decision.
Bet regret. Don't let it lead to something bigger. To find out more, visit betregret.com.au. Authorised by the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation, Melbourne. Spoken by C. Mackey and R. Reid.
In 2016, Triple M rocks footy. CrownBet. The game just changed. Join CrownBet today at crownbet.com.au. Gamble responsibly. Petters, the experts in undercar. Check, upgrade and transform your vehicle safety and performance at Petters. No bull. CrownBet. Cash out with CrownBet today and control the outcome of your bet before the game is over. Gamble responsibly. In 2016, Triple M rocks footy.
Since the 1930s, Hard Yakka has been making workwear that's as tough as you. Over time, the Hard Yakka Legends range has become just that, legendary. Now we're taking Hard Yakka Legends to another dimension. Introducing Hard Yakka Legends 3D. Built with all the features from our Legends range, plus more. Added stretch and reinforcement for the ultimate in flexibility, comfort and performance. As durable as their legendary predecessor, Hard Yakka Legends 3D won't let you down.
Big day ahead? Start your day with Barocca Performance. It has a high dose of B vitamins and vitamin C, calcium, magnesium and zinc to help improve mental sharpness and physical energy throughout the day. Try the new Barocca Performance Fizzy Melts in berry and orange flavour. Just $8.39 at Chemist Warehouse today. Big day start with Barocca. Always read the label, use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
It's one thing to hear big moments in footy, but it's another thing to actually witness them. And with CrownBet AFL Live Vision, that's exactly what you can do.
There's one for the history books right there.
Watch every game, every moment, live on your mobile or tablet.
This will go down as one of the greatest comebacks of the modern era.
And it's available to all CrownBet members. Join today at crownbet.com.au. CrownBet. The game just changed. Conditions apply. 18 plus. Gamble responsibly.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
For McDonald's fan feed boxes, Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter is brought to you by Beaumont Tiles. For best tradie rewards, join Beaumont's Trade Club today.
Carlton 8-5-53, lead Collingwood 6-6-42 by 11 points at half-time. Sure, I'm strong in the presumption that you would have asked a question leading into the break.
Yeah, spot on, JB. It was which Collingwood small forward led the club's goal kicking in their 2010 premiership year with 41 majors? And the answer is Alan Didak. And well done to Dylan DeRoche. He goes in the running for 2 tickets to this year's AFL Grand Final.
Actually, very nicely done there, too, man. Now, Triple M Petters Performance Star Best on Ground Award. Petters, the experts in undercar, no bull. Wayne Carey, who have you liked so far to half-time?
Yeah, well, Dennis and I both love this man, Steel Sidebottom. He is a class act, and I think he's right up there with the very elite of this competition. He's missed some footy over the years because of suspension and also some injury, but he has been brilliant today. Everett has been absolutely superb too for the Blues. How many score involvements has he had, Two-Man?
7 score involvements.
Yeah, so been big. Casbolt's had an influence, as has Cripps in the middle of the ground. So plenty to choose from. This is a good game of footy.
Around the grounds, please, Stuart.
Yeah, we've got Geelong leading the Eagles by 27 points nearing half-time.
Was that a little bit of a...
Any of those words come out cleanly there, Stuart?
No, I'm just having some fruit,
He got a bit of pineapple stuck in his mouth.
What was that?
I tried to get over the line. I couldn't get away.
That's almost Brownless-like in its inability to be clean.
At least that's fruit. Billy's would have been a sausage roll.
Just whatever the hell gets in the way of him speaking properly. Nearing half-time, as the two-mans just said at Simmons Stadium. Speaking Bill Brownless, 53-26. They are sneaking quietly under the radar, Geelong. I'm not sure they're ticking over exactly as they would like, but they are second on the ladder. They'll win this game by the look of it, and they'll suddenly be 6-1 with a very nice draw still to come too.
They are travelling beautifully, and if they get up in this one, JB, and the Crows beat the Bulldogs, what a ripper it's going to be next Friday night. That'll be a beauty in Adelaide. Danger against his old club.
Yep. They are doing absolutely nothing wrong. The
and
Cats.
Dennis will call it beautifully on Friday night footy.
He'll be over there. Komet, he can get a sniff of that sort of thing. He does a magnificent job anyway, Komet, but then when the real big games come, he just elevates, which all the champions have been able to do over the journey, by the way. Blues being held a long time in the rooms. The kiddies who played the Little League have been standing there for about 5 minutes waiting for them to come back out. So Brendan Bolton is getting his charges ready to go. Here they come. Behind there's Captain Mark Murphy, of course, in the helmet. How have you seen his game, Duck? Mark Murphy.
Murph started slowly, built his way into it in that second quarter. He's had 11 disposals, kicked a goal also. So slow start, but he's been a really good captain. He and Cochin, because they play at two big Melbourne clubs and clubs that demand, that they play good footy. I just think he's done a marvellous job. He's hard at it. He's got 20 million stitches in his head at the moment. That's why he's wearing the helmet, and he's been brilliant.
Matty Capuano, the ruck coach for the Blues, your former teammate.
Yes, he's doing a good job, Matty. He's held on. After a couple of coaches have been sacked.
Which is always a good sign you're doing a good job.
Well, it's a good sign you're going okay if they hang on to you.
Just a reminder that if you missed the rub, you can subscribe to the podcast now and hear it all. Spud again unloading, this time on Tony the Chompers Jones, who dared to brand him a bogan on one of the AM stations. He wasn't happy with that, Spud, and he came off the long run. It was a Merv Hughes style run.
I didn't hear that one. I'll have to get that podcast.
Podcast of the rub from earlier on today. She's
been in good form, the rub.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That brings back horrible memories, Den. He used to run from about here where that boundary umpire's about to run into, and pretty much every ball landed halfway down. There was nothing in your half, and then it was followed by a hell of a lot of abuse.
What sort of pace was Merv bowling at his peak?
Oh, at his peak, he was rapid, Merv. He fell away as his weight got heavier. The pace fell off, but from about 87 to 91, he was right up there and nasty. Enjoyed hitting people, me especially.
It didn't take to you, did you?
No, you can imagine that we were slightly different, Merv.
Yes.
He came from sort of out there Footscray way, and he didn't like anyone who'd been to a private school or had any sort of swagger about it.
You're being modest, did you? Anyone with an average over 40. He didn't like him, you know.
We're good mates now, though. 53-42, so the Blues horribly late back out on the ground. They may even get a fine for that, I would have thought. We're ready to go. This second half, beautiful day in Melbourne. And this game still on a knife's edge. 11 points to the Blues. Ball held aloft, Dennis Cometti to get you underway. Thanks to McDonald's, Triple M Rocks Football.
Love this day, love this game so far. Umpire Farmer puts it down. Grundy on the way down. Pendlebury had a half chance. In goes Gibbs. Started well, drifted out of the game. Cripps a hand pass wide. Into the path of a teammate Simpson. Now he's put himself on his right leg, at least initially. Now he aligns himself. Kicks inside the forward 50. Casbolt the target. Casbolt just roughs Reed out of the way and takes this mark about 35 metres from goal, 15 metres in from the boundary.
That's his sixth contested mark, and it was on Reed, and that was an absolute beauty. That's good use of the body, early use of the body, just to get Reed off the line of the footy. That was a ripper.
Strong mark. Reed had a couple of steps and came at him, and they went shoulder to shoulder, and it was Reed who bounced off. But the kick, wow, reverts to form. He's been dead-eye dick this afternoon, but that one's a shocker. Misses everything and goes out of bounds on the full in the right full forward pocket.
Well, his marking is a 4 or 5 goal game at the moment. But what's he kick? 2.
Chua, Duck will be too modest to tell us, so he has the world record for contested marks. What is it?
Yeah, I'll come back to you. Casboll's just done his PB with 6, but the Duck...
I'm tipping about 9 or 10.
Yeah, 10 for hard yakka for the Duck.
10 is the record of the comp, I'm pretty sure, as Byrne has it.
Well,
he'll go inside 50, high and long.
I wouldn't want the Cas to get it.
Thumped away. Treloar's hands were pretty good. Dumped it into the path of Fasolo.
Maybe Nick Rewald or...
Up the top.
Tony Lockett.
And this is Pendlebury.
Not playing, but I'm pretty sure he's taking it.
Not sure he's going to break it, Spud. He hadn't played for 25
I will say something when you ask the question, JB, but I'll
Mason Cox, long inside 50. White got rid of his direct opponent, Plowman, and took a good mark. He had Darcy Moore on in the square, didn't want to use him.
Yeah. Now, tell me, Spud, why don't you rave about that mark like you did Casbolt?
Well, I'm
What
shocked
is it about White that you don't...
No, well, it was a
Go
good contested mark, but it was against Plowman. He'd want to take a contested mark.
Yeah, so it wasn't against a strong player like Reed.
Exactly right. Look at the size of Plowman. But he took the mark, and that is their first mark inside the forward 50 for the game. That's why I'm a bit shocked by it all.
Jesse White kicks truly.
Yeah, good
Nicely done. Got his second. And the Pies close it back up to 5 points early stages in this third turn on the Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
And all you have to do is mark it, Duck, but JB, I'll just take it back to when you did ask the question. 10 fingers come up with Duck within about 0.2 of a second. So Chewy didn't even know the stat. That's why I said, I'll have a guess at 9 or 10. But anyway.
The only reason why I know, because I was sitting back doing my research watching Lob play last week for Greater Western, and he'd taken 8, and Alistair Lynch said that he said the number, and I sort of thought, okay, I didn't realise that.
No, don't back over.
Thought it was at least 14.
But anyway, good, really good mark from White. But gee, they need to isolate him because he's still on Plowman. So why don't they put Jesse White deep on Lockie Plowman?
Carlton lead it by 5 points. Gibbs goes after the football after the bounce. He's taken down. Ball underneath him, and the umpire decides to ball it up. Collingwood's way of centre.
Doug, I know they got Cox and more deep, but he just took a really good contested mark. So walk
Cox getting into Jamison here. Oh, he's throwing his weight around, the big fella.
Meanwhile, back at the game, Treloar throws a boot at the football. Taken by side bottom, bounces a hand pass across towards Maynard. His kick floats from his left foot down towards the pocket, bounces on its point, stays in, trying to crash his way through down there. He's not a tough guy, but he did brilliantly, Simpson. Got a hand pass over the top to Jamison. Now it's Byrne. Byrne slips a hand pass away to Murphy. Nicely worked by Carlton. Under a lot of heat there, and they've come out of defence. Curnow hand passes across to Sumner.
Sumner on his left, down the Great Southern Stand wing. Looking for Walker, who's been quiet, couldn't get to him. On the ground, Pendlebury and Murphy, the two skippers. Inching forward, kick from Pendlebury to Crisp. Back to Frost. Now Tuvey. Not a great handball for De Goey. Made it very tough for De Goey.
They're out.
Stripped of it and they're out. Cripps has a bounce as he runs to centre half forward. Just gets around Maynard. He gets around a couple, in fact. Back to Murphy. Left foot ball. Brilliant hit, Lamb. What about Cripps? Just magnificent open field running.
Outstanding, JB. Beautifully called. You have to hit the ground to realise how good Cripps was there, Duck. Yeah, he just took the game on, and you're right, the errant handball from Collingwood, but it was all Cripps after that. He sold the candy twice to 2 Collingwood defenders.
Fumble by De Goey. Just cannot afford to fumble at this level. It just gets taken off you far too quickly.
Will kick for goal from about 15 out, not much angle, City end to give the Blues back an 11-point lead, and that's the sausage.
Yeah, deserved it.
This is an interesting game of footy. 9-5, 59, 7-6, 48. Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard round the grounds, Stuart.
Yeah, it's half-time. Geelong 9-7, 61, leading the Eagles by 35 points, 4-2-26.
It is an interesting game because Collingwood getting their goals completely in a different way, obviously, to Carlton. Carlton have now taken 10 marks inside 50 to Collingwood's 1, which White took only a few minutes ago. So that was good transference of play by the Blues.
Well, one thing that's going to happen today, Duck, what I've seen from Carlton after half-time, I just wanted to know how they're going to play. Collingwood are going to have to play really well to their capabilities to win this game because Carlton are not going away.
Marvellous run by Cripps moments ago. We're back in the middle. Casbolt pinch hitting in the ruck, wins it too. Pendlebury slaps it away though. Treloar looks for Maynard. Maynard wins a hard ball and immediately tackled. Gets it up to Sidebottom. Sidebottom sends them all the wrong way. Brilliant stuff. Goes down towards half forward. Cripps brilliant moments ago. Sidebottom that time. And the kicker's found Moore. Now the man on the mark is about 45 metres out. Brought back a couple of paces now by the umpire. And Moore's gone back a long way. He's put the ball on the ground. Adjusting the sock. 59 players, 48. Carlton on top. And Moore with a chance to kick a goal here. That seems to be his intention. is going for distance and will kick from just outside the 50. Kick is on the way. Distance, no problem. Accuracy is good. Quick reply by Collingwood. They get their 8th goal. Carlton are 9-5, 59. And Collingwood are 8-6, 54. That's on the Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
And Dennis said it, that centre clearance, absolutely brilliant. Side bottom, feigned one way. All the Carlton players thought he was going to give the handball. More importantly then, he burst away. A couple of explosive steps out of the middle and then hits his target. Moore does not have to break stride. I'll say it again, side bottom is absolutely elite. You've got Dangerfield, you've got Selwood, you've got Fife's injured at the moment. We talk about Ablett and all of these guys. Gray from Port Adelaide. He is right up there with these guys, side bottom.
54-59. Back to 5 points. Seesawing encounter at the Triple MCG. Blues have got it just as we speak to Goey out of the middle. This player's been good today, Doherty. Heaps numbers, Stuart.
Yeah, 12 disposals, 6 marks, 3 of those intercept.
I think JB was looking for that, Stuart.
Without even needing to ask for it, it should have been there. I would have thought as Casbolt wide to Thomas. Thomas sells nice candy around Oxley. And then inside 50, Dennis! Oh, he might have hung on to it, Dennis.
Another contested mark.
Oh, and then he goes, look at that, just stuck it straight down the throat of Gibbs. Genius from Dennis Armfield, who's done, I have to be honest, absolutely bugger all.
But that was really good play, and that's what Duck was talking about early on. When you take that mark 55 out, get back quickly and assess your options. Don't give the defence a chance to get set. He looked up, Dennis, and saw Gibbs, who's playing in the midfield, run into space. So this game's really opened up at the moment. It's a good brand of footy both teams are playing.
Well, you play on quickly, you move the ball quickly, and the game does open up.
Never been a massive goal kicker, Bryce Gibbs. For a player of his enormous talent, has to convert here, and he has. 10-5, 65, Carlton. 8-6, 54, Collingwood, Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Yeah, contested marks, 16-4 in Carlton's favour. I'm really worried about the side bottom duel again, Duck, because Kerridge is going with him, but the side bottom's too good. And I was Brendan Bolton, I'll be looking at someone else like a Curnow, someone just a bigger body, because side bottom, even though he's not big, he's just too strong in the clinches for Kerridge. That's the worry for me if I was in the Carlton box at the moment.
We'll just have a look who goes to him now. So he's in the centre clearance. He and Gibbs stand together.
Yeah, but Kerridge will come in off the square and man him straight up after the centre bounce.
Carlton lead by 11 points then. Back in the middle. Grundy on the way down, hooks it down behind this time, side bottom, claimed by Gibbs. And joining them is Goey. Now, the umpire says held to side bottom, so it'll be a ball up. Umpire gave them a lot of time, their umpire Farmer. 10-5 plays 8-6 early in the third term of the MCG. The Goey, his kick was touched. It wanders out towards the wing. Leading in the race out there is Ace. Gathers the football, hand passes to nobody. Gibbs gets back. Easy ball for him, finds Murphy. Murphy on his own on the outer side, and further up the ground is Casbolt. Hooks inside the forward 50, backs off, 50 metres.
Wow.
Oh, so Casbolt, who was undecided, forward of left half forward, now will advance to about 30 metres from goal, almost directly in front. Yeah. What a bonus.
Yeah, it's a bonus, but it's still a 50-50 ball for mine, Duck. He's kicking from about 40 out, and look, it should be just a matter of how accurate this kick is for a goal, but this is not his pet distance. As we see in the Triple M Chemist Warehouse replay screen, it's the Collingwood player running with Murphy.
I think they might be generous with the 50-50, yes.
So Casbolt lining up, he's standing beside the numbers, the inside of them, the 5 and the 0. Now he starts in. He's a guy that has a certain star quality. This kick is on the way, but when it comes to his kicking, it lets him down. If he could get the package completely fixed and finished, he would be something.
Well, that breaks your heart. It really does. Carlton would have got back-to-back goals and gaining the ascendancy in the stakes, but that's deflating, that missed shot.
Howie, to you?
Yeah, Broomhead, he was in that heavy contest on the outer wing just before half-time. He's come on and off a couple of times, still struggling with an ankle. He's gone back down to the rooms.
Howie for Bob Jane T. Marts. Kerridge shoveled the handball back. Now inside 50, good mark taken by Howell, the former Demon. And he dumps it short and finds Pendlebury numbers, please, Stuart.
Yeah, 17 disposals, hard yakka.
And back to Howe, who'd run on. He's on the wing, sort of half back out of side, not much for him to go to. Picks off a short one, gets it to Smith. They have to retreat again here, Collingwood, and they cough it up to Tui. Out the back now is little Sumner. He takes it, thought about playing on, and then didn't. So a horrible turnover. Liam Sumner can go back from about 25 out and kick a goal on a 40-degree angle.
It's a shocking decision and kick from Reid. Just even the decision to go where he's going to go was always fraught with danger, but it just had no elevation. Kicked it to two Carlton players, so Carlton need to make them pay here.
They've always been able to keep Collingwood at bay this afternoon, the Blues. Sumner, the set shot. This they've done poorly, and there's another one. Horrible set shot kicking has let them down badly. 10-7-67, 8-6-54. Collingwood, Triple M Beaumont tile scoreboard.
Yeah, 7-6 from set shots. No coincidence going to the game. They're ranked 18th for goal scoring actually from set shots.
Hockley's kick in is marked by Rowe coming up. Marked it on his chest. Only man coming at the football there. Drives it back towards full forward. Reid comes across the front of the pack. Knocking it away belatedly was Walker. Marked his stand, so Reid about 20 metres out from Collingwood's defensive goal at the city end. Decides to play on now. Kicks a high ball outside the defensive 50. Grundy is there for Collingwood. Tapped it down in front. Quick kick comes down towards the wing. To go is in front. It came from Greenwood. Now a chance. Pendlebury gets it from Treloar. Hand passes across to Smith, running through his ace. He gives it to Blair. Blair goes out wide towards right half forward. Mark is taken by White. White sees a man on the move and goes looking for him. That's Crocker. Gets an awkward bounce. It got a little high. Well played by Docherty. Took him down. Back comes Crocker. They have their two-man war out there, and emerging with the football is White. Misses the target, though. It bounces down towards the pocket. Simpson sends it towards the other side. We've got a whistle, and it will be a free kick going to Carlton.
It's a bad miss because it was 3-on-1.
So Lamb's going to end up with the footy.
There was a brain play from Collingwood Duck because it was 3-on-1.
Well, now it's going the other way.
Well, I thought that was the initial free.
Well, he did say Carlton and pointed their way, so the whole playing group is on the wrong side of the ball. They've all got to reset. Oxley.
There's no free kick on the Chemist Warehouse.
Sits it long. Fish from behind by Rowe. Treloar at the front, can't get to it. Players falling over left, right and centre. Look at this bloke Docherty. Played some sort of game of footy. Shoveled the handball wide to Lamb. Lamb to Kerridge. Kerridge just bashes the drop punt down the line. Reid, the only one home. Got to sit and wait for the footy. Spiked it back to Frost. Frost high, back to Docherty. His hands are normally pretty good. He got pushed in the back, surely, no free. It was Crocker who jumped into his back, and the ball's on the ground out of side to be thrown up.
13 points the margin. Carlton lead. They've led almost all day. Missed some opportunities too. Umpire throws it up. Cox improvising, got a boot to it. Sent it the wrong way, taken by Wright. He kicks it up towards the wing for Carlton. Chopped off by Reid. Immediately centres the ball. Maynard, back end of the centre square. Takes the mark for Collingwood. Told to go. Just chips it towards the wing, and the mark is taken by Smith. Smith on the outer side. Played his first game on Anzac Day. Goes very wide now. And Collingwood controlling it, but it's a very slow build-up. Reid, outer side wing. Kicking for distance along the line. Cox in that pack out there. Got a hand to it. Falls behind to White. Comes back towards Cox. He pushes it towards the goey. White comes in again for Collingwood. Grabs the football. Jams it on the outside of the boot. And doesn't miss by much. That was quick thinking. So Collingwood move to 8-7-55. Carlton 10-7-67 on the Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
How many tackles have Collingwood have this quarter, Two-Man?
We've only laid 2 tackles and we're 16 minutes into the third quarter.
Hard yakka.
Simpson to himself, that's a telling stat. And then Docherty, and then Kerridge. Thumping handball for Cripps. Back to Kerridge. Slotted a little one there to Wright. Former teammates Wright. Long ball forward, out the back. Everett drops what he should have taken. He's got Dennis on. Always hit Dennis. Look at the wheels. Look at the wheels on Dennis. Oh, he's given it up to Gibbs unselfishly. He should have bloody well kicked it himself. But he created the launch spot with absolute electricity. And he's now got two. Bryce Gibbs shot up spot. 11-7-73 to 8-7-55 on the Triple M Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
Well, I don't think he created it.
So just shut up spot.
All right, he created everything. Well done, Dennis. But that's a really telling goal from coast to coast. And they're running hard. It's only a visual thing, but I think Carlton was definitely quicker along the ground.
2 tackles. Everett put a gap between him and Howe there, didn't he? He just looked quicker to get out to that footy.
Yeah, handball receives this quarter, 21-13 in Carlton's favour. The leg speed issue, and Dennis turned it on its ear on that occasion.
Magpies in desperate trouble now. They need the next goal. 73 plays, 55. Carlton on top. Magpies started favourites certainly. In the pack, a chance now for Cripps, confronted by DeGoey. Cripps came again, did well. Curnow gets a hand pass away to Murphy. Murphy is claimed, hand passes to Thomas. Bearing down was Smith, spills wide of the pack. Hacked forward by Curnow, taken by Wright. Hand passes across towards Gibbs. Knew where the help was on the overlap was Cripps. Carries it down towards right half forward. Centering ball, peeling off and taking the mark is Crisp.
Well, he had his time again, Dennis. Cripps just put the ball in the air to Casbolt. He tried to pass it on that occasion.
Unfair for mine, then, in a commentary game where Crisp and Cripps play in the same.
Yes. Should just bounce at you.
I agree. This is Reid on the left, high and wide. Darcy Moore, good hands. Took a good mark with Tui for company. And then drilled a low one in search of Crocker. Got to him on the bounce. Massive players, and the ball's going to be thrown up.
JB, just some low numbers for Hard Yakka. For the Magpies, James Ace, just the 4 possessions, and for the Blues, Andrew Walker, only 2.
73-55, it's the Blues by 18 points. Cox down. Cruiser at ground level, DeGoey over the top. Ball up again.
Contested ball for Hard Yakka.
Yeah, plus 18 to Carlton, 93-75.
What about this quarter, Stuart? About even, I would have thought.
In the Hard Yakka stat sheet, Spud, it's actually 17-12 Collingwood's way.
Kerridge, third man up, tapped it down. Casbolt.
Nice.
He bowled over one Collingwood player, found the football, hand passes to Kerridge. His claim, gets a hand pass off there to Wright deep on the 50. Sends a long ball across the front of goal. Leading back in the race is Cripps. Cripps close to the boundary line is taken down very hard by Howe. Across the boundary line, we'll get a boundary throw in.
Yeah, Reid's still in the hands of the doctor after that Casbolt bump. That was a magnificent bump. He's wobbly, Ben Reid. Have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Oh, yeah, really good hip and shoulder. Perfectly legal, nothing in that.
Both attack the footy hard.
Here comes Thomas. Handball broken up by Treloar. Now side bottom. Got a retreat by hand to Pendlebury. He's just got to dump it down the line. Doherty in front of Greenwood got a fist away. And now he gets ridden by the pig into the ground. Treloar's numbers, Stuart?
Hard Yakka stats, 16 possessions. He's only going at 50% by foot.
Howie, down to you.
Doc, Ben Reid looks like he's trying to get off the ground.
Yeah, bad head knock, but he's also got a sore shoulder. He's just hit his AC joint. He's out there still.
DeGoey gets the handball. Back to Maynard. Not sure why. Gets ragdolled, Maynard. Grundy then shoveled it straight to Wright. Wright gave it back to DeGoey. His hands were good. Now Pendlebury. Beautiful kick. Blair dropped what he should have taken and then legged a man. He legged Corin Byrne.
Yeah, watch Byrne. He'll put it lace out somewhere, JB.
Things just going the Blues' way here at the moment.
Well, they're attacking the contest.
They haven't made him pay yet on the scoreboard, though, have they?
Reid's in trouble with his left shoulder, as Doc said.
Corin Byrne runs an interesting loop and then kicks to a 1-on-2. Not sure what that was all about. Howe gets taken out of play. He'll be thrown in deep city end.
For all the play that they've had, the Blues, they need to get another one at least before three-quarter time.
Bob Jane Seamart back to Howie.
Yeah, Ben Reid coming straight off the ground, still holding that left shoulder, collarbone joint AC area straight down the room.
That's why we got the doc. Everyone thought it was concussion.
Cripps gives a hand pass to Gibbs, who dribbles through a goal. Opportunistic. Cripps just grabbed it from the boundary throw-in, fed it off to Gibbs, and Gibbs a very clever goal. So the margin now is blowing out. Carlton 12-7-79. Collingwood 8-7-55 on the Triple M Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
And that's 3 in a quarter for Gibbs.
Yeah.
He has been magnificent. He's had the 6 disposals, 3 goals. Murphy's had 5. Cripps has had 5. And then if you look at the Collingwood, I guess, guys that they expect to lift from, Pendlebury's had the 4. Sidebottom's only had the 3 in this quarter. So it's the Carlton leaders, it's the Carlton players that they need to lift, have lifted in this quarter, and Gibbs has led that with 3 goals.
Shell V Power special comments designed to improve performance. Shell V Power. Gibbs has kicked the last 3 of the game, if you don't mind, Howie. Back to you.
Yeah, Broomhead's still struggling with that ankle with Reid in the rooms. They're down to 2 effective men on the bench at the moment, the Pies.
Blair, high out of the middle, but gets no real contact at all. Pendlebury wrestles with his teammate Oxley for the footy. Crocker's stripped of it. Murphy off the ground, straight back to Pendlebury, playing a bit of a lone hand. Now Walker. Taken in a very good side bottom tackle. Well done by Tui to go hard back at the footy.
He's tough, Tui.
And it's going to be thrown up. Most of the Irishmen are.
Well, they are, Joe. I was just about to say that. Kieran Byrne, you look at Ty Kennelly, Sean White, they were all hard as a cat's head.
Yep, real properly sort of hard bastards. Side bottom walked into a tackle, gave it a carriage. A lot of ways remind me of myself as Murphy high and long down the line. Shut up, Spud. At the back, unable to get to it was Everett. It'll get back to Andreas Everett. Step through a couple of tacklers to Gibbs. Gibbs shoveled it back to Kerridge. Kerridge has got to retreat back by hand to Wright. Wright's on the wing. Sees something he likes. It's Casbolt. All the one-on-ones are going
Plowman.
with the Blues. The kick to Plowman. Plowman's got to lower the eyes and hit a target. He does. It's Andreas Everett, 35-40 out. Not much angle, City end.
Well, that's their 13th mark inside forward 50, Carlton. We talk about their set shots. They just need to nail these opportunities. They've had 13 marks. Collingwood have only had the 2 marks inside their forward 50. So this is a big kick in the scheme of things, Duck.
Yeah, they need to get reward for their effort. They haven't made Collingwood absolutely pay on the scoreboard just yet, but once again, courage by the Blues to come back through the corridor.
This to make it 30 points, a 5-goal drop. Andreas loves it.
Look at that. Oh.
Wowee. 5 goals, if you don't mind, for the Blues. 3 for Andreas Everett. If I was the host broadcaster, I'd find where the great Eduardo's sitting. His head will be puce.
Yeah, it will be.
It'll have gone beyond purple to whatever a darker shade is.
I think it's a blueberry, JB.
Right.
From Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
A blueberry or a blueberry?
A blueberry. No, violet, I think she was. She had that, but anyway, it was a very violet colour. But Dennis, sorry, mate.
Around the grounds, yeah.
Geelong leading the Eagles by 35 points. Early stages into the third quarter. Just for Hardyaker, Blues have posted their highest score of the year at 13-7-85.
Carlton are just dominating again.
They've been terrific in this term. Cripps tried to go over the shoulder with a hand pass. Blair charges in, wins a hard ball. Hand passes to Fasolo. He in turn goes to Treloar. Over the shoulder to Sidebottom. Bounces a hand pass across to Tuvey. Tuvey decides to attack. And a long kick down towards full forward. And more like a spring heel jack goes over the top and takes the mark 25 metres out directly in front. Collingwood needed a lift. He certainly got one and gives them one.
Well, I grew up with a number 30 on my jumper duck, Peter Moore, and I saw him do a lot of that. His father, so magnificent grab there from Darcy Moore. But gee, Cripps would love his disposal in the middle of the ground again, wouldn't he? Just get the ball on his boot. He elected the handball, and Collingwood got a shot at goal.
His dad was a wonderful athlete. And he comes, the young fella, and he steers it through for a goal. The son of a gun gets the 9th for Collingwood. Gee, that was desperate stakes. 9-7 they are, still a long way off the pace being set by the Blues. Carlton 13-7, 85-61 on the Triple M Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
He can do it absolutely all, this kid. 200 centimetres, he's super quick, he chases hard, his defensive side of his game is really good, he's a beautiful kick of the footy, and he can do that. He can do it on the mark, as we saw earlier in this quarter, and he can do it coming from behind like he did then. He is just very, very... He's going to have his inconsistencies, but boy, he shows some ability.
Got a nice little swagger about him too, Duck,
has.
which I like. He's got good presence out on the field. McDonald's get a fan feed box today. As we're back in the middle. Cruiser managed to halve it. Lamb got it going forward. Bounces in front of Dennis. He lays a very nice tackle. The handball gets away though to Treloar. Can the Maggies get another one? There is more. The player we're just talking about runs the arc. Wants to find White. Or for Solo. The Faz.
That's class.
Oh, nice ball from Moore. Faz will look around, but he has no interest in any other player on the ground.
Well, it's quite interesting. Nathan Buckley put White behind the ball duck to stop the scoreboard, but it's actually created Collingwood 2 goals.
For Solo. For 2 in a row here to the Maggies. Oh, he loves it. He loves it.
Oh, look at him.
Absolutely loves it. Big moments these. 2 in a row, Maggies. 13-7-85. Collingwood 10-7-67. 4 for Fasolo, having a really good year. Triple M Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Yeah, he's kicked 9 straight from set shots this year, JB. He's absolutely superb, and that's why he looks around and he goes back and has a shot, because he knows he does it better than anyone else. But put that goal down to Darcy Moore.
How good was that kick?
And that's why, Spud. He's a young man. He's up and about. He's confident. He's kicked a couple of goals. Don't take him off. Keep him on there. Look what he did. Set up a goal. He's brilliant. And he senses the moment too. You can just tell that he just loves this, and he's got them back into the game, the young man.
Yeah, and I've been putting some hard checking on Vasolo. We see what he did against Richmond in the last quarter. I'd be going hard at him.
Cruiser grabs the football cleanly out of the middle, then kicks into Pendlebury. Spills wide, down goes Simpson. Knocks it across to Thomas. Could have been taken high, but a hand pass to Gibbs. Gets it out to Lamb. Lamb's away on the outer side. Kicks it down towards half forward. Missed opportunity in front. As a result, Tooby's got the football. Weaves his way out of trouble. Gets it to Cox. Cox to De Goey under pressure. Great chase affected the kick. It bounces across to Cruiser. He hand passes to Lamb. Lamb the high ball down towards half forward. White a little push. And he's been called on it. Jones will get the free. He's about 55 metres out. Sends it long down towards full forward. Howe is going back. He should back this one. Well, he doesn't. He knocks it through for a behind. His man occupied the Carlton player, his teammate, and he should have taken the mark, Howe.
No, there's no doubting that. Andrew Walker, he's been all at sea. What's he had for hard Yakachua?
He's only had 2 disposals for the game.
Well, he doesn't look like it up forward. I'd be nearly putting him down back or something, Duck, because he looks all at sea at the forward line, underdone at the moment.
That was Jones's first touch, I reckon, since quarter time as well.
Jeremy Howe comes in short to Smith. Smith dumps it long, looking for Oxley. Taken out of it by Simpson. Didn't need to do it.
Well, he tunnelled him, JB. You're spot on. He didn't need to do it at all.
So, Oxley wide. Goes low and hard. Cruiser was taken out of it as well by Big Mason Cox, the big American boy. So the Cruise goes back to Byrne, who runs a bit of a loop and then punches it wide, looking for Dennis, and why wouldn't you? Picked up by Fasolo, who has 4. Sideways ball. They're on the march here, the Maggies. Pendlebury to Sidebottom. Sidebottom's got running support from De Goey. 25 seconds left. De Goey long, looking for Grundy. Grundy got a hand to it, couldn't hang on. They have to keep the ball in here. Byrne just parked his ass on top of it. And they're going to throw it up very deep, punt road end.
Well, Grundy
13 seconds left.
Sorry, JB. Grundy actually helped him because he actually covered around, so there was no way known he could get the ball out. What Grundy needed to do was stand up and hold his jumper.
Umpire tosses it up, knocked down by Cox, comes back towards Treloar. He's immediately tackled by Curnow. Ball locked in there. Curnow seeing it doesn't come out, at least initially. Murphy had it momentarily, grabbed by Cruiser, hurried kick, bounces out towards the 50 as the siren sounds. It's 3/4 time. Collingwood came storming back. They needed to in those last few moments. The margin was 5 goals. They got 2 quick goals thanks to Moore. Didn't kick them both, but certainly involved. Kicked the first of them. Carlton 13-8. Collingwood 10-7. 86 plays 67. Let's go down to Howard.
Broomhead doing a fitness test on that ankle as we speak. Still no sign of Ben Reid after that massive crunch where he got a knock to the shoulder and also a whack on the head. So down on numbers at the moment, the Pies.
Around the grounds, Stuart.
Yeah, we've got Geelong leading the Eagles by 43 points, 7 minutes into the third quarter.
All right, here at the MCG, it is Carlton 13-8-86. 19-point leaders over Collingwood, 10-7-67. Massive run home here. Do not go anywhere. We're half an hour away from finding out which of these great rivals is going to win this game on a Saturday afternoon at the home of football. Duck next, along with Spud, You're going to hear from Dennis Cometti, the Chew Man, Doc, and how he is for McDonald's Triple M Rocks Footy.
This quarter was brought to you by Beaumont Tiles, the best tradie rewards. Join Beaumont's Trade Club today.
For McDonald's fan feed boxes, Triple M Rocks Footy. The Triple M Footy Buffet continues to serve all day long.
Yummy, 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 yummy.
The Bombers have jetted up to Sydney to take on a white-hot Swans.
Big Teddy Richards, he's got the distance.
Can the Dons achieve the impossible?
To give Essendon a 6-point lead. He loves it. What a double cobra!
Or will the Swans continue to peck away at a top 2 spot? Join the Bendix Breaks call team straight after the Pies and Blues for McDonald's fan feed boxes. Triple M Rocks Footy.
Andrew Jarman here. Bet you're wondering what the super hot offer is this week for tilers at Beaumont. Well, they've teamed up with DTA, who have been bringing you quality tiling tools for over 40 years. They've created a sale catalogue packed with savings, everything from tile cutters to hand tools. And when you spend $100 in that catalogue, you get a free footy. You're guilty. That's a double whammy. With over 50 years experience, trust Beaumont Tiles to make a tradie's life easier. And I tell you what, you'll save heaps too.
Oh, it's the drive home. How am I going to explain myself? How am I going to explain why? That feeling in the pit of your stomach, you know, that sick feeling where you've lost, but you may have lost a bit too much, and just asking yourself, why did I do that?
Bet regret. Don't let it lead to something bigger. To find out more, visit betregret.com.au. Authorised by the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation, Melbourne. Spoken by A. Rind and R. Reid.
When you are called to a workplace meeting with a support person, don't take it lightly. It might be disciplinary. Bring the right support person. Call the employment law experts, McDonald Merhome, on 9650 4555.
Hi, Rodney Jane here. Bob Jane Team Arts are supporting Fatality Free Friday on May 27th. Too many Australian families are devastated by road accident tragedy. The aim of Fatality Free Friday is to have just one day without a single fatality on Australian roads. Help us support this great cause. The keys to road safety are in your hands. Take the pledge to drive safely at fatalityfreefriday.com or your local Bob Jane Team Arts, where you'll get a free tyre safety check. At Bob Jane Team Arts, we'll look after you.
Find the perfect gift this Mother's Day, this week at IGA Liquor. Purchase a bottle of Bailey's 700ml and receive a bonus 200-gram Cadbury milk tray. Or celebrate her special day with a bottle of Kim Crawford Marlborough Sauv Blanc for $15 each. Or Grant Burge Pinot Noir Chardonnay NV for just $20 each. Specials available until Tuesday, May 10 or while stocks last at your local IGA Liquor. Please drink responsibly.
Update your cooking appliances at Harvey Norman with Smeg Classic Rewards and you'll get a bonus FPOS gift card on selected Smeg ovens, cooktops and range hoods. Spend over $4,000 and you'll get a card worth $550. Spend over $5,000 and you'll get a card worth $750. Spend over $6,000 and you'll get a card worth $1,100. Bonus FPOS gift cards can be used at over 650,000 retailers to buy almost anything. Smeg Classic Rewards at Harvey Norman. Only for a limited time in-store or online.
Curtis here. Time to enjoy delicious in-season apples.
Like Coles Australian-grown Royal Gala apples. Perfect for a healthy snack. And this week, they're just $2.50 a kilo. Just $2.50.
In season, in abundance, and in Coles right now.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio! For McDonald's fan feed boxes, Triple M Rocks Footy.
This quarter is brought to you by Harvey Norman Home Appliances for the latest from all the big brands.
Three-quarter time at the Triple MCG, 13-8-86, Carlton, Collingwood 10-7-67. Spud and Duck.
Magnificent game of footy, JB. Carlton deserved to win this game of footy, but you just suggested that Collingwood just starting to press. I think side bottom, Pendlebury, they need to put some heat on them, but Carlton really deserve this win, Duck. For 3 quarters they've been outstanding. Again, they're arm in arm at 3-quarter time.
Yeah, dominated that third quarter, but just the last part of that quarter, Collingwood just started to get a little bit of momentum back, and it all came through a young man called Darcy Moore. So for me, Carlton, this game could have been over. They could have had this game sewn up. They've missed some really easy shots. Those opportunities might come back to bite them, but this game's not over. This is a very good one.
Well, have a look at Carlton again. This game means a lot more to them. I don't know what they've done during the week, but every break they've been arm in arm, even when the coaches have walked off the ground. And The Ben Reed's the story. Is he able to going to participate? I know they'll be down all over it down there thanks to Bob Jane too much.
Yeah, Ben Reed coming to the bench. He's been cleared of concussion, which is good news. He's got the left shoulder strapped up and Broomhead with the ankle. So both those players will start on the bench. You'd expect to see them both in this quarter, Spud.
Well done. Thanks for that, boys. So what about you, Chua, for Hardyacker?
Yeah, side bottom, number 1 ranked player, JB. 26 disposals, 5 clearances.
Contested marks and contested ball, Chua. Hardyacker.
I'll start with the contested ball. Carlton up by 21 in terms of the contested marks. 16-7 the Blues way.
Righto, massive final term coming your way on Triple M football.
The thing I like about it, JB, 1-on-1 all over the ground.
Thanks to McDonald's. Triple M rocks your Saturday afternoon. Dennis Cometti will get you started. Final term action.
Opening bounce then. Grundy charges in. Cruiser slaps it wide. Cripps goes after it. Wins possession. In trouble. Slung. Hand passes the wrong way. Ball runs back towards centre half back. Plowman coming through. Lost the football. Chance for Collingwood. It's going to be a Collingwood free. I think it'll go to... He's put a play on. It's a goal.
Plowman.
Now, who kicked that? I was watching back at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, it was Greenwood, Dennis.
Yeah, Greenwood's kicked the goal.
Well,
Collingwood 11-7, Carlton 13-8.
Yeah, well called, Dennis. Gee, Lockie Plowman. You talk about times in games. You got the start of the last quarter. You got Lockie Plowman coming at a loose ball, and he fumbled it. Now, it's just totally unacceptable. I know he's only young, but he had to take the ball in his hands and at least get tackled. We're just seeing the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He went at it one-handed. Not good enough.
Went at it crab-like.
He did.
13 points it's back to. And no one likes seeing that. Cruz jumps in,
They got
brings
the
it to
momentum, the
ground, but
Pies.
Pendlebury brings it away. Handballs to green grass, out comes to Goey. Wrapped up by Simpson. Not sure how he disposed of the footy. I don't think it matters because Kerridge goes and gets it, gives it back to Simpson. And Simpson goes down the line for Thomas. It's fisted away from him by Howe.
The last 4 inside 50s all Collingwood and 3 goals straight. So they're nearly scoring a goal every time they go in at the moment, Collingwood. Carlton, they just to keep playing positive football. They can't afford to go inside their shells.
Members wing here at the MCG, thrown in footy. Doesn't get to the intended ruckman. A hold will go Cruz's way.
Been good today, this guy. I know he wouldn't be up in the rankings, sure, but his body work's been outstanding.
Yeah, he's had 12 disposals. Half of his hit-outs have been hit-out to advantage.
Such a willing worker, Matthew Cruiser. Left centre wing, kicks it down towards half forward, hangs a long time in the air. Turvey comes at it, two-fisted, skews to the side, chance there for Maynard, spills to Pendlebury, got a hand pass out of the congestion. Looking for a free kick was Greenwood. Cripps' kick is smothered, ricochets across towards Simpson, down and up very quickly. Ball spills to right, hand passes to Curnow, now with Gibbs, took too long. Maynard closed him down. Down goes Chris, back comes Maynard. He's pushed across the line by Gibbs. And we'll get a boundary throw in. A lot of energy expended there. Still going on.
Good play all round, wasn't it?
Yeah,
pressure from
terrific.
both teams. And Gibbs, everyone's complaining. He didn't tackle Gibbs.
Spot on.
He bumped him.
Throw in right in front of our commentary position. Cruiser worked it down. Pendlebury to go and get it. Cripps has got a piece of him. Side bottom there as well, and how to play.
Yeah, all good on balls. They've gone there 18. We've got Gibbs, Pendlebury, Treloar, Cripps, side bottom, Murphy. They're all on the ball. Both stars for both teams.
Grundy and Cruiser. There's Gibbs. Kerridge taking in a very good tackle from Steele, side bottom. And then he copped the communal drawing. He had side bottom on top, and then big Andy Grundy just jumped in as well. Said, I want a piece of this. Had no pie on the footy, but just saddled him. Down goes Cripps to Gibbs. Gibbs can't get around the Pendlebury tackle or push short. All day long for right.
Yeah, stupid from Maynard. The ball was always going out. I'll be getting the Casbolt.
Right, runs around, goes long. Here he comes, big Levi, hands to it. At the back, little Sumner. And even further back, Thomas. Ball got a push just as he kicked and through from behind. 14 points the margin.
Great desperation from Howe. Saved a certain goal there, Howe. Daisy Thomas's eyes lit up, but Howe's desperation terrific.
Oxley to himself. Rapid fire stuff at the moment. Has a couple of bounces, runs to the pocket. Drives it up towards the wing. Best position is Rowe. Gets a fist on it. Fell at his feet. Gathers the bouncing ball. Slips a hand pass away to Kerridge. Kerridge goes to right. And right, the presence of mind to assess it, take his time and go to Thomas. And Thomas has marked for Carlton about 30 metres out in the 45-degree angle.
Oh, 15. Maynard!
Wandering past, Maynard has been picked up. He was inside the protected zone, no doubt. He ran from alongside the kicker to the man on the mark.
Yeah, Kernow's gone to Maynard. Gee.
And now Thomas in the goal square puts it through for a goal. Oh, that's big.
Jeez.
That is big.
Oh, there's Chemist Warehouse replay.
Ed. Oh
no.
They found him, Jim.
I think he might have said that was a little bit stupid.
Yeah, it was a little bit stupid, but
Maynard.
Daisy Thomas.
10 metres, okay?
What about Jim? He can direct from in here.
Don't worry, just a feel for it then.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it was against the flow though. I know Carlton on top, but Collingwood were pressing, so it was a much needed goal for the Blues.
It's not a strong suit of Daisies either.
No,
that
it's
shot
not.
from that sort of distance. So.
Have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yeah, no, you know what that is? That's fatigue. That's fatigue and not concentrating.
Just had to get out of the area. We've known since October that rule. October.
He's had a brain dead couple of minutes actually, Maynard.
He has, JB.
He's been pretty good for the day.
He has, but
his last couple of minutes haven't been his best.
Look at this kid.
Cripps brings it away. Just steps through traffic so well. Gave it to Simpson. He does likewise. Streaming forward, he has a bounce to half forward Simpson. Inside 50, Brycey Gibbs. Oh, good mark. Jesse White took a really good mark.
No, it's an outstanding mark. I'd be playing him centre half back for mine, Jesse White. He's not consistent enough as a forward.
Short to Turvey, wants to play on, hand passes to Reed. He moves okay, drives it towards the outer side. Moore gets across there. Off hands, a chance for Greenwood. Close to the boundary line, now he hesitates. Forced to kick with his right foot. Pasolo is coming up. He was bundled out of the contest by Plowman. Close to the boundary line, Plowman is pushed across the line. It ends okay for Carlton. There'll be a boundary throw in, and slow to get up is Byrne.
He's in, yes, he got some, he went to smother the ball, Dennis, and Greenwood kicked him in the face.
That'll hurt.
Yeah, he tried to smother the ball. It was good courage, but probably lead with your arms or your body, not your head.
White gets out of the Sumner tackle and just sits a high floating one forward. Plowman's got to sit there and focus. It came out of his hands to the pick. Greenwood kicked the first of this term. Around the body, it's fisted through. And a behind the result for Collingwood. 14-9-93 to 11-8-74. Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard around the ground, Stuart.
Geelong leading the Eagles by 31 points, 20 minutes into the third quarter.
Carlton bring it out. Series of hand passes. Plowman just outside the 50's got it now. High ball towards the wing. Reed coming across. Eyes only for the football. Takes a good mark. Comes back towards the middle and Howe. Not a lot of run around him though. Short one is on for White. Needs to be careful. White had to stretch to mark it. Now he plays on. Agile for a big man. He kicks inside the forward 50. Pasolo was up, couldn't take the mark, spills wide of the pack, Cripps, bit of a fumble, eventually digs it out of there, gathered nicely, and coming away is Simpson. Carries the ball up towards midfield, gets a hand pass to Gibbs, sweeping hand pass out wide, taken by Wright, and now peeling off half-back Doherty. Doherty to half-forward. Oh, mark is dropped down there. Pressure comes on, Everett is tackled.
Come on.
Umpire. Incorrect disposal, holding the ball. Take your pick.
That was a goal for Carlton. They had two running forward of the ball.
You have to mark sitters like that.
Come on, Andreas.
He owes his team now, JB, because two Carlton players were already in the square.
Just the old breadbasket job that he dropped.
Off the guts.
And now it's Reed. Goes underground looking for Ace. The kick wasn't great. He's got Murphy for company now. He keeps it in, though. It's out. And it'll be thrown in.
He's been quiet too, Ace. What's he had on the hard yakkers, please, Stuart?
He's only had 4 disposals, 68% game time.
Spud really just putting one into his guts.
Well,
that's hard yakker style.
No, well, that's fair enough too, JB. You need to find something under pressure, and he's finding nothing.
Cruiser to the back. Kerridge picked it off to Lamb, to Gibbs, to Simpson, who's been really good, and now Corin Byrne through the middle. Have a go on it. Have a open the eyes up and just kick the goal. They sold Candy instead. What the hell is he on about? Jones slapped it forward.
Dennis.
Frost and Dennis. Dennis comes back onto the footy. Still he goes, Dennis. Left foot squaring Norrie. All Carlton. No one in the air. Murphy picked it off. He got taken in a tackle. Still the footy in dispute. Through the legs of Murphy, and here's Pendlebury.
Gets a hand pass away to no one in particular. Rolls wide of the pack. A chance for side bottom. Byrne No ill effects from getting kicked in the face. He's working hard in there. Cruiser had it momentarily. Ball rolls free again. After it goes Curnow. That's a good hand pass. Dished it across to Murphy. Murphy kicks down towards the pocket. Dashing back down there is Everett. Got a hand to it. Ball was floating out of bounds on the full. He's able to touch it. Now we've got a boundary throw in. Left pull forward for Carlton. They lead 14-9 to Collingwood 11-8.
Winning a lot of 50-50 balls, Carlton.
They've got territory now that gives them a chance, the Carlton defence, to set up behind the ball.
A squeak one here. It's going to be real tough for the Maggies. Here's Pendlebury. Where would they be without him? Through the hands of a teammate. Andreas Winton got it. Taken out of it. And incorrect disposal. Correct free kick for Jesse White.
Bad couple of minutes for
Andreas. Yep.
So Jesse White with the relieving free, but
he'll have to go long down the line.
Stagnant Spud. He goes to stick it for Grundy. He takes a good mark.
Daisy Thomas had to spoil that.
He had Matty Wright, the former Adelaide Crow, in front of him, so he got rid of him.
He's unsure, Grundy.
He goes high and long, Grundy. Oh, good mark for Solo. Nice hitch and climb. Again, though, very slow movement of the footy. Just hoping that something comes ahead of him. Moore can hook and jump at this. It's fisted away from him down to Curnow. And now Matty Wright.
Good hit.
He goes searching for Daisy Thomas.
How good was that kick under pressure?
Lovely kick, Spud. And Daisy's got it on the wing.
Yeah, it was a 2-on-1. Collingwood's favour, just lace out. I think it's too late to be going behind the ball, Daisy.
He had nowhere down the line.
Dennis.
Gave it to Byrne. Byrne goes across the ground to Simpson. They're at right half back now. They had it momentarily at left centre wing. Now Kerridge has got it further afield. Slips a hand pass away. Eventually, Dennis does finish up.
Oh no, Andreas!
Bit of a fumble from
what is he on about?
Trying to push his way through on the outer side was Howe. Won the football. Hand passes to Tuvey. Gives it to White. Ball goes wide to Howe. Gets it back inside. Running down towards half forward is Aish. Tired kick really down towards the full forward area. It's going to be a free kick to Moore being held.
Oh no.
It was 2-on-1. Carlton had the 2. Moore comes up with the free kick.
I just saw Brendan Bolton on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Everett needs a spell.
He does. There, look at the Chemist Warehouse. He's fumbled, he's missed a chest mark, and he's given a free kick away. And this quarter, he is -5 on the rankings, Duck. A hard yakka.
I've got to say, that's one of the best pieces of communal broadcasting I have ever heard.
Everett needs a spell, Duck.
Everybody would. There's more.
You sort of don't need to say any more.
No, you don't.
So Moore, who was the star in terms of getting them back from a 5-goal deficit, comes in and kicks another goal.
They're still in it.
Collingwood's 12th then, and they edge closer. They're down by 13 and still an eternity to play. That score on the Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard.
No, they're still right in this game, Collingwood. Right up to their ears. And, gee, Everett, I don't know what Brendan Bolton does. He probably needs to leave him on the ground, Duck, because if he takes him off now, he is done. He's probably going to say, get the runner out to him, mate. Just focus on playing footy. You've been okay for 3 quarters, but this quarter you've really hurt the team.
Just with Darcy Moore since half-time, he's been the second-ranked player for the Magpies with 3 majors.
For much of the day, they haven't been able to get any closer than this.
Yeah.
The Maggies, they get within striking distance and then cough one up. Another one here would be real interesting. Out of the middle, Casbolt. So they've got the right ruckman out of the centre. Murphy goes and finds it. De Goey finds him. He hasn't got the footy, Murphy. Oh no, illegal disposal. So
no, it was a really good tackle.
It's going to go to De Goey. He goes inside 50, high and long. Here's Moore again. Went through his hands. Plowman at the back. Quick handball to Doherty. Doherty, dangerous ball to Simpson. Simpson then tried to slap it to Daisy Thomas, who got bowled over. And it's out of play around the grounds, please, Stuart.
Thanks, JB. Geelong leading the Eagles by 30 points, nearing three-quarter time.
He's been big, Simpson, hasn't he?
Really good.
Quarter.
He just takes the game on, Duck. That's what all his teammates need to do. He just sensed Carlton have just gone inside their shells a bit.
They lead by 13 points, tossed in, knocked down by Casbolt. Taken in front of the pack by Lamb. Hand passes out wide for Gibbs. Got an unkind bounce. got the footy still, took some time, gave it to Murphy, then with a hand pass. In front, Maynard towards half-back as the kick came in. Spills to Jones, centering ball from Jones. White needs to go back with courage. Slaps it away. Armfield comes through, hand passes for Walker. Walker hasn't seen much of the football. Plenty of Collingwood players around him. That's holding the footy. Now it's going to be a ball up. About 35 metres out from Carlton's attacking goal at the punt road end.
He was seconds away from electricity there, Dennis.
He was, but gee, Walker, what's he had? He's only had the 2 disposals, too.
He works that one down, does Walker. On the up to Maynard. Maynard, a long drop punt. Plowman on his own after Fasolo went to ground, takes the mark. Eyes darting around Plowman. Now he's got to go. He tried to sell it around the fans and completely stuffed it. Here comes Aish. He's going to walk through half forward and then a squaring ball looking for Darcy Moore. He flew a little early, did Das. Curnow comes in. Broken up though. Back to Blair. Blair back to Fasolo outside 50. Blair's going to run inside 50 to side bottom. Side bottom's got to have a ping, I reckon. He does and kicks a behind. It's just a 2-goal game, 81-93. Lucky Plowman, what the bloody hell are you on about?
Dennis Pagan used to say, don't get your ambitions mixed up with your capabilities.
Well, his Frank Thring's tightened up, that's for sure, Duck.
Around the outer side, Carlton get it moving quickly. Kerridge kicks it up towards the wing. And the mark has been taken just inside the field of play out there by Everett.
You think Carlton need to kick another goal for mine?
Oh, yeah.
No, they need to kick another goal. If they try and save it,
heaps of time.
Yeah, look at this. They're going backwards. They're just playing into Collingwood's hand. They just need to go long down the line like they were in the first half.
Doherty to Simpson. Simpson's been very good this afternoon.
Take it on. That's better.
That's right. Simpson does well. Gives it to Tui, who runs to space and drives it inside the forward 50. Walker's in front. Had it slapped away by Maynard. Loose in front of the pack. Pendlebury picked it up. Gave it back to Maynard. Maynard hand passes forward to Goey. Quickly gives it off to Smith. Smith goes to the outer side and Broomhead. He seems to be okay. Running hard for him is Blair. He ignores that though. Looks deep. Sends a long ball down towards the attacking 50. Big pack at the drop. Getting up high was Byrne. Got a fist to it. Simpson got the crumb. He was slung. Came off the side of his boot. Came to Rowe, who gives it to Murphy. And Murphy goes out wide and Carlton retain possession. It's Doherty.
Yeah, he just needs to go long down the line to Casbolt here. Just move the ball quickly long down the line.
Dennis Cometti calling the ears off it. Lamb's got it on the outer side. And just a little bit of respite in what is a torrid encounter at the G Saturday afternoon.
What are the plans this quarter, Chua?
Yeah, it's 7-4, Collingwood's way.
Lamb long, Cox gets himself involved. Reid at the back, just slaps the handball to De Goey and now Pendlebury. Pendlebury a bounce, stretches away down the wing. Goes in search of a good marking player there and more. What an impact this young man's had.
What about the kick from Pendlebury?
Darcy Moore, inside 50. Steele side bottom has about 4 bites. Aish spun around twice in a tackle. Gets to the back and Plowman. And then Thomas and then Simpson.
Simpson, resolute in defence, comes out wide. Taken by Wright. Wright comes beyond the wing. Gives it to Walker. Hasn't seen much of the footy. What will he do?
Use him up.
Everett's taken the mark. About 60 metres from goal. Close to the boundary. Centering ball now. Comes back to Gibbs. Gibbs goes short. Just prods it forward. Not 15. Taken by Murphy. Goes across the ground. Casbolt. It was a wonderful kick. Casbolt directly in front. Man on the mark is 45 metres out. He's going to the punt road end. Distance wouldn't be a problem, won't be a problem because he's decided to go back and take a kick. But momentarily, he thought about giving it off.
Definitely not a problem, the distance. He's got the distance easy.
How good was Murphy under pressure then? Just to spot Casbolt out the corner of his eye. He was under extreme pressure. That's what the leaders, your captain, have to do under pressure.
He's more likely to kick this, isn't he, Levi?
Yeah, he is.
Huge kick. 12 points the margin. Casbolt comes in. Kick is on the way over the umpire's hat.
Come on.
That's big. The Blues get their 15th. They're 15-9, 99. Collingwood 12-9, 81 on the Triple M Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman Home Appliances for the latest from all the big brands.
Beautifully called, Dennis. Pendlebury Duck, he's been outstanding this quarter with 7 disposals. And you needed your leaders. We saw Murphy's kick, but it's been Cade Simpson. He hasn't stopped running the ball off the back half. He's had 10 disposals this quarter. He's had 6 tackles. He's working the ball effectively. Chua?
80% by foot, which is 14 above the league average.
18 points now. This is big for Collingwood. They do not like losing to Carlton ever. They haven't had to worry about it for a while, but today they're in all styles. Through comes Sumner. Gets piled into the ground. And the ball's going to be thrown up centre of the G. We've got 6 minutes, 50 seconds left. They're 3 goals down. Pendlebury's been enormous, as you heard from Spud. Inside 50 he goes, but it's Rowe who takes the mark.
Only the 4 marks inside forward 50 for the game, Chew. Is that right for Collingwood?
Spot on to Carlton, 16.
Wide to Kerridge. And he can just assess. 6 minutes, 30 left. Kerridge to Cripps. 3 in a row this will be for the Blues.
Great, isn't it, JB? A young team on the big stage too.
First time since 2013, if you don't mind. What about Levi Casbolt? How good's he been? Handball off to Lamb. Stretched around Mason Cox. And then high inside 50. Walker. Hands to it. Can't take it. Tuvey. Away to Pendlebury. Away to Treloar. And they're off.
Smith. Half back. Kicks out towards right centre wing. And Aish calls his teammate out. Coming back hard was Greenwood. Aish in 2 minds. Steps a man just as well. Drives it long inside the forward 50. Collingwood in best position. And the mark is taken down there by the first gamer. It's Crocker.
Good grab. Great awareness there. Kicked the ball long and deep. Was Aish. He just took the tackle on. Gee, Doherty, he'd love to have that again, Duck. He just had to corral Aish. He elected to go. And he'd go hard, but he just had to corral him and force him to kick the ball high.
So Crocker directly in front.
Any relation this kid, JB?
Not that I know of, no.
30 metres out, Crocker. Grew up, barracking for the Magpies.
He's got hair.
Fairy tale stuff here. And he comes, but the kick is very wayward. Just a behind. 12-10 Collingwood, 15-9 Carlton. Just over 5 minutes remaining. The Magpies need things to go right.
Well, we're alluding to Darren Crocker, premiership player for North, but I'm led to believe his son, Darren Crocker's a very good player, Duck.
Joel.
I think he's going to be Joel, yep. So he goes wide, not on Levi Casbolt. How many, Chua?
That's 11 marks, which is a PB, 7 contested.
Oh, he's three behind you, Duck.
No, he's got a few to go. So short to Curnow. Curnow decides to bite off the 45-degree ball. It's going to work. Simpson's been great. Really has. Hard running of Thomas. Gets it. He's going to enjoy this, Daisy. He is going to enjoy this day to Cripps. Cripps runs himself into trouble. Gets the handball off to Doherty. A goal here finishes it. Doherty high to Frost, who dropped the mark. Greenwood went and got it. Handball out. Maynard went without it. Kerridge on top of the footy. And it's going to be bounced or thrown up about 25 out from the punt road end goal.
Well, what's the crowd there, Chua?
It's a great crowd, isn't it, Dennis?
60,220. Sorry.
Tell you what, Cripps and Pendlebury and these guys, they get into trouble, but they get out and always make the right decision.
Umpire tosses it up. Goey goes back and finds it. Dangerous spot there for Collingwood. They're defending in their own goal square, their defensive square, that is. Smith gives a hand pass to Pendlebury, gives it to Howe. Now they decide to run it out. Treloar does well, got it from Crisp. Runs to midfield, no one to kick to. Eventually comes across the ground, running from the wing down towards half forward is Blair. It bounced in front of him. Now he controls the ball, decides to take on Simpson. His kick was affected by Simpson's presence. Thumped away down there by Doherty, and the ball goes out of bounds.
That was outstanding from Cade Simpson, Dennis. You called it beautifully. He didn't attack Blair. He just took a backward step and forced Blair to kick it in the air. And the Carlton defenders come in and spoiled the ball.
Doherty's been good, hasn't he?
3 minutes 46 left. They've got to convert out of this, Collingwood. Can they pull another one out of the fire like they did against the Tigers? Yeah, they may do it. Treloar's taking it outside 50. High ball inside 50. Marking player needed. Wearing a Collingwood jumper. It gets to the back. Blair's got to play on the footy near the line. It goes over. Around the grounds to it.
Thanks, JP. We've got Geelong leading the Eagles by only 24 points. Early stages, final quarter.
Boundary throw in, about 25 metres around from the right hand behind post to the end of the ground. Grundy locks up with Cruiser. 4 big fellas there in the end. Cox and Jamison arrived as well, but Carlton controllable on the ground. Simpson again to Cripps again. He carries it up towards half forward. That weaving run, but it's against the Shepparder. It's going against Curnow, and the free kick will go Collingwood's way.
Well, he tried to shepherd Dennis over the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Yeah, he grabbed Crisp around the shoulder.
And Crisp was a left footer. Will he take a shot at goal? Tired kick up towards full forward. They'll compete in the goal square. Cruiser goes back, gets a fist on it, punches it against the post.
Yeah, really good percentage play there from Cruiser. Really loved his game, Cruiser.
It's still not done, this one. 83-99. 2 minutes 56 left. Just got to be composed with the footy here, the Blues. Exactly like they weren't then. All sorts of trouble for Kyron Byrne. He somehow got it off to his countryman Tui. Now Doherty, who's been really good. High and wide. Andreas! Oh no, he's dropped the mark.
And not another one.
Out of play. Off the guts of Andreas Everett. And it's now out of play, out of side. 2.5 minutes left. They've surely done enough, the Blues. 99-83. Cruiser and Grundy. Grundy clean possession. High ball forward. Mason Cox can't get to it. Ground level now, Blair. Blair over the top to the pick, Greenwood. He's taken in a fantastic tackle. Back to the big boy, Cox. Running away from the footy, and now it goes over. To be thrown in very deep, City end.
Well, 2 minutes, 17 left on the clock. So, as Lee Matthews says, Duck, if there's more minutes than goals, there's still a chance, but they need to kick 3 in 2 minutes, so...
No chance.
No
Boundary
chance.
throw in. Pulls in front to Doherty. Taken by Crisp, who snaps over the shoulder. It slides right across the face of goal. Just sneaks in from behind, far side to where he kicked it.
Lee Matthews also had one of the best AFL sides in history too, mind you.
Yeah, sure.
Shelby Power special comments. Shelby Power designed to improve performance.
To be absolutely fair, Duck, Collingwood don't deserve to win this game.
No, they don't. They do not.
The Blues have been the better side on the afternoon.
Absolutely.
Daisy Thomas, it gets through his hands. The big Cruz gets over there, gives it to Daisy Thomas, who flings it back into green grass. Here's Crocker, and now Darcy Moore. To go, he run down in a great tackle, holding the ball. Gibbs.
Well, that's aggression from Gibbs. Well done. He's a leader. That's what they've come to play with today. They're contested ball. I'm not sure what they had.
It's been a match winner.
Yeah, it's been arm in arm, Duck. Before the game, at quarter time, at half time, and at 3/4 time. They set themselves up to win this game, even though as a young team that won 2 in a row, they wanted to win a big game and a big crowd.
Minute 34 left. As Walker comes in, Cruiser got hands to it. Walker actually got in Cruiser's way in the end. Cripps just so strong over the footy. Back to Thomas. Thomas's high ball forward. It goes through and out of a couple of pairs of hands, over for a boundary throw-in. So minute 14 left, 99-84. The Blues are winning their 3rd in a row.
Yeah, JB Cripps, he's had 27 disposals, 18 contested possessions for Hard Yakka.
Outstanding. There he is again. Took clean possession of the boundary throw and hand passes in front, taken by Wright. Brendan Bolton will be celebrating tonight.
Yeah,
3 on the trot for Carlton. A famous club, back in business it seems. A dangerous opponent now as the ball goes to the outer side from Treloar, and the mark is taken out there by Greenwood. Time has beaten Collingwood. Well, Carlton have 2. As Jim said, Carlton, the better side on the day. Ball bounces off the chest of Moore. He's at right half forward and he pulls back a high one just outside the 50.
He's been good, Moore, showing us what he's capable of. Smith high inside forward 50. Lots of Blues back. It comes off a couple of pairs of hands. Simpson's been outstanding.
Incredible, JB, his last quarter.
He got it to Gibbs, got it back from Gibbs. Cade Simpson, the veteran. He's got Cruiser on, and with composure gets to him. The pick-up on the half volley was also good. So 19 seconds left. Bryce Gibbs just dribbles it into the path of Walker. Yep. And out of his hands, out of play, 12 seconds left.
Yeah, Cade Simpson's had 14 disposals, 14 disposals, JB, in this last quarter.
Enormous.
He's been incredible.
All of their leaders.
Yep.
15 points is the lead. And Nathan Buckley looks nonplussed on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Well, he knows, JB, any loss against the arch enemy is a blow to the guts.
Aish high and long inside forward 50. They count down the seconds. Listen to Carlton here.
Whoa.
Hey!
Daisy Thomas.
Have a look at the Blues fans down in front of us. Have some of that. And here comes the famous song, What a Great Win. 3 in a row, Blues.
We'll keep our head up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous Old Dark Blues.
Oh, that's good stuff. You can see the Blues players out on their feet, but very, very happy with the Saturday afternoon's work. And whenever this game's played, Spud and Duck, my mind always goes to the great Stephen Kernahan, who absolutely detests Collingwood whenever these games are played.
The massive games. You can hear the passion, JB, when that siren goes.
Get to Daisy Thomas.
Yeah, it is. Look, our group's been building over the past few games. It hasn't been pretty, but we're getting the job done, and at the minute we'll certainly take that.
It doesn't really matter how it gets done as long as it does. Those last 3 weeks, there's been some momentum building within your club.
Most definitely has, and it's all been on the back of effort. So, as you say, it's not pretty, but the effort's cleaning up and the effort's getting results. So, super proud of our group. We're working bloody hard and it's starting to show, which is good.
Well, defensively early in particular, just allowed Collingwood any run out of their back half whatsoever.
Yeah, look, we go into every week with a good plan, and I think for the most part today we're able to execute well. So, that's probably indicative of the result in the end.
Shoulder, elbow, you looked a bit of a scare during the day. How's that?
It wasn't great. Sore elbow, put it in a hole and got it twisted the wrong way, but that was all right. I was a little bit worried there, but I'll be right back.
And quickly, finally, against the old mub. That's nice.
Oh, look, it's something you sort of try and have to distance yourself from and try not to get caught up in the emotion of it. Obviously had some great years there, still have a lot of great mates there, so I'll just take the W and leave those comments for you, mate.
Straight bat, enjoy. Well done.
Cheers.
Thank you very much to Channel 7 for access to Daisy Thomas. Yep, it's a big one for the Blues. They've now won 3 in a row for the first time since 2012, Chua?
2013 rounds, 16 to 18, JB.
So that's big for them. And big for Brendan Bolton too, this young coach out of the Hawthorn system, Spud, and he's come across, and you could tell from the first time we saw them play on the opening round of the season that they had a better system and a better way about them.
No, he's an absolutely outstanding young coach, JB. He's coached his own right in Tassie. He's done the hard yards, went to Box Hill for a few years, and then senior assistant at Hawthorn for 3 or 4. He deserves this win just as much as anyone else. He's been terrific. We've got Cade Simpson.
Left to go.
Just having some audio issues with Cade. We'll see if we can get back to him.
We knew they were coming off our 6-day break and from Perth as well, so we wanted to really run them hard, and I think probably paid dividends in the last quarter.
And big 250 next week. You wouldn't have thought that a couple of years back.
Oh, mate, I never would have dreamed I'd get there, so something I'm really looking forward to, and hopefully we'll put on another good performance like today.
No doubt. Well done, mate. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Again, we thank Channel 7. So the Carlton players with the mini footies are walking out to their hordes of fans. This is a sleeping giant, this club, Duck. They've been no good for a long time, but you would remember better than anyone back in the 90s when they were very, very good, mid-90s especially. They were a monster, Carlton.
Well, they're a great club, and they've gone through a tough time, and sometimes going through that tough time, you come out the other end and you are a stronger club. And I think for the first time in a long while, they're doing it the right way. They're starting from scratch. They're not going out. You can't go out and buy players anymore. You can't. They didn't go after a premiership coach. They didn't, do what they did with Pagan and Malthouse. They've gone and got a guy that's a teacher, and he's been in a very good program, and that's exactly what he's doing with these young kids, and they're responding to it. And good on them. 3 wins in a row now for the Blues. That is enormous. And unfortunately, though, JB, the story will be about Collingwood.
It will be.
And that's not what it should be, because that's taking something away from this team, who were absolutely brilliant today. They led from start to finish and should have won by a lot more.
Well, they should have ducked. They had 9 more inside 50s. They smashed Collingwood in the contested ball, the contested marks. They probably had, other than Pendlebury and Sidebottom, 8 of the best 10 players on the ground. They thoroughly deserved this win.
Well, they got Port Adelaide here next week. In fact, Eddie had, so it's in Melbourne. So that's a winnable game, you'd have to say, for them too. So it'll be the old Lygon Street Duck. They might just open up the restaurants and let everyone enjoy themselves out the front.
They're becoming a dangerous team to play, aren't they? Which is good.
Youth.
All right, you're listening to the Triple M review for DeWalt Guaranteed Tough, available at Bunnings Warehouse. Chua, the Hard Yakka stats update.
Yeah, Carlton, 11 more inside 50s. They posted their highest score of the year at 15-9-99. As Spud said, won the contested ball by 18, clearances by 11. And they took 16 marks inside their attacking 50 to Collingwood only at 5. Leading ball winners, Simpson 31, racked up 14 in that last quarter. Bryce Gibbs 30 possessions and 3 majors. Cripps 29 disposals, 9 clearances and 6 tackles. And Casbolt 17 possessions, 11 marks, which is a PB.
How many contested?
7 of those contested, Spud, and he also nailed 3 majors.
Breathe easy, Duck.
And for the Magpies, 34 to Pendlebury and 29 to Sidebottom.
The Herald Sun Supercoach player points update, Chua.
Number 1 ranked player Pendlebury at 143, Gibbs at 130, Cripps 127 and Simpson at 122.
All right, for McDonald's get a fan feed box today. What about around the grounds, the game at Simmons Stadium?
Yeah, Geelong in control, JB. They lead the Eagles by 48 points, 12 minutes into the final quarter.
Going along very nicely, the Cats. All right, what about the best on ground for Petters? Petters Performance Star, of course. The experts in undercar, no bull. The good ones, who has them?
Yeah, I've got them, JB.
All right, let's hear from you.
They're all Carlton players, JB, so apologies to Pendlebury and Sidebottom, but I just thought that they deserve this win. And one player in particular, especially in the last quarter, he stood up. Well, they all did, all the leaders. You talked about Duck Simpson. I'll give him one. He was absolutely outstanding. Yep.
Only one?
JB, it was a toss-up between all 3. I give 2 to Gibbs, 29 and 3 goals.
2 to Gibbs?
Yeah, Cripps was outstanding. 29 disposals, 19 contested ball and 9 clearances.
Here's the song.
Down in the room for the Carlton Footy Club. It was a big rendition of the song. There's some fists in the air, Mark. But due to say, the man in charge has been here, slapping the players on the back. Stephen Silvani over in the back, just keeping a calm eye on things. But
sausage.
Yeah, there's some very, very happy people down here. They're bringing the cup in now. Obviously, a big moment between these two clubs, but some real excitement, JB, which is really, actually, really, really good to see.
It is. They are a great club, Carlton, and the quicker they can get back up and get that swagger back, Duck. That's what they used to have. They ruled this town for a long time, the Blues. And it's gone, and they've been a bit sheepish, but you'd love to see them back to their best.
Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it? And that's why you love this little bit of success that they're having. 3 games in a row now, terrific. They've been good.
All right, for Petter's performance, the other votes we give to the players who weren't as good.
Yeah, 2-man. Unfortunately, you look through it, and there's so many players under 50 games. I mean, Aish is about 36 games. 2-man thought that
copped a little drive by.
He probably should have
driven by and
should have got a vote.
Hail the bullets into him.
But Carlton have won absolutely everything today. The game, they got the 1, 2, 3 in best, and they're going to get the 1, 2, 3 in the worst as well.
Surely
even though they've won the game. Jamison gets 1 vote. Just didn't have a massive influence. Didn't get too much of the ball. Jones 2 votes. I think he might have kicked a goal, but he just no influence after quarter time. 10.5 beep. Is just
you're giving him for his lack of aerobic.
Well, he had 3 or 4 possessions in the first quarter and then doesn't test.
How retrospective can you be?
So get the beep up and get your possessions up. And unfortunately, Walker gets the 3 votes. So Carlton won the game, dominated the game, but because of you have to be 50 games, Dennis.
Yeah, I understand.
And 2-man just explained that to me, he just. Yeah.
That is extraordinary. You've taken every single accolade out of this game and also the 3 words.
That's Sam Newman-like, JB.
I think that's almost Sam Newman-like. Around the grounds, Stuart.
Yeah, Geelong leading the Eagles by 42 points halfway into the final quarter.
If you're wondering why we refer to Sam Newman, a famous game in Adelaide, North Melbourne, Adelaide Crows, where Sav Rocker was given the 3 best on-ground votes, and then Sam turned around and also gave him the 3 worst on-ground.
He kicked 6.
How do you
The
do
only
that?
time it's ever happened in the history of Triple M
Clearly.
footy. And then the next day they had to walk together on the tarmac to get to the plane.
We'd only assume he missed a few, didn't
I
he?
cannot believe it. We still can't believe it. We're in shock. Hey, great game of footy.
well
Well
called,
done to
guys.
the Blues. 15-point winners over Collingwood. 15-9-99 were the Blues. 12-12-84 were the Maggies. Now, we go from here to Sydney. Essendon, Baz and Jude and the boys up there will do a great job. But thanks for your company. And for McDonald's, this has been Triple M rocking Saturday afternoon footy.